Section 27 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Wallenstein and Bernard of Weimar, 1632 to 1635. By A.W. Ward. Part 3. 2. Nördlingen and Prague, 1634 to 1635. After Bernard of Weimar, uncertain whether Illo's news from Pilsen were true or merely intended to mask some movement of Wallenstein, had quitted Ratisbon to protect his Franconian duchy, the news reached him of the catastrophe at Eger. He then changed his course for Bohemia, proposing to take advantage of the common weal of the massacre and its consequences. But, on meeting with no response from Arnhem, whom he had summoned to join him with the Saxon army, he fell back on the Upper Palatinate. Arnhem, now that Wallenstein and his projects of peace were no more, would gladly have fallen in with Oxenstierna's policy of including Saxony in the alliance of Heilbronn, and thus once more restoring the complete ascendancy of Sweden. But John George once more refused to follow his field marshal's advice, and, while the members of the Heilbronn alliance assembled at Frankfurt, engaged in separate negotiations with the emperor's envoys at Leitmeritz, March 1634. The efforts of Oxenstierna to expand the Heilbronn alliance, to strengthen its relations with Sweden, and to correct the defects in its military organization were very coldly received by its members. The suggestion of the Saxon ambassadors that negotiations for peace should be actively pursued, and that the two Saxon circles should carry on the war in alliance with Sweden, but not under her direction, was indeed waved aside. When, however, in a discussion as to the satisfaction of Sweden in the event of a peace, Oxenstierna, mindful of the safety of the Baltic coast as Sweden's irreducible requirement, made it clear that this satisfaction would have to be sought in Pomerania. Brandenburg went over to the Saxon scheme of a separate conjunction. Bernard, who had come to Frankfurt in the hope of being appointed to the undivided chief command of the alliance, returned, bitterly disappointed, to his army, May. The Saxons under Arnhem about this time defeated the imperialists at Liegnitz, and Bernard still hoped for a joint invasion of Bohemia. But he soon learned that the tables had been turned upon him. By the middle of May, King Ferdinand of Hungary, eager for his first military laurels, with Gaius in command under him, advanced with an army of 25,000 men from Pilsen, while Aldringer stood with nearly 8,000 more at Straubing on the Danube, below Ratisbon. Their object was the recovery of that city, whose capture had been Bernard's most glorious achievement. He lost no time in coming to the rescue, crossing the river at Kelheim above Ratisbon, but he ran short of supplies and was obliged to fall back towards Nuremberg. In the middle of July, he at last effected his junction with Horn at Augsburg. It was too late to save Ratisbon, which, on July 22nd, 1634, capitulated to King Ferdinand. The free city had once more to swear allegiance to the emperor, but was treated with consideration, while the garrison were allowed to march out with all the honors of war. The movements of Bernard and Horn, whose only chance of arresting the enemy's progress was now an open battle, were terribly impeded by heavy rains. They were forced to separate once more, and, before they reunited at Günzburg in Upper Swabia, August, Donauwörth had been taken by Ferdinand. The imperialists hereupon occupied the Swabian lands to the south and the Franconian to the north of the river, Johann von Werth's horse and Isolani's Croatians carrying fire and sword through the country, while the main body of the army moved upon Nördlingen, northwest of Donauwörth. Perceiving the strategic value of Nördlingen as a base whence the enemy could distribute his troops through comfortable quarters in Swabia, Bernard induced the inhabitants to fortify their town and, promising speedy relief, placed in it a Swedish garrison of between 400 and 500 men under a brave commander, Erik Diebitz. On August 23, the Swedish army under Bernard and Horn reached the neighborhood of the town. The course of the ensuing operations is in many respects obscure, but it is clear that, had the attack been made at once, as Bernard desired, the besieging army of the Imperialists would have been weaker by some 15,000 troops, which the Cardinal Infant brought up on September 3rd. On the other hand, it is certain that, had the attack been delayed, as Horn wished, till a day or two after it was actually made, the 6,000 troops of the Swabian Circle, which were approaching under the Rhinegrave, Otto Louis, would have been on the spot. As it was, the Imperialist forces outnumbered by nearly 1/3 the Swedish, whose total is variously stated, but can have hardly reached 25,000. With the King of Hungary were Gaius, the actual commander of the Imperialist forces, Johann von Werth, the dashing Bavarian leader of horse, and Duke Charles of Lorraine, who was at the head of 6,000 troops. After Horn had contrived to throw a small additional number of men into Nördlingen, the Swedes crossed to the right bank of the river Eger, where the Imperialists had occupied the heights south of the town. Bernard had undertaken to relieve Nördlingen by September 6th. The concerted signal had appeared on the church tower, and the brave Diebitz, hard pressed by the besiegers, had agreed to capitulate unless relieved by the promised date. On the afternoon of September 5, when, in accordance with the system of alternating command, Bernard led the van, the Swedish army ascended the wooded ridge of the Arnsberg, and issuing forth from it, suddenly directed their attack upon the trenches constructed by the Imperialists immediately before Nördlingen. In Horn's judgment, the combat had begun too soon, but it was fiercely carried on till deep into the night. On the following morning, September 6, 1634, Horn was in command on the right wing, and, having been overruled on the previous night, gave battle along the whole line of the Imperialists. The attack lasted 6 hours, but failed, and Horn was in danger of being cut off from Bernard on the left wing till he came up about noon, too late in Horn's judgment, and covered Horn's retreat. But Bernard's own troops were thrown back in confusion upon Horn's in their rear by a charge of Johann von Werth's cavalry, and the result was a general flight. In the midst of it, both Horn and Bernard were taken prisoners, but the latter escaped. Many superior officers, the whole artillery, the standards and the baggage of the Swedish army were captured. 6,000 men fell. Nördlingen surrendered, moderate terms being granted to the town by King Ferdinand, while the gallant garrison were allowed to depart, though without their arms. The remnant of the Swedish troops, temporarily reinforced after the event by the Rhinegrave, rallied at Heilbronn, whence, in the hope of something being done to reorganize the army by the convention still sitting at Frankfurt, they were moved on to the neighborhood of that city. Meanwhile, as Oxenstierna had foreseen, all Württemberg fell without a blow into the hands of the Imperialists, the young Duke Eberhard taking refuge at Strasbourg. And thus one of the chief members of the Heilbronn alliance came under the heel of the reaction. Piccolomini and other generals occupied Bernard's Franconian duchy, Würzburg capitulating in October, though the citadel held out 3 months longer, and Johann von Werth dashed forward to the west, with the intent of securing Heidelberg for his master Maximilian. The southwest, which had so recently witnessed the victorious progress of Gustavus Adolphus, was virtually once more in imperial hands, and the Cardinal Infant could signalize the successful entente between the Spanish and the Austrian branches of the House of Habsburg by pursuing unhindered his march to the Low Countries. Nor were these merely transitory results. Nördlingen was, in a scarcely less degree than Breitenfeld, one of the decisive battles of the war. It moved the real center of gravity of the struggle to the west, and transferred the dominant partnership in the undertaking against the House of Habsburg from Sweden to France. It closed the prospect of a conflict being settled by the German Protestants under Swedish leadership, thus making it inevitable that, while Saxony, and with her the large majority of the estates, abandoned the alliance with Sweden in order to conclude a separate peace with the Emperor, Bernard of Weimar and his army should pass out of Swedish control and into the service of France. Nördlingen, in a word, broke down the Heilbronn alliance. The first step in the torturous and unedifying process by which the alliance was actually brought to an end was taken, a few days before the Battle of Nördlingen, by the compact concluded at the Frankfurt Convention between the representatives of the Heilbronn alliance and Fouquier. After France had, in 1632, acquired the control of the electorate of Trier and had by the capture of Nancy become mistress of Lorraine, the designs of her government had begun to extend from the line of the Moselle to that of the Rhine. In the winter of 1633-34, French troops occupied a succession of places in Alsace and thus came face to face with the Spaniards under the command, till his death in January 1634, of Feria. But Richelieu was still anxious to avoid a rupture with the House of Austria and to confine the French sphere of military action to the left bank of the river. On the other hand, in order to prevent the imperialists, in their turn, from operations on that bank, it was necessary to secure as outworks on the right bank, at the two ends of the line of defense, the fortresses of Breisach and Philipsburg. The latter of these, situated above Speyer, was, like Ehrenbreitstein opposite Koblenz, a creation of the warlike bishop Philip Christopher, afterwards Archbishop and Elector of Trier. After many vicissitudes, Philipsburg had, in January 1634, fallen into Swedish hands. Its transfer into French hands had been pressed in the early sittings of the Frankfurt Convention, and, after the fall of Ratisbon, was granted on terms which saved the credit of the alliance, Fouquier promising in return French aid to consist, if necessary, not only of the 6,000 foot demanded, but in the advance to the Rhine of the whole French force of 25,000 men, August 30. For the immediate necessities of the army of the alliance, the convention had done next to nothing, and, already before the catastrophe of Nördlingen, Oxenstierna's soul had been full of bitterness. No sooner had the news arrived than the convention prepared to break up with a general declaration in favor of the maintenance of the alliance and the provision of a due satisfaction for the Swedish crown. But time was found by some of the members for secret offers to Fouquier. Informed of these, Oxenstierna resolved to outbid them by a direct offer to Louis XIII of Alsace, so far as it was in Swedish hands. With this offer, the Chancellor's agent, the experienced Württemberg official Loeffler, was sent to Paris to find that most of what he was offering to France was already in her grasp, September to October. Bernard's beaten army could not be reorganized without money, which the Frankfurt Convention had been unwilling and which Oxenstierna was unable to provide. Nor could it be once more made an effective force unless by accessions from one or more of the armies which in different parts of the empire held out for the Protestant cause. Field Marshal Banner, who, after the Battle of Liegnitz and the death of Duval, had succeeded to the command of the Swedish division in Silesia, had, after separating from Arnhem and threatening Prague, advanced into Thuringia, where he and Duke William of Weimar had enough to do to hold their own against the imperialists. Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel's General Melander, Count von Holtzapfel, had considerable difficulty in maintaining his position in Westphalia. A handful of troops was furnished by Duke George of Lüneburg, the general of the Lower Saxon Circle, which he had nearly cleared of imperialist troops. But this wary prince had even before Nördlingen been impatient of Swedish control, and curtly refused to make any further exertion on Bernard's behalf. In these circumstances, Oxenstierna, with some acerbity, opposed any movement and insisted on Bernard's army, which in September had reached Frankfurt, remaining within reach of the expected French support. Frankfurt seeming no longer safe, the army, early in October, moved on to Mainz, whither Oxenstierna and the Council of the Heilbronn Alliance also hurriedly transferred their quarters. But the troops, still left without pay, were soon allowed by Bernard to cross to the left bank of the Rhine, where in the Lower Palatinate and its vicinity they hoped for better quarters, an object which, in the 30 Years' War, determined many strategic movements. Disregarding Oxenstierna's disciplinary ordinance, and enraged at the scant welcome offered them by the population, the troops ravaged the unhappy Palatinate, as Ruchdorf complained to Elizabeth, more savagely than had any of its enemies. The administrator, Count Palatine Louis Philip, with whom Fouquier had placed himself in communication, saw no way of protecting the country but by admitting French garrisons into the fortress of Mannheim and one or two smaller places. October. About the same time, a more important step forward was taken by France, when the Rhinegrave Otto Louis, who had detached himself again from Bernard's army in order to secure Kehl opposite Strasbourg, and was threatened by a strong imperialist force moving upon Colmar and Schlettstadt, concluded with the French Marshal de la Force an agreement placing practically the whole of Upper Alsace under French protection. The Rhinegrave died soon afterwards, but the treaty had been approved both by Louis XIII and by Oxenstierna. Hereupon, while Bernard's army was still left without the promised 6,000 French troops, Fouquier was ordered to raise a force of more than twice that number to guard the course of the river from Mainz upward. Clearly, when the intervention of France actually took place, it would not confine itself to a mere support of the Swedish army. When, early in November, Johann von Werth, after surprising the town of Heidelberg, began to lay siege to its castle, on which Bernard declined to attempt the relief as beyond his strength, the aid of the French marshals de la Force and de Breze from Landau and Speyer was invited. But after they had actually started for the deliverance of the Palatinate, they were detained by Fouquier, who was anxious to avoid precipitating a rupture, and a joint demonstration across the Rhine on the part of the French and Bernard induced the Bavarian general to let go the prize so persistently coveted by his master. Thus, while Bernard's army, now again amounting to about 18,000 troops, was in its position between Maine and Rhine, threatened by the advance from Franconia and Swabia of his old victorious Nördlingen adversaries, Gaius and Charles of Lorraine, with a superior force of 14,000 horse and 16,000 foot, France remained in possession of Upper Alsace. In any bargain to be struck by Oxenstierna's agent with Richelieu in Paris, the French minister could accordingly impose his own terms. This explains the treaty signed by Loeffler at Paris on November 1, whereby France entered into an alliance with Sweden and her Heilbronn confederates for securing a good and enduring peace in the empire, on condition that the Catholic religion should be restored in all lands conquered by the Swedes or their allies, and that the neutrality of any prince or city that should accept the protection of France should be assured. She would maintain an army of her own on the left bank of the Rhine and pay 1,000,000 livres as an annual subsidy to the combatants on the right. If she declared war against the House of Austria, she would, so long as the war lasted, maintain 12,000 troops, natives of Germany or any other country but France, under the command of one of the princes of the Heilbronn alliance, but with a French marshal in his council of war, entitled, in the case of a combination of armies, to a share in the supreme command. In this event, the subsidy of 1,000,000 would be stopped. But France entered into no obligation to declare war, and it was left to her discretion whether she would take part as a combatant in the conflict now in progress or continue to pay subsidies. Meanwhile, Oxenstierna had summoned the Heilbronn allies to meet at Worms, November 30th. He was so incensed by the Paris Treaty that he dismissed Loeffler from the Swedish service and turned his back upon the German members of the alliance, who, though uneasy about the clause as to the Catholic religion, were willing to proceed. Nearly the whole of December passed in discussion and altercation, but Oxenstierna could not be persuaded to ratify the treaty until he should be convinced that France actually intended the rupture. At the same time, the breach was widening between him and Bernard, who openly sought to obtain from the Worms Convention a definite commission as general of the forces of the alliance, which would have transferred to him its direction, hitherto in the hands of the Swedish chancellor. The French government had for some time been seeking to attach Bernard more closely to itself, but neither Richelieu nor Fouquier had as yet resolved upon accepting him as commander of a combined army. Indeed, Fouquier would have preferred William of Hesse-Kassel, who was already in receipt of a French pension. After Johann von Werth's enforced departure, the castle of Heidelberg was once more besieged, this time by an imperialist force of 6,000 troops, and while Bernard was slowly coming to a conclusion with Fouquier as to the terms on which he would relieve the place, the whole French army, nearly 30,000 strong, crossed the Rhine at Mannheim, and a division of its numbering 12,000 relieved Heidelberg Castle, allowing the besiegers to depart. Bernard with his army arrived a day too late, but the French success, incomplete as it was, seemed at last to have made a rupture with the emperor inevitable. Those of the princes who remained at Worms, for the imperial towns characteristically held back, ratified the Paris Treaty. But Oxenstierna persistently refused to sign the new compact, maintaining that it put an end to the old Suedo-French subsidy treaty concluded at Barwalde and renewed at Heilbronn. As for the Heilbronn alliance proper, it seemed to have been superseded by the Paris Treaty, and by the actual interference of France in arms, which must assuredly be soon followed by a declaration of war on her part against the emperor. The Worms Convention, which had adjourned to January, was not actually reopened by Oxenstierna till February 17, 1635, under the depressing influence of the extensive Spanish preparations for the coming campaign and of the progress of the Saxon endeavors, to be described immediately, for a separate peace with the emperor. He could only exhort his allies in their turn to sign no separate treaties with France, and to be careful in any common negotiations to accept no proposition from the emperor that was not confirmed by Spain. Bernard's reiterated arguments in favor of an unfettered chief military command he could only meet by a compromise which, while leaving the Duke the choice of his officers, reserved the decision of the most important movements to the Directory and Council, and accepted Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel from the commander-in-chief's authority, March 12. As a matter of fact, both the control of Sweden and the cohesion of the alliance were fast giving way. On the right bank of the Rhine, few of its members retained possession of their lands, while the left was flooded by an ill-equipped soldiery. No prospective aid remained from within or without, except from France. This was so clearly perceived by Oxenstierna that, so early as December 1634, he sent to Paris a resident of special ability and distinction, who had been highly valued by King Gustavus Adolphus. After his vicissitudes in his native country, Hugo Grotius had found a refuge in France, and had there written the great work on the Law of War and Peace, which was to immortalize his name. Unfortunately for the course of the present negotiations, he was not a persona grata with Richelieu. But the cardinal knew that a solution must be found for the difficulties which had arisen in the relations between France and Sweden. He was intent upon war with Spain, and there must be no gap in the great coalition which he contemplated against her and her ally, the emperor. The reconciliation between the king and Orléans had secured the French monarchy at home, but its defense against the combined efforts of the two Habsburg dynasties on the Rhine could no longer be left to the Suedo-German arms without open and continuous French support. In the early part of 1635, two important successes were gained by the imperialists. Philipsburg, the recent acquisition of France, was captured with all the supplies of money and material accumulated there, January 24, and Johann von Werth took Spee, February 2. Shortly afterwards, Duke Charles of Lorraine crossed the Rhine to lay siege to Colmar. The French forces, consequently, so soon as the weather permitted, withdrew to the left bank, February 22, and before long Bernard, upon whose position near Darmstadt Gaius and Count Philip von Mansfeld were closing in, likewise crossed the river, and induced the French marshals to aid him in bringing about the capitulation of Spee, March 21. Clearly, unless the Spaniards from Luxembourg were to join hands with the imperialists from the Upper and Middle Rhine, France, besides concluding an offensive and defensive alliance with the States General, February, must see to carrying out the Treaty of November 1634 and overcome Oxenstierna's repugnance to that agreement. Thus, in the new negotiations, Father Joseph and his fellow diplomatists exerted all their ingenuity to combat the objections of Grotius to the acceptance of the Paris Treaty, till in the end the Swedish Chancellor journeyed in person to Compiègne, which he reached on April 20th. He had the satisfaction of finding that the progress of the Spaniards, who had just by a raid from Luxembourg taken Trier, March 26th, and carried off the Elector Philip Christopher, the protégé of France, had materially altered the tone of the French court and of the great minister. The Act of Alliance, rapidly concluded at Compiègne on April 28th, renewed the obligations of the two powers not to make peace with the House of Austria, with which they were at present at war, unless by mutual consent, while each power was to support the German Protestants according to its individual obligations. It assured to Sweden the restoration of her conquests on the Rhine in case they should be recovered by French arms, and it conceded to France the principle that the Catholic religion should be exercised wherever it had been before 1618. But, while the Treaty of Compiègne amounted generally to a renewal of the obligations of the compacts of Barvalda and Heilbronn, its advantages remained with Oxenstierna. The obnoxious Paris Treaty was now a dead letter, and the future relations between France and Sweden were left open to further arrangement. Further, Oxenstierna safeguarded himself by the stipulation that the treaty was to require ratification by his queen, which it was, of course, in his power to reserve till France should have broken with the House of Austria. Thus, in this struggle between the two great statesmen, the hand of France had been more distinctly forced than that of Sweden. The settlement with Sweden completed Richelieu's dispositions for the war which France actually declared against Spain on May 19, 1635. Preparations on a great scale had long been in progress and were substantially complete in April. While two armies were to take the offensive in the Low Countries and in Italy, and a third was to occupy the passes of the Valtelline, a fourth, under Marshal de la Force, was to cooperate with Bernard of Weimar in covering the Palatinate, Alsace, and Lorraine. About Langres was placed a reserve force, commanded first by the Marquis de Sully and afterwards by Cardinal Lavalette. Much remained unsettled in the relations between France and the Allies, with whom she was united by a mutual tie of necessity, more especially as to the position of their leading general, Bernard of Weimar, and she was still free to choose her own time for declaring her rupture with the emperor. But in the spring of 1635, she definitely entered into the Great German War. Not without reason had Oxenstierna admonished the Heilbronn alliance at Worms against the seductions of separate pacifications. While the interests of Sweden and of her German associates had begun to diverge, and the Heilbronn alliance, under the guidance of the half-discredited Loeffler, was on the brink of a final dissolution, the Elector John George had brought to a successful issue his long-cherished plan of a separate peace with the emperor. Though the settlement achieved by him was far more restricted in its scope than that which had been in the mind of Wallenstein, it was readily accepted by nearly the whole of Protestant Germany. It has been seen how, in March 1634, the Saxon government had entered into peace negotiations with the emperor at Leitmeritz. Oxenstierna, who detested these negotiations, had sought to interrupt them by ordering Bonnet to invade Bohemia, and John George had actually joined with the Swedes in a futile march upon Prague. Leitmeritz being in Swedish hands, the negotiations were at an end of July transferred to Pirna near Dresden, and here they continued after the Battle of Nördlingen. From the first, they addressed themselves to two sets of questions. The one turning, without any actual mention of the Edict of Restitution, on the religious settlement in the empire at large. The other affecting specifically Saxon interests, the possession of Lusatia and the See of Magdeburg. At Pirna, Arnim still took part in the transactions, but they were in the main conducted by the official commissioners on both sides, the emperor's chief representative being Trautmannsdorf. For Eggenberg, his most trusted counsellor, died in October 1634. Landgrave George of Hesse-Darmstadt, John George's son-in-law, was, according to his wont, largely instrumental in bringing the negotiations to a successful conclusion. On November 24, an armistice was formally agreed upon between the Imperialist and Saxon forces at Laon, which lasted till the actual conclusion of peace. After the settlement of the conditions of peace at Pirna, proceedings had been adjourned to the middle of January, but it was not till April 2, 1635, that they were actually resumed at Prague. In the meantime, the emperor had asked the approval of the Catholic electors, but had met with difficulties on the part of Maximilian of Bavaria, who was desirous of further advantages for himself, and of his brother of Cologne, who had religious scruples. The Elector of Mainz soon waived his objections. He had further consulted 20 Viennese theologians, among whom 4 Jesuits gave their opinion, in which Father Lamormain concurred, against the peace and the implied suspension of the Edict of Restitution. Finally, a committee of imperial councillors had approved of the adoption, with certain modifications, of the proposed settlement. The final discussions were not brought to a conclusion till May 30th, when the peace was actually signed, the ratification following on June 15th. The Peace of Prague purported, insofar as its conditions were not of a specific nature, to include any estate of the empire by whom it was accepted. The following are the most important of the terms of the treaty itself, and of the supplementary pronouncements, Nebenrecesse, by which it was accompanied. As to the fundamental question of the ownership of ecclesiastical lands, it was settled that any such lands held on November 12, 1627, the date of the Mühlhausen meeting noted above, whether acquired before or after the religious peace of Augsburg, should continue so to be held for 40 years, or restored for such a period if they had been taken away. Within that period, an amicable arrangement was to be made, or the question of ownership was to be decided by the emperor on a suit at law. While it was laid down that the Catholic Church was henceforth to suffer no loss of property, and the principle of the reservatum ecclesiasticum was once more asserted, it was honored in the breach rather than the observance by the virtual suspension of the Edict of Restitution for a period of 40 years. This was the point on which the conscience of Ferdinand had specially desired theological satisfaction. A standing Protestant grievance in the matter of the supreme tribunals, which would now once more finally decide questions as to the ownership of ecclesiastical lands, was to be remedied in the case of the Reichskammergericht by its being composed half of Catholic, half of Protestant judges. The composition of the Reichshofrat was to be settled by the emperor. The main demand of Saxony, the cessation of Lusatia in compensation for the aid afforded to the emperor during the Bohemian troubles, was granted under certain conditions of reversion, which long remained without practical significance. The See of Magdeburg, whose territory was still in Swedish hands, was to be held by its Protestant archbishop, the Saxon prince Augustus, certain districts being detached from it as hereditary possessions of the Saxon elector. The former administrator, Christian William of Brandenburg, was assigned an annual pension of $12,000. The rights of the emperor's son, Leopold William, as Bishop of Halberstadt, were confirmed. The emperor had declined to tolerate the exercise of their religion by the adherents of the Augsburg Confession in his own dominions, except in parts of Silesia. In his other lands, he reserved for himself the right of regulating their religious condition. Any territories taken from the emperor or his allies, among whom the Duke of Lorraine was included, since the Swedish landing, were to be restored to him. The same provision was to apply to adherents of the Augsburg Confession, among whom special mention was made of the Duke of Mecklenburg. Saxony, and implicitly all other estates who adhered to the peace, bound themselves to assist the emperor in arms to recover such conquered territories. Thus, the peace constituted a direct challenge to Sweden and also to France. As to the Palatinate, Saxony, after at first making, sincerely or otherwise, some efforts on behalf of the expelled dynasty, accepted the imperial view that both the electoral dignity and the lands were forfeited by Frederick V's descendants. The emperor, however, undertook, should they conduct themselves loyally, to provide for them as princes. For the present, they were excluded from the general amnesty announced in the peace, and with them those who had incurred punishment by taking part in the Bohemian and Upper Austrian insurrections at the outset of the war. Landgrave George had not succeeded in bringing about the exclusion of his kinsman from Hesse-Cassel, whose military force made him worth conciliating. A similar consideration was shown to the Weimar dukes, to whom pardon was assured if they would transfer their forces to the imperial side. The Duke of Württemberg and the Margrave of Baden-Durlach were excluded, subject to an act of grace on the emperor's part. All leagues, alliances, and associations in arms were dissolved. The army that was henceforth to withstand the common enemy was to be the army of the emperor and the empire, and to be placed under an imperial commander-in-chief. A division estimated at a quarter of the entire force, or 20,000 men, was, however, to be under the special command of the Elector of Saxony. Such were the provisions of a peace which, with all its shortcomings and blemishes, corresponded on the whole not only to the interests of the contracting parties, but to those of a large majority of the Protestant princes and free cities of the empire, and to the yearnings of all its suffering populations. Inasmuch as this agreement was of a nature to call forth the determined opposition of both Sweden and France, whose expulsion from the empire it was intended to bring about, the efforts of these powers were naturally exerted to prevent its acceptance by the more important princes of the empire. French diplomacy, though very active at Dresden, was too late in seeking to divert John George, by the elusive prospect of an elective Bohemian crown, from a policy to which in his heart he had always been inclined. Maximilian of Bavaria, whom the terms of the compact could not altogether suit, and to whose authority as head of the Catholic League it put an end, refused to accept the peace until he had been placed in the same position as the Elector of Saxony by being assured the command of a quarter of the imperial army. Oxenstierna attempted to prevent the adhesion of George William of Brandenburg by holding out the bait of Silesia, and by the more practical suggestion of a curtailment of the Swedish claim on Pomerania. But the feeling of the Brandenburg estates was unanimously in favor of following the Saxon lead. And, being a Calvinist himself, George William may have felt well advised in securing the benefits of the treaty. For there were ominous doubts, which Orthodox Lutherans showed no disposition to conceal, whether the peace covered the Calvinists. In the end, George William accepted the treaty, though, as will be seen, not unconditionally. Thus, by the end of August 1635, nearly all the important princes and larger free towns had accepted the Peace of Prague. Among them were, besides the Elector of Brandenburg, the Dukes of Holstein-Gottorp, Pomerania, Württemberg, and Brunswick, together with several of the Ernestine dukes. The Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt might himself be called one of the authors of the peace. It was also accepted by Margrave William of Baden-Baden, by the princes of Anhalt, including Christian, as well as by the free cities of Hamburg, Lübeck, Frankfurt on the Main, Ulm, and, remarkably enough, by Strasbourg and other Rhenish cities. The Archbishop of Bremen, Prince Frederick of Denmark, was not restrained from following their example by gratitude to Sweden for leaving him in the enjoyment of his see. Thus no reigning princes remained outside the pale, except the still unpardoned Landgrave William of Cassel and Duke William of Weimar. But these were prepared to accept the peace if it were made more acceptable to France and Sweden. So was Duke George of Lüneburg, who, instead of following the example of Bernard of Weimar, and placing his sword at the service of France, skillfully contrived to maintain for some time a profitable neutrality. If John George could have followed up the Peace of Prague by a settlement with Sweden, he would have issued forth from the conflict as master of the political situation. For during the Prague negotiations, he had maintained an understanding with Spain, and France could not have intervened alone against the combination which would have confronted her. But in this additional attempt, the Saxon policy of peace, which had achieved so notable a first success, broke down. Oxenstierna, who had failed in detaching Brandenburg from Saxony, was not to be brought to a distinct renunciation of Sweden's Pomeranian claim. At a conference held at Magdeburg early in August 1635 between the Chancellor, Marshal Banet, who commanded the Swedish force in this quarter, and Saxon ambassadors, Oxenstierna's refusal was found to have the warm support of the Swedish army. Attracted by a suggestion from John George that Sweden should temporarily hold Stralsund in pledge, Oxenstierna sought to reopen negotiations on the basis of the immediate transfer of the See of Magdeburg into Saxon hands. But, prompted by the Brandenburg elector, who made the refusal of any part of Pomerania to Sweden the sine qua non of his acceptance of the Peace of Prague, John George refused to budge. Hereupon Oxenstierna, fearing that Sweden and her army might be left in the lurch, offered a moderate ultimatum, demanding for Sweden only a money compensation and the payment in full of the demands of her army, together with the tenure of some towns in pledge. The dispute had all but narrowed itself to the question as to what should be the amount of the money payment, and whether it should cover the claims of the Swedish as well as the German officers of the Swedish army, when John George, by the Emperor's advice, broke off the negotiation and, in the middle of October 1635, ordered his troops to recommence hostilities against Banet. Thus, in this eventful year, after the war had under new conditions reopened on the Rhine, it once more broke out on the Elbe, and the advent of peace, for which the whole nation longed, and on whose conditions emperor and empire had agreed among themselves, seemed as distant as ever. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 8. The Constitutional Struggle in England, 1625-40, by G. W. Prothero. Part 1. When, on March the 27th, 1625, James I died, and the accession of his eldest surviving son as Charles I opened one of the most momentous reigns in English history, the condition of the country was by no means happy. A fundamental divergence of view as to the limits of the royal prerogative, the rights of Parliament, and the independence of the law courts had led, in the late reign, to those serious disputes between the king and his subjects which have been recounted in a previous volume. The revenue, which had not sufficed even for a thrifty queen, was still less adequate to the requirements of her wasteful successor, enhanced as these were by causes, such as the change in the value of money, which were beyond his control. Though the country was at peace, lavish expenditure and the lack of supervision involved the Crown in heavy liabilities, from which even the skill of Robert Cecil had failed to extricate it. Unable to agree with Parliament, James had substituted the influence of favourites for that of the national representatives, and 10 years of absolute government had set a precedent which his son was to follow with baleful results. This system had broken down under the pressure of the 30 Years' War and the demands made by an active foreign policy on an impoverished exchequer. But fresh recourse to parliaments had not produced the desired agreement between Crown and nation. On the contrary, to the old causes of difference and distrust, questions of financial control, questions of ecclesiastical policy, was now added disagreement in regard to foreign affairs. The coalition between the two branches of the Habsburg house seemed to revive, for Englishmen scarce past middle age, the Spanish terror of their youth. and to threaten equally the political and the religious independence of Great Britain and of Europe. To allay the fears which his diplomacy had aroused, James had publicly pledged himself to conditions which it was impossible for Spain to accept. But the nation, which had hailed with an outburst of joy the rupture of the Spanish treaty, found its anxieties revive when the matrimonial overtures which had failed at Madrid were addressed to another Catholic state. Nor were these anxieties unfounded, for, in order to win a French bride, Prince Charles had made promises no less contrary to his own and his father's pledges than those he had been ready to make for the sake of an infanta. The terms of the French treaty were, however, unknown to the nation, which was well content to find itself again at war with Spain. Buckingham, the prime mover in this rupture, as he had been in the negotiations which preceded it, was now at the height of his power. But the favour which he had won by enabling Parliament to overbear the resistance of the old king was destined to be short-lived. At the moment of Charles' accession, the state of affairs abroad, which deeply interested the young king for dynastic and his subjects for religious and political reasons, was threatening. The 6th year of the Great War was drawing to a close. The Protestant cause was at a low ebb, the Palatinate overrun by the Elector's foes, and himself an exile. The Imperialists were in possession of all central Germany. But the struggle was beginning to take a wider range. Spain, which had come to the Emperor's aid, and whose truce with Holland had ended in 1621, was now at war with France and England, and Richelieu, chief minister of Louis XIII since the previous May, had, with the aid of Venice and Savoy, laid hands on the Valtelline and cut the connection between Spain and Austria. Mansfeld's ill-conceived and misdirected expedition had left the English shore in the preceding January. How dismally it was faring in the swamps of Flanders was as yet unknown. In northern Germany, the Protestant princes were arming against the Emperor, and though Gustavus Adolphus, more interested in Poland than in the affairs of the Empire, for the present stood aloof, Christian of Denmark was preparing to aid his German co-religionists. Unfortunately for the Protestant cause, Richelieu's efforts were thwarted by an inopportune revolt of the Huguenots, January 1625, under Soubise, and La Rochelle was in arms against the crown. In this crisis, foreign policy naturally engaged the first attention of the new government. A committee of the Privy Council for Foreign Affairs was set up, a plan which conferred additional authority on Buckingham, while it placed no restrictions on his policy. A powerful fleet was got ready, and 10,000 men were pressed for service as soldiers. Their destination for the present was uncertain, and depended on arrangements with friendly powers. Early in April, Maurice, Prince of Orange, died. His brother Frederick Henry succeeded him as stadtholder. The Dutch agreed to join in an attack on Spain. It was supposed that the Armada would seize some Flemish ports, a scheme likely to combine Dutch and English interests. Buckingham was to command the expedition in person. But, for the execution of this and other plans, the aid of France was desirable, if not necessary, and the active aid of France, which after all was a Catholic power, was not easy to obtain. The king's marriage, which had been arranged with a view to this end, was now celebrated by proxy in Paris, May 1st. The English government sought to prove its good intentions to Richelieu and Louis XIII. Lord Keeper Williams was ordered to stay the prosecutions of recusants. The ships which James had promised to lend to France were dispatched. But, with that fatal half-heartedness and duplicity which had already marked Charles's proceedings in the marriage treaties, the concession to the recusants were, in view of the impending Parliament, indefinitely deferred, and secret orders were sent to Pennington, who commanded the English ships, not to join in any hostilities against the Huguenots. As the French government still hung back, Buckingham resolved to see what his personal presence might avail. In the middle of May he was in Paris, but all his arts of persuasion could only induce Richelieu and his master to open negotiations with the Huguenots, and to promise some assistance in men and money to Mansfeld, with a contribution towards the expenses of the King of Denmark. Buckingham returned to England with the French princess, whose fate in the land of her adoption was to be only 1 degree less tragic than that of the Stuart Queen, who had come back from France to her own country some 60 years before. For the moment all smiled upon the beautiful girl of 15, who, if a Catholic, was after all the daughter of Henry of Navarre. She herself was anxious to remind her new subjects of the fact. When asked if she could abide a Huguenot, she wittily replied, "Why not? Was not my father one?" On June the 16th she entered London with the King. 2 days later Charles's first Parliament met at Westminster. It was not a promising tale that Buckingham had to tell. The French marriage was made, but where was the French treaty? Breda had fallen to the Spaniards 3 weeks before. The miserable remnants of Mansfeld's expedition dared not cross the Rhine to carry out their task. A diplomatic and a military failure had to be confessed. Still, the conditions were by no means hopeless. Frankness, insight, and decision might still establish the King's authority at home and redeem the Protestant cause abroad. Unfortunately, it was just these qualities which were wanting in the government of Charles I, and to such defects Buckingham added his own special failings of rashness and pride. On June 18, 1625, Charles's first Parliament met at Westminster. The chief object which the King had at heart was to obtain supplies for his heavy foreign engagements. But the citizens and country gentlemen who held the strings, though well disposed towards the young monarch, were in no hurry to open the national purse until they should have obtained satisfactory assurance as to the objects on which the money was to be spent, and above all, as to the security of the Protestant faith. Religion, taxation, and foreign affairs were the prominent considerations in their minds, and were to remain such during the next 4 stormy years. And these were inextricably mingled together. On each of these points, the sovereign's will clashed with that of the majority of his people, and thus, at the very outset of the reign, the constitutional questions were raised which were to end in civil war and revolution. The session was opened by a speech from the King, urging his hearers speedily to supply his needs and pledging himself to maintain the true religion. The Commons went into Committee of Religion and Supply, in which religion was to have the first place. A petition was then drawn up, in which the King was begged to execute the penal laws, to take other measures against Romanism, and to amend various abuses and defects which had hindered the efficiency of the national church. Having in this way relieved their minds, or, in other words, stated their conditions, they proceeded to the consideration of supply. In vain the courtiers urged the need of an unusually large grant. Phillips declared that, as for war, "we know yet of no war, nor of any enemy," and he pressed for an explanation as to what had become of the money voted in the late reign. In the end, 2 subsidies, or about £140,000, were voted, a sum utterly inadequate to meet the engagements, amounting to nearly £1 million, into which the government had rashly entered. Nor was this all. Ever since the early part of the 15th century, the House of Commons had been accustomed to vote the customs duties, known as tonnage and poundage, as a matter of course, at the commencement of each reign. On this occasion, however, the question was raised, and, after considerable discussion, a bill granting tonnage and poundage for 1 year only was carried. The bill went to the Upper House, where, whether owing to its insufficiency or to the pressure of other matters, it was allowed to drop. In strict law, the Commons were within their rights. If they could grant, they could also refuse. Nevertheless, the precedent was new and grave. Tonnage and poundage had for some 2 centuries been regarded as part of the regular revenue of the Crown. To refuse or to limit the right to its collection was a serious innovation, and set up a claim which might be used by Parliament to control general policy in a manner and to an extent hitherto unknown. There can be little doubt that the decision of the House was in some degree influenced by fresh anxiety on the score of religion. The case of Richard Montagu was attracting general attention. In the last year of James's reign, this clergyman had issued a pamphlet entitled A New Gag for an Old Goose, which, while purporting to refute Roman Catholic arguments against Calvinism, took up a position with respect to predestination and other religious questions midway between that of extreme Protestants and that of the adherents of Rome. His views, generally speaking, appear to have been those held by the chief English divines of the 17th century, which have obtained the name of Anglican and which were again brought into prominence by the leaders of the Tractarian movement 70 years ago. The Commons, intolerantly Protestant and regarding these doctrines as insidious approaches to Rome, had, in James's last Parliament, appealed to Archbishop Abbott to put them down. Montagu was, however, recalcitrant, and, having won the old king's ear, published another book called Appello Caesarum, which was published shortly after James's death. The title is noteworthy, for by it the author, while reiterating his former doctrine, sought to enlist the support of the Crown. The Commons referred the book to their Committee on Religion, which reported on it early in July. The report, while refraining from theological argument, charged the author with disturbing church and state and setting Parliament at defiance. And Montagu, on account of the supposed breach of privilege, was committed to custody. It was in a scanty house, heated by this conflict and by the debate about tonnage and poundage, that the court party again brought up the question of supply. There was little speaking, but the House was in no humour to listen to the demand, and nothing was done. Shortly afterwards, a deputation which carried the petition on religion to Hampton Court was civilly received, but was informed that Montagu had been appointed to a royal chaplaincy, an unwise act, for it brought the Crown into the controversy, and raised the question of the responsibility of the king's servants. It was no long step from this to the question whether ministers of state were to be responsible to Parliament or to the Crown. On July the 11th, the Houses were adjourned. Between his pledges to France and his promises to Parliament, Charles was in a grievous dilemma. At the adjournment, Lord Keeper Williams had repeated the king's promise to execute the penal laws. But on the very next day, a number of priests were liberated, with a view to their leaving the country. Such a measure was not unusual, but it was, to say the least, an unfortunate coincidence. On the other hand, within his own house, Charles met with opposition of a different kind. The Queen considered that she had been tricked into marriage by promises which it was never intended to fulfil, and, stimulated by her Catholic attendants, demanded greater freedom of worship than she was allowed. The dispute grew so hot that the newly married pair could no longer live under the same roof. Meanwhile, there seemed to be a good prospect of a solution of one at least of the foreign difficulties. Richelieu had opened negotiations with the Huguenots. Pennington was therefore ordered to hand over his ships to the French government, and early in June he sailed for Dieppe. But his instructions were contradictory. He was secretly ordered to do nothing against the Protestants, and, after a fortnight's stay in the French port, he returned to England. Richelieu naturally remonstrated, and Pennington requested to be relieved of a task which was either unintelligible or odious. At length, about the middle of July, news, premature as it proved, arrived that peace had been made, and Pennington was again sent to Dieppe, with the ostensible purpose of handing over his ships to the French. But, with characteristic double-dealing, he was secretly ordered to allow his crews to prevent the surrender, and an envoy was dispatched to hold the French in play while encouraging a mutiny with this end in view. The manoeuvre was temporarily successful. The crew of the flagship, the Vanguard, took command and stood out to sea. The merchantmen remained at Dieppe, but their captains retained control. Eventually, as peace appeared certain, peremptory orders were sent, and on August 6 the Vanguard and 6 other ships were surrendered to the French. On August 1st, Parliament had met again at Oxford. The attitude of the Commons was unchanged, and what had happened during the adjournment was not likely to render them more amenable. They at once took up again the matter of religion. Montague was summoned to the bar, but he was too ill to attend. The question of responsibility was thus evaded for a time, but Laud and other bishops raised it afresh by declaring, in a letter to Buckingham, that it was not for Parliament, but for the King and the Episcopate to judge in questions of religion. The House was no doubt intolerant. The heads of the Church stood for toleration, but creeds and politics were too inextricably mingled to allow the prevalence of a principle which had to wait 2 centuries for full recognition. It was not, however, on this question, but on that of foreign policy, that the rupture took place. The House was again urged to grant the supply vainly demanded a month before. The parliamentary leaders asked, but in vain, for an explanation of the cause. Seymour complained that they were kept in ignorance. Phillips blamed the advisers of the Crown and upheld the right of Parliament to reform the Commonwealth. These were ominous words. Finally, Rich laid down certain propositions, the chief of which were that the King should give an answer to the petition on religion, declare plainly against whom the country was to fight, and promise not to enter upon a war without taking advice of his council. There could be no doubt what this meant. Buckingham was no longer to be the sole adviser of the Crown. But the favourite was not the man to yield to such demands. A lack of courage was not one of his defects. Facing the assembled Commons in the hall of Christchurch, he promised execution of the laws, defended his foreign policy, and informed the House that, if they wished to know their enemy, they might name him themselves. Buckingham was probably sincere in his self-confidence, but he could not inspire similar feelings in his audience. In the debates which followed, it came out that Mansell, a member of the Council of War, had never been consulted, and at length Seymour said the fateful word, "Let us lay the fault where it is." The Duke of Buckingham or his agents were to blame. The safety of the kingdom, urged Phillips, was not to be entrusted to incompetent persons. After this, an agreement was impossible, and on August 12, 1625, Parliament was dissolved. Charles and Buckingham reckoned that, before Parliament should meet again, they would be able to confront it from the vantage ground of diplomatic and military success. They expected, on the one hand, that peace would be made in France, and that Louis would then join actively in the league against the Habsburgs. On the other, that the navy would deal a heavy blow at Spain by destroying a Spanish port, and relieve the national exchequer by capturing the Plate fleet. The following autumn and winter were to see all these hopes disappointed. So empty was the royal purse that privy seals for a loan had to be issued, and the pawning of the crown jewels was contemplated. The pressed troops at Plymouth were in wretched plight. In neither fleet nor army was order kept, and the people protested loudly against the billeting upon them of starving and undisciplined men. At length, in a stormy season, the Great Armada set sail, October 8. Badly found as it was, Cadiz might have fallen had the plans been carefully laid, and the attack conducted with insight and decision. But Sir Edward Cecil, the commander, was no sailor. There were no plans and no leadership. Cooperation between the land and sea forces was imperfect, and some sections showed little stomach for the fight. A fort was taken. An aimless march inland was made. Delays and blunders gave the Spaniards time to remove their ships out of danger and to garrison the town, and after a week spent in futile operations, the Armada stood out again to sea. There, too, ill fortune awaited the English, for the Plate fleet, forewarned of danger, adopted an unusual route and slipped into Cadiz when their backs were turned. In the middle of November, Cecil gave orders to sail for home. Singly and with difficulty, the ships straggled back to England, and their demoralised crews spread out through the country the news that the great expedition had disastrously failed. Meanwhile, Buckingham's project of a great Protestant League had made little progress. A few days before the dissolution, it was known that war had been actively renewed in France. A month later, a close alliance was formed with the States General in the Treaty of Southampton, September 8. In order to carry through his project, Buckingham went in person to The Hague, where, at the end of November, a triple alliance between England, Denmark, and the United Netherlands was made. But without the active adhesion of France, such a league could be of little effect. The negotiations with that country were carried on during the next 2 months, but were hindered by Charles's attitude towards the rebellious Huguenots, by the demand for the return of the English ships, and by the seizure of French vessels engaged in a trade with Flanders, which the English government declared to be contraband. Richelieu took a long step towards an understanding when, in spite of French annoyance at English intervention, he received Charles's ambassadors, Carleton and Holland, in Paris, and allowed them to bring about an apparent reconciliation with the Huguenots. Not content with this, Charles insisted on a formal recognition of his mediation, pressed Louis to enter the Protestant League, and demanded the recall of the French ambassador, Blainville. Such tactless diplomacy could hardly fail to alienate a proud and Catholic nation, and the consequent irritation was intensified by disagreement between Charles and his wife as to the exercise of her religion and the retention of her French attendants. In this critical condition of affairs, the Second Parliament of the reign met at Westminster on February 6, 1626. Efforts had been made to deprive the Commons of their leaders by pricking for sheriffs such men as Edward Cole and Wentworth, Seymour and Phillips. But the manoeuvre was more likely to irritate than to deter the opposition. Sir John Eliot at once stepped into the vacant place and took the lead. In an eloquent speech he exposed the wounds of the state, recounted the disasters by sea and land, and demanded full inquiry into the cause. "Our honour is ruined, our ships are sunk, our men perished, not by the enemy, not by chance, but by those we trust." The Parliament, which now began its deliberations, was almost entirely occupied in the effort to bring home the guilt of these misfortunes to the minister who had advised the king. A committee of grievances at once fell to work, inquiring into recent administration and policy, and, in short, collecting the evidence which was subsequently to be the basis of the charges against Buckingham. In this task the Commons were no doubt to some extent led astray by prejudice against the chief culprit, but their difficulties arose mainly from the impossibility of obtaining adequate information about matters of state. In vain they tried to force the members of the Council of War to open their mouths. Nevertheless, the inquiry brought much to light, and resulted at least in determining the Commons to proceed. Their persistence drew down upon them an angry rebuke from the king. "Too much time," he told the Speaker, "was spent on grievances. I would not have the House to question my servants, much less one that is so near me." Nevertheless, the House went on, and Eliot brought ominous precedents to bear in support of the right of Parliament to make the removal of a favourite the condition of supply. Again the king intervened, this time with a clear threat. "Remember," he said, "that parliaments are altogether in my power for their calling, sitting, and dissolution. Therefore, as I find the fruits of them good or evil, they are to continue or not to be." A personal attempt by Buckingham to stop proceedings by making a clean breast of his doings in the matter of the surrendered ships served only to disclose a policy of double dealing which increased the general distrust. The short Easter recess was hardly over when an event occurred abroad which only too clearly displayed the futility of Buckingham's diplomacy. Richelieu had long borne with statesmanlike patience the vacillations and conflicting demands of English policy. He had made repeated efforts to arrive at an understanding, and fresh seizures of French ships and insults to the French ambassador in London had not turned him from his purpose. So late as the end of February 1626, there seemed to be a good prospect that the French proposals for joint action abroad would lead to an arrangement. But fresh difficulties were constantly raised by Charles. Mutual suspicion prevailed, and eventually the Spanish party at the French court got the upper hand. Unable to carry on war at the same time against Spain and the Huguenots, and fearful lest La Rochelle should become another Calais, Richelieu came to terms with Spain, April 30. The failure of the vaunted French alliance increased the irritation against Buckingham, and at the same time Charles had contrived to alienate the Upper House, which, in case of a formal trial, might have protected the favourite. A quarrel between Buckingham and the Earl of Bristol, which had arisen from the Spanish match, had been taken up by Charles. Bristol had been confined to his house in Dorset, and was not summoned to the first Parliament of the reign. On the meeting of the second, he petitioned for a writ and demanded a fair trial. The peers, already annoyed by the confinement of another of their number, the Earl of Arundel, on utterly inadequate grounds, espoused his cause. Bristol was allowed to come to London and laid his case before the Lords, charging Buckingham as the instigator of his injurious treatment. The King replied by a charge of high treason, and on May 1 Bristol appeared at the bar. The charges against him were frivolous. On the other hand, his retaliation upon Buckingham was damaging. He knew too much of what had passed in Spain. The trial, in which the King vainly sought, by various means, to damage his opponent, was in progress when on May 8 the leaders of the Commons formally impeached Buckingham at the bar of the House of Lords. The attack laboured under two great disadvantages. First, that many of the charges were based on inaccurate information and were consequently exaggerated or even mistaken. Secondly, that, had they been proved, it would have been difficult, at least as difficult as it was afterwards in the case of Strafford, to bring them within any legal conception of treason. But what weakened the parliamentary case most of all was that the real gravamen, the charge of misconducting the affairs and endangering the safety of the nation, could not be pressed without inculpating the King. The maxim that the King can do no wrong was still far from being supplemented by its constitutional corollary, the doctrine of ministerial responsibility. Charles first was not the man to say, in his son's witty phrase, that his words were his own, but his acts were his ministers'. Had the Commons been able to prove Buckingham a criminal, or even venal or corrupt, it would have been easy for Charles to put him aside. To demand his dismissal on the charge of excessive power and unfitness for government was to usurp what had been, for at least a century and a half, regarded as the sole function of the Crown. Unfortunately, too, it was not the fact that the King had been deceived or his confidence abused by the minister. The verdict of history upholds that of Charles's own conscience in refusing to allow an exoneration of the master at the expense of the servant. Eliot's famous parallel between Buckingham and Sejanus went further than he intended, and Charles not unnaturally took the implication of Tiberius to himself. His reply was the imprisonment of Eliot and Digges, but the breach of privilege was too flagrant. The Commons declined to do business till this was redressed. Digges was speedily released, and after a futile attempt to trump up a case against Eliot, he too was set at liberty. As if this rebuff were not sufficient, the peers, by dint of repeated protests, obliged the king to release Arundel, while with equal firmness they frustrated his endeavour to deprive Bristol of counsel. Though such an attitude displayed the independence of the peers, it is probable that, had the king allowed the trial to proceed, Buckingham would have gained his cause. But this was not to be. A peremptory demand for supply, intended apparently to put the Commons in the wrong, was met by a formal remonstrance in which, after declaring the illegality of levying tonnage and poundage without their consent, the House attacked Buckingham as an enemy of Church and State, and gave the king to understand that, until he was removed, they would grant no supply. Earlier in the session, Charles had told the Commons, in Elizabethan fashion, that they had liberty of counsel, not of control. A plainer demand for control could hardly have been made. The king's reply, June 15, was to dissolve Parliament. His displeasure against his opponents was shown by the renewed confinement of Arundel and Bristol, and when the parliamentary leaders refused to carry on the attack upon Buckingham by process in the Star Chamber, Eliot, Wentworth, and others were struck off the Commission of the Peace. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 8. The Constitutional Struggle in England, 1625-40, by G. W. Prothero, Part 2. Having failed to obtain assistance in a parliamentary way, the government was compelled to fall back on other methods, which were sure to be difficult and might turn out to be illegal. Hitherto the judges had been, for the most part, what Bacon had said they should be, lions under the throne. But there was a point at which even the lions might betray possession of a legal conscience. Various methods of collecting money were proposed. A suggestion to obtain a subsidy direct from the freeholders was dismissed. The experiment of debasing the coinage was actually begun, but stopped before it had gone far. A large quantity of royal plate was sold. The city was asked to lend £100,000, but refused. A free gift or benevolence was requested from the country at large, but brought little into the exchequer. Stronger measures were now tried. Tonnage and poundage had been levied throughout without parliamentary grant, and London and the maritime counties had already been ordered to supply ships. The city, after some resistance, gave in, and a fleet was collected at Portsmouth. But there was no pay for the soldiers, the men were mutinous, the ships badly found. The Privy Seals of 1625 had brought in but a small amount. It was now resolved, September, to raise 5 subsidies by means of a forced loan. There was much resistance, but the loan was being collected from the home counties when the judges jointly refused to recognise its legality. Sir Randall Crewe, Chief Justice, was promptly dismissed, and Nicholas Hyde took his place. But the judicial objection had great effect. Several peers refused to lend, and the gentry followed suit. The Earl of Lincoln was sent to the Tower, March 1627. John Hampden, Eliot, Wentworth, and other gentlemen were imprisoned. But the resistance only increased, and the action of the government set the whole country aflame. As if Charles and Buckingham had not already enough on their hands, they had meanwhile definitely broken with France, and that too when the Protestant cause seemed almost desperate abroad. It was in the middle of August 1626 that the Battle of Lutter placed northern Germany at the mercy of the League. A few days earlier, Charles had earned the resentment of Louis by finally dismissing the French attendants on the Queen. The quarrel was patched up through the tact of the French ambassador, Bassompierre, but it broke out afresh through the sequestration of English goods at Rouen, the seizure of English ships at La Rochelle, and the stoppage of the wine fleet at Bordeaux. These reprisals, due to the high-handed manner in which the English government carried out its views as to neutral trade, were answered by a general order to seize French goods, December 3. The final French demands for full execution of the marriage contract and mutual liberation of prizes were rejected, and early in 1627 England drifted into war with France. In allowing so deplorable a result to take place, Charles made 3 grave miscalculations. The first, that Richelieu's power would not bear the strain imposed upon it by an English war. The second, that it would be possible to detach Spain from France. The third, and most fatal, that his own resources were sufficient to deal a crushing blow. The overtures made to Spain not only failed, but resulted in a compact with France for joint action against England, while Richelieu's power remained unshaken. Nevertheless, undeterred by the danger of a conflict with the 2 greatest European powers, Buckingham started, towards the end of June, at the head of a considerable force for La Rochelle. His instructions were to make war upon the hostile fleets, to offer active assistance to the Rochellese, and then, if the offer were declined, to prey upon French and Spanish commerce wherever found. The French ships kept to their harbours, and the Armada reached the Isle of Ré without adventure or mishap. A landing was effected with some difficulty and no little loss, the French troops on the island retiring to the fortified town of Saint-Martin. Communications were entered into with the Rochellese, who showed little eagerness to accept the proffered aid. According to the letter of his instructions, Buckingham should now have withdrawn, sent back his troops to England, and continued the war at sea. But the second part of the English programme now appeared. Whether the Rochellese required help or not, the occupation of an island on the French coast would, so long as the English fleet could hold the sea, and of its superiority there seemed no doubt, be of great advantage in any subsequent dealings with France. It was accordingly resolved to besiege Saint-Martin. But the fort held out. The English army began to dwindle, and reinforcements were urgently demanded. Where were they to be found? The forced loan had produced a sum of over £200,000 in July, but debts swallowed up the proceeds as they came in. Charles did his best, but he could neither make money nor collect men, and only a few recruits were sent out. On September 28, by a night attack, the French succeeded in throwing men and provisions into Saint-Martin. 3 weeks later, French troops landed in the island. The besiegers would soon become the besieged. An attempt to storm Saint-Martin failed, and orders were at last given to embark. In November, the miserable remnants of the expedition returned to England. The failure, due rather to the utter disorganisation of the government at home than to any mistakes on the part of Buckingham as commander, were even more flagrant and more disastrous than that at Cadiz 2 years before. The natural result was to heighten the displeasure felt in the country against the government and to strengthen resistance to the loan. The question of its justification came indirectly before the courts in the case of the 5 knights, otherwise known as Darnell's case, who had been imprisoned for refusing to lend. The prisoners, 5 out of some 70 or 80 who had been similarly confined or banished from their homes, bearing the honoured names of Darnell, Earl, Corbett, Heveningham, and Edmund Hampden, appealed in November 1627 to the Court of King's Bench for a writ of habeas corpus, demanding that the cause of their imprisonment should be shown. The trial that followed is notable, not only as the second of the great cases in which the limits of the prerogative in matters of taxation came before the judgment of a court of law, but also as indicating the lines on which the constitutional struggle was to be fought out. As in the cases of Bate, Chambers and Hampden, momentous political issues were concealed beneath legal technicalities, and lawyers were called on to decide the highest affairs of state. The case of Darnell and his friends was argued by Selden and other distinguished counsel on strictly legal grounds, by reference to statutes and precedents from Magna Carta onwards, tending to show that imprisonment without speedy trial or without bail being given was against the law of the land. If, it was maintained, the ordinary law were to be of no effect in the case of a prisoner committed per speciale mandatum regis, then such prisoner had no remedy. On the other hand, Attorney General Heath, basing his position on that absoluta potestas that a sovereign hath, argued that cases, e.g. of treason, were readily conceivable in which to show cause would be impossible or dangerous to the state, and that consequently, if, for reasons into which no subject had a right to inquire, the king declined to show cause, it was against the interest of the state to insist. The judges, with the fear of creating a dangerous precedent before their eyes, adopted a negative attitude. On the ground that the cause of commitment must be presumed to be matter of state, they declined to give bail. They declined also to say anything in favour of an indefinite right of imprisonment. Technically, and on the point at issue, victory lay with the Crown, but, as everyone knew what, in this case, the matter of state was, it was clear that the real question was evaded and would have to be settled by other methods and in another place. That such a settlement would soon be necessary was becoming daily more clear. The country was at war with two great powers, but ships and men, ammunition and stores were wanting. The soldiers and sailors were unpaid and mutinous. The former, billeted on poor folk up and down the country, maltreated their unwilling hosts. The release of all the prisoners for the loan, January 2, 1628, was meant to conciliate opposition, but the unparliamentary sources had evidently run dry. Fresh privy seals were issued, to little or no effect. Early in February, writs for the collection of ship money from all the shires were sent out, but at the first sign of opposition on the part of certain Lord Lieutenants, the government withdrew the demand. To press it on the eve of a parliament would have been suicidal, and already, January 30, the summons for another parliament had gone forth. The circumstances of the time were highly unpropitious for the government, and popular indignation was intensified by unwise utterances on the part of the High Church clergy. During the late Parliament, Laud, Andrews, and two other bishops had reported in favour of Montague's book, and had advised the king to stop controversy on religious topics. The Commons, however, had drawn up charges against Montague, and, but for the dissolution, would probably have proceeded to an impeachment. A proclamation issued in June 1626, bidding both parties keep silence, was not likely to be effective, when clergymen like Sibthorpe and Mannering, holding Montague's religious views, preached sermons, 1627, inculcating the principle of non-resistance and the highest notions of divine right. It was inevitable that Parliament should include in one common condemnation the supporters of Arminianism and prerogative, and should discover a close connection between religious and political ideas whose only link was the accidental and mistaken support of the Crown. These utterances, and, still more, the recent imprisonments on account of the loan, were the subjects uppermost in men's minds when Parliament met again on March 17, 1628. The King's necessities were pressing. Besides the ordinary requirements of the state, a sum of at least £1.25 million was needed for carrying on the war. At a time when the annual revenue scarcely amounted to half that sum, it was an unprecedented demand, to which the House was unlikely to yield without full compensation. The first debates betrayed a divergence between the leaders of the Commons, which widened as time went on. Eliot thundered against arbitrary taxation and innovations in religion, declaring both to be equally illegal and obnoxious. It was noteworthy that Wentworth, while attacking forced loans, illegal imprisonment, and other abuses of power, and inveighing against those who extended the prerogative beyond its just symmetry, said nothing about religion. But the divergence went deeper than this, for Wentworth, while aiming at the abolition of misgovernment and striving after efficiency, saw that somewhere sovereignty must reside, and had no wish to strip the crown in order to transfer that sovereignty to Parliament. Eliot, on the other hand, and those who thought and worked with him, were mindless of ulterior consequences, so long as they could safeguard the liberties of the subject and the rights of the assembly to which they belonged. The House began by registering a vote against taxation without parliamentary consent. In the discussion about imprisonment, which followed, the arguments which had weighed with the judges in the recent case were urged on behalf of the Crown, and much was made of a famous opinion of the judges, commonly known as Anderson's judgment, given in 1591. It is hard, as Hallam says, to see how it could have been regarded as strengthening the parliamentary case. But the House speedily adopted a resolution declaring the illegality of imprisonment without showing cause. Passing on to other grievances, they appointed a committee to inquire into the billeting and pressing of soldiers, but, at Wentworth's suggestion, showed their conciliatory spirit by unanimously voting 5 subsidies, about £350,000. The vote, however, was not reported. It was evidently to be conditional on the granting of their demands. Martial law was next taken up. While the lower house debated this question, the Lords, in considering the resolutions on taxation and imprisonment, betrayed some inclination to side with the king and sent down counter-propositions practically reserving the rights of the Crown. Wentworth proposed a bill which should set the law against arbitrary confinement beyond doubt, while hoping that the question whether the law were above the king or the king above the law would not be stirred. Eventually, a bill embodying the resolutions already passed was brought in by Sir Edward Coke, April 29. In vain Charles intervened with a promise to observe Magna Carta and other statutes, and insisted that the House should rely upon his word. The Commons, in a remonstrance presented to the King on May 5, pressed the necessity of legislation, but he remained firm. Wentworth's policy of reconciliation had clearly failed. The long debate rolled on. What did the King mean? Asked Pym. A promise to observe the statutes was not a pledge that wrongful imprisonment should cease. The loan was the grievance, said Coke. Let them join with the Lords in a petition against that and other wrongs. The proposal was acclaimed. On May 8 the famous Petition of Right was brought in, and 2 days later it was sent up to the Lords. Then began a prolonged struggle between Crown and Commons, in which, as in the days of Strafford's trial, and again in those of the Exclusion Bill, all depended on which side the upper house would espouse. At first the Lords tried accommodation. They accepted the petition in principle, but, after making sundry small amendments, appended a clause saving the King's sovereign power. Such an addition, it was clear to the Commons, would stultify all their efforts. All our petition, said Pym, is for the laws of England, and this power seems to be another power distinct from the law. The kernel of the contention lay here. Various proposals were then made by the House of Lords. Buckingham suggested the substitution of prerogative for sovereign power. Coventry endeavoured to explain that the clause meant very little. Others proposed to submit the petition to the judges. One after another, these suggestions were rejected by the resolute leaders of the Commons. At length, the Lords, persuaded that the Commons were in the right, gave way, and on May 28 the petition passed both Houses of Parliament. Face to face with this united opposition, the king still sought a way of escape. He questioned the judges as to his rights and the legal effect of granting the petition. To two of his questions the judges returned answers not wholly satisfactory, but to the third they replied that, as every law hath his exposition, and the courts of justice must determine each case, the petition, if granted, would not absolutely preclude him from commitment without showing cause. Cautious though this answer was, it seemed to save the prerogative, but, even so, the king could not bring himself frankly to accept the petition. Without so much as mentioning that document, he made answer that right should be done according to the laws and customs of the realm, in such a way that his subjects might have no cause to complain. With such an answer, the Commons could not rest content. It was resolved to draw up another remonstrance. Eliot was silenced by the Speaker, but Coke boldly denounced Buckingham as the grievance of grievances, whereupon the king cut short the debate. Then the Lords came to the rescue again, and at their suggestion a joint deputation went to request the king for a clear reply. Hereupon, even Charles' tenacity gave way, and on June 7 the royal assent was given in the time-honoured formula, Soit droit fait comme est désiré. A preamble to the petition recited the statutes on which the petitioners relied and the grievances alleged. The effective portion of the document is contained in one paragraph, which enacted that henceforward no man should be compelled to yield any gift, loan, benevolence, tax, or such like charge, without consent of Parliament, that none should be confined or otherwise molested, and no freeman should be imprisoned or detained for refusal of payment not so justified, that the billeting of soldiers and sailors should cease, and that the commissions for executing martial law should be annulled and not reissued. The demands, it will be observed, are limited to present emergencies. There is no claim for general parliamentary control, no assertion of ministerial responsibility to Parliament, no overt attack upon the sovereign power or prerogative of the Crown. Nevertheless, since the affairs of state, foreign or domestic, could not be carried on without money, and the means by which money could be obtained, in any considerable amount, without consent of Parliament were hereby taken away, the enactment implied a constitutional change which was little short of a revolution. It is easy for us now, looking back on these events in the light of what followed, to see their meaning and importance. It is not surprising that neither party at the time perceived their full effect. For the present, the victory of Parliament seemed to make little difference. The struggle was actively carried on. The subsidy bill was passed, but the question of tonnage and poundage again emerged. Mannering, the preacher of high church doctrines and prerogative, was impeached and heavily fined. A remonstrance was passed, June 11, attacking Arminianism and begging the king to remove Buckingham from his councils. It was not as before an impeachment, but a vote of no confidence. A haughty reproof was the only answer that the Commons received. The discussion about tonnage and poundage raised the question whether these duties were included in the Petition of Right or not. Verbally they were not, neither in the practice of the time nor in the common acceptation of terms were they regarded as a tax. The omission of any direct mention of them from the petition can hardly have been accidental. It would rather seem that neither side was anxious to complicate a matter already difficult enough by the introduction of so thorny a question. The two sides inevitably took different views, and, when the House presented another remonstrance, declaring that the collection of tonnage and poundage, and other impositions, without consent, was a breach of fundamental liberties, and contrary to the Petition of Right, the king lost patience and prorogued Parliament, June the 26th. As to the impolicy of some of his subsequent actions, there can be little doubt. Several ecclesiastical promotions showed a needless disregard for the religious opinions of the majority of his subjects. Mannering was pardoned and presented to a good living. Montague became Bishop of Chichester. Montaigne, who as Bishop of London had licensed Mannering's sermons, was promoted to York, and Laud received the vacant see of London. The intention of the government to favour an unpopular section of the church could not have been more plainly disclosed. What was, however, still more remarkable, though little noticed at the time, was that Sir Thomas Wentworth became a peer and was introduced at court by the new Lord Treasurer, Weston, July 22. A month later, the powerful minister, whom he had so fiercely assailed, was removed from the scene. The subsidies voted had enabled Buckingham to push forward an expedition for the relief of La Rochelle, then closely besieged. The sturdy defenders of the city were reduced almost to the last gasp, but, owing to the continued disorganization of government and the want of money, the English preparations dragged slowly on. Buckingham went down to Portsmouth to hurry them, and, while there, was murdered by John Felton, partly on personal, partly on public grounds, August 23, 1628. To the king, the loss was irremediable. Of his affection for Buckingham there could be no doubt. He never had another favourite. But the murder had two notable results. In the first place, it opened the way for a full reconciliation between the king and his wife, and, as time went on, the Queen gained an influence over her husband hardly less strong, and certainly not less detrimental, than that which Buckingham had enjoyed. The second result was that the king and his people were now left face to face. While Buckingham lived, the blame of high-handed and inefficient rule could be laid upon him. Henceforward this was impossible, and the character of Charles's subsequent government shows that, for what went before, Buckingham, to say the least, was not alone to blame. With all his faults, he was no traitor. According to his lights, he did what he believed to be the best for his country, not, it is true, forgetting himself meanwhile. It was Buckingham's misfortune, and the misfortune of the country, that he was violent, short-sighted, and incapable. It was Charles's fault that, when all this was discerned by thinking and impartial men, he was yet retained in power. The policy which Buckingham had initiated was pursued after his death. Early in September 1628, the fleet sailed for La Rochelle, but the siege works were too strong to be assailed with any hope of success, and two half-hearted attacks were repulsed. Negotiations, which Buckingham had begun, led to a promise from Richelieu to grant toleration to the Huguenots, but La Rochelle must surrender first. Charles demanded that the siege should be raised, and the negotiations were dropped. On October 30, Louis XIII entered the town, and the ostensible justification of war with France came to an end. Whether peace supervened or not, the ordinary revenue did not suffice for the regular expenses of state, without the customs, in other words tonnage and poundage, and impositions on particular articles of trade. These duties therefore continued to be collected, in spite of resistance. A merchant named Richard Chambers refused, uttered high words at the council board, and was committed, but was subsequently bailed. The goods of other merchants, including those of John Roll, a member of Parliament, were seized. On the side of religion also there were fresh causes of complaint. John Cosin, Bishop of Durham, a man of great piety and learning, had written a book of devotions, which was vehemently arraigned by one of the fiercest of Calvinists, William Prine. An unseemly brawl had taken place over the position of the communion table at Grantham. The setting up of pictures, lights, and images in churches, the sign of the cross, and other practices regarded as savouring of Rome, roused fanatical displeasure. In December, the king, with the assent of his council, issued a declaration to be read by incumbents entering on a benefice, designed to promote uniformity and prevent disputes. The declaration involved a profession of faith in the 39 Articles, a recognition of the royal supremacy and of the right of convocation, under the king, to decide disputes about doctrine and ceremonies, and a prohibition of attempts to force upon the Articles assents which they would not reasonably bear. Neutral and colourless as this declaration appears, it was blamed by Eliot, when Parliament met again, January 20, as countenancing innovations in religion. The Commons passed a resolution condemning the cents put upon the Articles by Jesuits and Arminians, and accepted the Calvinistic Lambeth Articles of 1595 as expressing the creed of the Church of England. By this attempt to determine doctrine, they placed themselves in opposition to the King's declaration, curtailed by implication his ecclesiastical supremacy, and adopted the intolerant attitude which was to have so large a share in bringing on the Civil War. At the same time, they continued their attack upon the King's claim to the customs duties. The climax came when, on February 24, they discussed certain resolutions which, after reviewing the whole area of religious grievances, proposed to deal out penalties to Papists and Arminians alike, and to enforce uniformity, after their own definition, upon the Church. On March 2, the King ordered an adjournment. On Eliot's rising to address the House, the Speaker, Sir John Finch, attempted to stop the debate by leaving the room, but was forcibly held down in his chair. A confused and hurried discussion took place. Eventually, while Blackrod was knocking at the door, 3 resolutions, originally drawn by Eliot, were brought forward, asserting in curt and peremptory terms that whoever should bring in innovations in religion, or introduce popery and Arminianism, and whoever should advise the taking of tonnage and poundage, or pay such duties voluntarily, without consent of Parliament, should be reputed a traitor and a capital enemy to this kingdom and the Commonwealth. The resolutions passed by acclamation. The door was opened, and the third Parliament of Charles I ceased to exist. Parliament had unconsciously, no doubt, stretched forth its hand to grasp the sovereignty hitherto attached to the crown. The King, in his efforts to retain control, had encroached on the ill-defined liberties of the subject. The old dual system of government, sustained by mutual confidence and the pressure of foreign and domestic danger, had broken down. Both parties had been forced by the course of events and by the national growth into revolutionary positions in which a compromise was no longer possible. And subsequent events showed that Charles had determined that, if he could prevent it, a Parliament should never darken his doors again. To later observers, this appeared a hazardous, even a hopeless experiment. It did not seem so then. Long periods had elapsed in Elizabeth's reign without parliaments, longer still in the reign of James I. The parliamentary system was far from being regarded as essential to good government. In Spain, it had practically disappeared. In France, the States General had not met since 1614 and were not to meet again until 1789. In Germany, the Diet was already little more than a diplomatic council. Holland was a republic and therefore out of court. Why should not England follow the way of France and Spain? All that seemed requisite was the adoption of a pacific policy abroad, the improvement of administration at home, and the gradual extension of autocratic control over the national sources of supply. Such was the policy which the government now attempted to carry out. The 11 years of autocratic government which followed are a period without a parallel in English history. A momentous experiment was tried and failed. We have traced the steps which led to its trial. We have now to examine the causes of its failure. With this object, it will not be necessary to relate the history of the period in such detail as was inevitable in the first 4 years of the reign, filled as they are with stirring and decisive events at home and abroad. A more summary treatment seems not only permissible, but appropriate to the nature of the material. Everything depended on the avoidance of an excessive strain on the resources of government, whether through foreign complications or internal disorder, until the autocratic system could be built up on an unassailable basis. The process of establishing it, in church and state, would, it might be foreseen, cause irritation and local difficulties, but it was hoped that in time the nation, lulled by material prosperity, would acquiesce in its chains. Time was essential to the success of this policy, and time, as we shall see, was denied. The fatal strain came at last, and from a quarter where it was least expected, from north of the Tweed, and the Scottish rebellion gave back to England her parliamentary system. The events of the period may be treated under the 3 heads of foreign affairs and of civil and ecclesiastical administration. After the dissolution of 1629, peace was evidently necessary, and peace was accordingly made with little delay. Negotiations with France resulted in the Treaty of Suza, April 24, in which both powers tacitly gave up their pretensions to interfere in each other's religious affairs. Richelieu's hands were thus set free for the pursuit of his European schemes, and Charles could turn his attention to Spain. The sad plight of the Protestants in Germany demanded his assistance, for the Edict of Restitution had just preceded, and the Peace of Lübeck closely followed, his settlement with France. But his aims were almost purely dynastic. In the fortunes of his sister, the Electress, he was deeply interested. In those of Protestantism at large, very little. So far did he depart from the sound lines of Elizabethan policy that already the project of an alliance against the Dutch, which his son was afterwards to make with France, was held out as a bribe to Spain. Eventually the Treaty of Madrid, November 5, 1630, put an end to a war which had gone on for 6 years without any events worthy of note. Charles was now at liberty to devote his resources, had he possessed any, to the pursuit of his darling object, the recovery of the Palatinate. This object he kept in view for the next 10 years, with characteristic pertinacity as to ends, and a tortuous futility in the choice of means. In January 1631, a treaty between England and Spain was actually signed at Madrid for the partition of the United Netherlands, but Spain had no real intention of breaking with the Emperor for the sake of Charles's brother-in-law. Direct negotiations at Vienna led to no result. It was known that Charles was in communication with Gustavus Adolphus and was allowing volunteers to be raised in his behalf. After the Battle of Breitenfeld, and while planning a closer alliance with the House of Habsburg, Charles nearly came to terms with Gustavus, who was ready to promise to reconquer the Palatinate for the Elector if he could obtain appreciable reinforcements from England. Charles, however, could only offer money, and the negotiation fell through. On the deaths of Gustavus and the Elector Frederick, November 1632, Charles endeavoured to secure the active assistance of Richelieu, who was then planning an alliance with the States General on the basis of a partition of the Spanish Netherlands. But Richelieu was too wary to pledge himself to a recovery of the whole Palatinate, and Charles's overtures came to nothing. Shortly afterwards he was found intriguing with the Spanish Netherlands with a view to their independence, but his offers were betrayed to the Spanish government. It seemed impossible for Charles to fix upon any settled line of policy. "The truth is," said the Spanish ambassador, Nicolalde, "you put down with one hand as fast as you build up with the other." Nevertheless, when, in September 1633, Richelieu occupied Lorraine and, early in the following year, began laying hands on Alsace, and an open breach with Spain was clearly impending, both powers naturally sought the assistance of England. Here was a chance of which an astute and determined statesman might have availed himself. But the assistance which Charles offered to Spain would have been a very inadequate compensation for her support of his policy in Germany, and the opportunity passed by. The murder of Wallenstein, February 1634, brought the two branches of the House of Habsburg closer together, and it became clearer than ever that no attempt to separate them could succeed. Still, Charles continued his negotiations, and in October 1634, the treaty for the partition of the United Netherlands was brought forward again. Meanwhile, the Battle of Nordlingen, August 1634, had dashed to the ground the hopes of German Protestants and rendered inevitable the active intervention of France. Charles's anxiety for a Spanish alliance was redoubled when, in April 1635, he got wind of the proposed partition of the Spanish Netherlands between France and Holland, and on May 1 he agreed to a treaty with Spain, under which an English fleet was to cooperate with that of her ancient foe. It was with the object of raising this fleet that the first ship money writs had been issued in the autumn of 1634, and thus again foreign policy had its fateful effect on domestic affairs. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 8. The Constitutional Struggle in England, 1625-40, by G. W. Prothero. Part 3. On May the 19th, 1635, France declared war against Spain, and the great struggle on the continent entered into a new phase. Charles's consort and his sister still pressed him to throw in his lot with France, but, as usual, he could not make up his mind. A fleet, however, was becoming necessary, if only to protect commerce and maintain neutrality. English merchants were being pillaged at sea, and Dutch and Dunkirkers fought their battles in English waters. In the summer of 1636, a fleet put to sea, but did nothing beyond levying toll on Dutch herring boats. Incapable of taking a decided line, Charles wasted time by sending Arundel on a futile mission to Vienna to offer aid towards a general pacification, and by dispatching Leicester to Paris to discuss an alliance at the moment when Spanish troops, with the aid of English gold, were invading Picardy. Nevertheless, Richelieu encouraged the negotiations with a view to prevent England from joining Spain, and in February 1637 a treaty seemed on the point of being signed. At the last moment, however, the French raised objections on points of detail. The summer wore on. Wentworth threw his weight on the side of peace, and Richelieu's object, that of immobilizing England for another year, was secured. Before the year was out, the Scottish troubles had begun, and, though Charles fancied that he saw in them the hand of Richelieu and leant again towards Spain, it became clear in 1638 that nothing could be done abroad till domestic disturbance was at an end. From this time forward, English foreign policy ceased to have even the slight importance which it had possessed since 1629. We return to that date and take up the story of Charles's ecclesiastical policy, which becomes more and more closely connected with the name of Lord. Of the foreign intrigues which have been sketched, the country at large knew little or nothing. The thunder of the great conflict in Germany was scarcely heard in the quiet towns and sleepy villages of England. Only now and then, when a hero like Gustavus or Wallenstein passed across the stage, was keen feeling aroused. Protestantism, at least after Breitenfeld and Lutzen, seemed fairly able to defend itself, and, what was most important, England itself was at peace. Not all the efforts of the government, when striving to justify ship money, could make Englishmen believe themselves in danger. But it was otherwise with ecclesiastical affairs. In that sphere what was done could not be concealed. The doings of Laud and his coadjutors were known throughout the land, even without the aid of a daily press, and more was suspected than was known. That much of this suspicion was unfounded, that neither Charles nor Laud had any idea of reviving the papal supremacy or restoring Romanism, is true, but the fact, in this connection, is unimportant. What was important is that their conduct gave ground for Protestant fears, and that their intolerance of any divergence from their own standard of doctrine and practice roused widespread hostility. That the Puritan party were every whit as intolerant as their opponents is also true. Tolerance was only to be found in France and in one or two settlements across the Atlantic. But what was of moment in regard to the constitutional struggle is that the action of the party in power enabled the Puritans to raise the cry of religious liberty and to combine it with the demand for parliamentary control. Some part at least of Laud's intentions may be met with general approval. His efforts to inculcate reverence for holy things, to establish decency and order, to beautify the fabrics of the church, to call art to the aid of religion. But it was in the highest degree unfortunate that, in carrying out these aims, he ignored all differences of mind and temperament, insisted on a rigid uniformity, and suppressed all opposition by tyrannical means. Over-careful of detail, superstitious, and of limited intelligence, he neither perceived the effect of his own acts, nor understood the temper of the people he was called upon to rule. Conscientious, bustling, and self-confident, he was also pedantic, narrow, and unsympathetic. But he knew his own mind as to both end and means, and thus won a dominant influence over his slow and vacillating sovereign, whose lofty views of monarchy and episcopacy he shared and stimulated to excess. The same principles attached him to Wentworth, who, in the struggle which he saw to be inevitable, had now definitely thrown in his lot with the crown. Throughout the early part of the reign, he had stood for good government and a reasoned national policy, rather than for parliamentary rights or individual liberties. And, when the compromise which he had sought to effect proved impossible, and he had to make his choice between king and parliament, it was no treachery on his part that he chose the former. His despotic tendencies were strengthened by the exercise of power which he enjoyed as President of the North, 1629-32, and subsequently as Lord Deputy in Ireland. But it was not till near the end of this period that he gained ascendancy over the king. Though a man of far wider views and statesmanship than Laud, he miscalculated as grossly the difficulties of the task, and was equally ignorant, with less excuse, both of the national feeling and the national spirit. Personally unselfish and aiming honestly at what he believed to be the good of the state, he supported courses of action even more dangerous than those into which the favourite whom he detested had plunged. Lord Treasurer Weston, the third member of what may be called the triumvirate under the throne, was a man of very different type. Unlike his two fiery colleagues, he was selfish, corruptible, and unenterprising. The drag upon their wheels, the Lady Mora, whose lethargy hindered the policy of Thorough from taking full effect. Yet financial ability such as he possessed was an indispensable condition of success in the enterprise in which Charles was engaged, and Weston's caution or timidity, largely due as it was to a consciousness of his own interest, might, had he lived longer, he died in 1635, have at least staved off the coming of the evil day. The two chief instruments on which Laud relied to carry out his policy were the Courts of Star Chamber and High Commission, accepted organs of law and order under the Tudors, engines of despotism under their successors. In his own diocese of London, he strove to suppress, by the agency of the latter court, the authors and printers of objectionable works, and to enforce the exact observance of the Book of Common Prayer. He compelled obedience to the king's declaration as to the eschewing of controversial topics, and made some progress in putting down the lecturers, or preachers without cure of souls, who by their sermons disseminated the doctrines of Puritanism. As Chancellor of Oxford, 1630, he reduced that university to order, revived academical discipline, and suppressed freedom of thought, or at least of discussion. The proceedings against Alexander Leighton in the Star Chamber, 1630, on account of his book, Sion's Plea Against Prelacy, showed to what lengths Laud was ready to go in the effort to crush his opponents. The book not only attacked the bishops with inconsiderate violence, but displayed the political tendencies of Presbyterianism by speaking disrespectfully of the king and urging Parliament, it was written in 1628, to resist a dissolution. It was not surprising that the court should condemn such a polemic, but nothing could excuse the cruel sentence of fine, imprisonment, and mutilation which was inflicted. While suppressing Puritan pamphleteers, Laud encouraged the controversialists on his own side. A dispute having arisen, 1631, between Prynne and a churchman named Page about bowing in church, Archbishop Abbott endeavoured to silence both, but Laud encouraged Page to go on. On the other hand, Nathaniel Bernard, having preached at Cambridge against the Romanising clergy, was fined and imprisoned by the High Commission. But at Cambridge the Puritan spirit was stronger than at Oxford, and Richard Sibbes and others continued to preach doctrines which were proscribed in the sister university. It was in the year 1633 that Charles paid that visit to Scotland whose results, described in another chapter, were to have so momentous an issue. In August of the same year, Laud became Archbishop of Canterbury. It was a change of great importance, for Laud was now able to supervise the whole church from a vantage ground of authority which he had not hitherto enjoyed, and the war against Puritanism and nonconformity was waged with more vigour and unity than before. The harshness of sentences increased. Ludovic Bowyer, a good-for-nothing who had libelled the Archbishop as a papist at heart, an unfounded charge, but one which took some colour from the offer of a cardinal's hat made to Laud from Rome shortly before, was sentenced, 1633, to perpetual imprisonment, branding, mutilation, and a heavy fine. Next year Prynne, for his Histriomastics, in which he inveighed against stage plays and was held to have reflected on the Queen and the court, was sentenced to a similar penalty. A letter from the king bade the Archbishop put a stop to the lecturers by enforcing the canon which forbade ordination without cure of souls. Conventicles, or meetings of nonconformist for divine worship, were rigorously suppressed. The question of the position of the Holy Table in churches, a question intimately connected with rival doctrines of the sacrament, was referred by the king to the jurisdiction of the ordinary, which meant, in most cases, that it would be decided against the Puritans. King James's Declaration of Sports was revived and ordered to be read in churches, an act which implied a condemnation of the Puritan Sabbath. Emigration, the one refuge of ardent consciences from religious oppression, was checked, but nevertheless went on continuously. Meanwhile, Laudians were promoted to high places. Juxon became Bishop of London, and Neile was translated to York. Between 1634 and 1637, Laud held a metropolitical visitation of all England south of the Trent. His Vicar-General, Brent, discovered much neglect and irregularity, and more or less nonconformity in most districts. With equal energy, but with unequal justification, Laud set to work to redress both. A general order was issued to remove communion tables to the east end of the church. This caused much disturbance, and offenders were punished by the High Commission. It must be allowed that Laud was no respecter of persons. All offenders, high or low, were haled before him. But the result, as Clarendon says, was that a bitter feeling of irritation and a longing for revenge grew up throughout the country in the influential classes no less than among humbler folk. To these sentiments was added an increasing fear of Rome. In 1634, Gregorio Panzani, an Oratorian, was sent to England to obtain an alleviation of the lot of Roman Catholics. He was welcomed at court, and his conversations with Windibank and others led to a scheme being started for reunion with the Roman Church. Some notable conversions to Romanism followed, and masses were publicly celebrated. The war of pamphlets became embittered. The unlicensed presses could not be stopped. In June 1637, it was resolved to make an example of the leading writers on the Puritan side. William Prine, Henry Burton, and John Bastwick, the first and the last of whom had previously undergone punishment, were brought before the Star Chamber on a charge of libelling the bishops in various publications. They were condemned to the loss of their ears, heavy fines, and imprisonment for the rest of their lives. The sentences were carried out, and the prisoners were subsequently immured in Jersey, Guernsey, and the Scilly Islands. Such penalties fatally overshot their mark, and the demeanour of the crowds who witnessed the execution and applauded the martyrs on their way to prison might have warned wiser men than Laud to hold their hands. But he did not desist, and the punishment inflicted on John Lilburne, December 1637, for distributing pamphlets, heightened the general indignation. Not even the bishops were spared by their domineering head. Williams, the statesmanlike and astute, if somewhat slippery, Bishop of Lincoln, was brought before the Star Chamber, 1637, on a charge of revealing state secrets, really for opposition to Laud, and sentenced by the High Commission to suspension and imprisonment. In all this, it is not to be supposed that Laud and his colleagues were not supported by a strong party, both in church and state. High church doctrines, the creed of Laud, though not his temper or his methods, were upheld by such men as Falkland, John Hales, and Chillingworth, whose Religion of Protestants defended Anglicanism while rejecting infallibility and deprecating dogmas. George Herbert, in his quiet rectory at Bemerton, breathed the spirit which 2 centuries later animated Keble. In him, as in Milton in his earlier works, for instance in Il Penseroso, the higher Puritanism and an emotional consciousness of the charm and beauty of the Church seemed to meet. Nicholas Ferrer, at Little Gidding, combined purity of life and devotion to the Anglican faith with institutions which reflected the best side of Rome, just as men like Baxter and Hutchinson displayed the elevation without the rancour of Puritanism. But, in the fierce conflict which was now engaged, these gentler spirits fell into the background, or were driven into one or another camp. The author of Comus could have felt little sympathy with Prine and his histriomastics, but within 3 years Milton's temper had altered, and Lycidas illustrates the change. The sorrow and despair of men like Falkland, the wrath and embitterment of men like Milton, mark the fatal narrowness and incapacity of Laud and the blindness of the king on whom he leaned. While the storm was thus gathering on the religious side, the government was putting itself more and more in the wrong with respect to civil and political liberties. That this took place was largely due to the law courts, which, by their fatal compliance with the king's demands, encouraged him in dangerous ways and showed how hard it is for lawyers to be statesmen. A few months after the dissolution of 1629, Richard Chambers, to whose case reference has already been made, received sentences of fine and imprisonment from the Star Chamber. Refusing to submit, he prayed the Court of Exchequer to quash the decision on the ground, afterwards taken by the Long Parliament, that the Star Chamber had exceeded its statutory powers. but Chief Baron Walter, having been suspended on account of his doubtful attitude, his 3 colleagues dismissed the plea. During the same time, a still more important case was running its course. After the dissolution, 9 members of Parliament, including Eliot, Selden, Strode, Hollis and Valentine, were imprisoned for seditious words or conduct in the House. The judges, having been consulted by the King as to the limits of parliamentary privilege, gave an ambiguous answer, doubtless disliking, as any judges would, the pernicious practice, to which Charles was addicted, of demanding general opinions without the presentation of a concrete case. 6 of the prisoners thereupon applied for a writ of habeas corpus, and their counsel demanded bail. When the case came on in King's Bench, the prisoners were not allowed to appear, but eventually bail was offered, conditional on a promise of good behaviour. This the prisoners refused to give. At last, in January 1630, the court gave judgment. It was argued by the counsel for the Crown that the behaviour of the prisoners had been seditious, and that privilege could not cover sedition. The judges accepted the plea and condemned the prisoners to fine and imprisonment. Either before or after this judgment, 6 of them made their peace and were released, but Eliot died in prison, November 1632, a martyr to his political faith, and Strode and Valentine were kept in durance till the eve of the short Parliament. Meanwhile, tonnage and poundage were regularly collected, in spite of much grumbling and some resistance on the part of the merchants, and, under the direction of Weston, or at the suggestion of ingenious persons like Noy, who had been a strong opponent of the government but became Attorney General in 1631, the medieval armoury of royal rights was ransacked for other expedients in order to raise money for the Crown. In 1630, many persons of wealth and standing were compelled to take the dignity and responsibilities of knighthood or to pay fines by way of composition. A little later, the forest laws were furbished up. Many noblemen and others were fined enormous sums for encroachments upon the ancient forest bounds, and large areas, with the population upon them, were brought within an oppressive and antiquated jurisdiction. But what promised to be a far more lucrative and permanent source of supply was discovered when, in 1634, Noy suggested the revival of ship money. This tax had, as was noted above, been demanded in 1628 in order to arm a fleet. But the country was then at war. Now it was at peace. It was no doubt advisable, and even necessary, to maintain a naval force afloat, if only for the protection of trade. But the real object of the fleet, which has been already indicated, could not be divulged. Defence against pirates, who were a real and constant danger even in the Channel, was put forward as a pretext, and in October 1634 the first writs were issued, levying contributions for the fleet on the sea ports and coast towns. Some opposition was offered in London, but the Lord Mayor was scolded by the Council, and the city gave way. Elsewhere there was little difficulty, and a sum of about £100,000 was brought in. Weston, who had been raised to the peerage as Earl of Portland, died in March 1635, and the Treasury was put into commission, with Lloyd at its head. Here he displayed the same fussy activity, the same short-sighted views that marked his headship of the Church. As in ecclesiastical matters, he bent his energies to secure external uniformity at all costs, so in finance he exerted himself to bring money into the Treasury in every possible way, mindless of remoter consequences. Though monopolies to individuals were illegal, the King, in virtue of his right to regulate trade, was not precluded from granting patents to corporations, for which, of course, they had to pay. One of the chief of these patents was for the making of soap. Rival companies were formed, and the court condescended to the most modern methods of advertising the wares of the company to whom they sold their preference. Eventually, 1637, the king received £8 on every ton of soap made by the patentees. Other patents were granted for salt and starch, as well as to brewers, vintners, and brickmakers. The vintners were bullied into a payment of £30,000 a year. The system involved an odious excise paid by the consumer on several necessities of life. At the same time, the forest claims were actively pushed in all parts of England, and Richmond Park was enclosed at great expense. A new book of rates was issued, considerably increasing the customs. Still, the revenue was not equal to the expenditure, and there was a heavy debt. The first experiment in levying ship money had been so successful that in 1635 it was repeated, but with an ominous extension. Lord Keeper Coventry, in an address to the judges, urged the plea that since the nation as a whole was concerned in the defence of trade, therefore the whole nation should pay for such defence. It was a dangerous parody of Edward I's principle that what concerned all should be approved by all, and it was put forward in support of a policy the very opposite of that great king's. The second writs were issued in August. The total sum required, about £200,000, was not heavy when spread over the whole country. Serious resistance was, however, encountered in Oxfordshire and other inland counties. The judges were again consulted, and 10 out of the 12 gave an opinion in favour of the Crown. The indomitable Chambers appealed to King's Bench, but the court refused to hear him, and Justice Berkeley laid down the far-reaching axiom that many things which might not be done by rule of law might be done by rule of government. In March 1636, Juxon, Bishop of London, became Lord Treasurer, but he was a creature of Lords, and Lords' financial policy went on unchanged. In October, the ship money writs were issued for the third time. It was now evident that what had been generally regarded as a temporary expedient was intended to be a permanent source of supply. The resistance at once took on a new character. It was ominous that the peers now showed a tendency to oppose. Danby ventured to remonstrate with the king. Warwick, called to account for his opposition in Essex, boldly justified his attitude. The judges were again consulted. This time, all 12 of them gave it as their opinion that the king was the sole judge of public danger and the consequent necessity of supply, and might at his pleasure levy aid. The king, as we have seen, was meditating active intervention abroad, but Wentworth dissuaded him from war. He had a fleet, but no army, and, so long as he had nothing but a fleet, he stood but upon one leg. Let him wait till he could raise an army. He would then be safe at home and feared abroad. This was the Cromwellian despotism foreshadowed, but it was no more than a logical extension of the principle which the judges had laid down. In November 1637, the question was brought to the test of law. Lord Say and John Hampden refused to pay, and Hampden's case was selected to be heard. His counsel, St. John, argued that if the king could lay taxes as he pleased, no man could call anything his own. Holborn pointed out that the writ made no mention of danger to the state, and denied outright that the king was the proper judge. Littleton, Solicitor General, replied that in time of danger it might be impossible to summon Parliament, and Banks, Attorney General, claimed that the right of decision was innate in the person of an absolute king and in the persons of the kings of England. The king, he concluded, is the soul of this body, whose proper act is to command. It is needless to point out the revolutionary character of this contention, which was destructive of the old constitution. Nevertheless, early in 1638, a majority of the judges adopted it. Berkeley declared that Rex is Lex, and Chief Justice Finch denied that any Act of Parliament could take away the sovereignty of the King. 7 of the judges decided for the Crown, and 5, on various grounds, for Hampton. By so narrow a majority was parliamentary government condemned. But already the storm was brewing in the north, which was to demolish the fabric that Charles and his supporters had so laboriously raised. The causes and progress of the Scottish rebellion are discussed elsewhere. Here we have to note the effect of that explosion on English affairs. The strain which it put upon the king's resources was evident at once. Knowing the difficulty of raising an army sufficient to compel submission, Wentworth advised Charles to restrict himself to a blockade, which would soon reduce the Scots to reason. But after the decisions of the Glasgow Assembly, December 1638, war was seen to be inevitable. No ship money writs had been issued in 1638. They were issued for the 4th and last time in January 1639, but the money came in scantily and slowly. When the Bishops' War broke out, a benevolence was demanded from the city, but little money was given. The Treasury was quite incapable of meeting the strain. The troops raised were inadequate in number, and still more so in discipline and spirit, and there was no money for their pay. The English nobles were disaffected. Lords Brooke and Say refused the military oath. When Leslie had taken up his position on Dunse law, Wentworth was asked to send troops from Ireland. He replied that they could not be spared. A final attempt was made to raise a loan from the city. When that failed, Charles gave way. He signed the Treaty of Berwick, June 1639, and returned home. Unable to raise funds in his own country, Charles turned to France and Spain, but his efforts in these directions were unsuccessful. The general alarm and distrust were increased by an incident which shows to what a low ebb his power was reduced. A Spanish fleet, which had taken refuge in the Downs, was attacked and destroyed by the Dutch. The rumour spread that it was conveying troops for the assistance of the king. In September, Wentworth came to England and thenceforward assumed a dominant position in the king's councils. The Scottish commissioners, who had come south to get Charles's consent to the measures of their General Assembly, were dismissed without a settlement, and, in order to obtain funds for coercing Scotland, Wentworth advised the summons of a parliament. In January 1640, he was raised to the peerage as Earl of Strafford. On April the 13th, Parliament met after an interval of 10 years. The Scots had tried to open negotiations with France. Richelieu had put their overtures aside, but a letter from the Covenanters, intended for Louis, had fallen into Charles's hands. On this he relied for persuading the Commons to open their purses for a war against the traitors in the north. But the House was of a different mind. Pym at once took the lead in a great speech in which, after reviewing, in a comprehensive survey, but in studiously temperate language, the long list of civil and religious grievances, he laid it down that the powers of Parliament are to the body politic as the rational faculties of the soul to a man, and declared the evil of evils to be the intermission of parliaments. Following his guidance, the House resolved that a full consideration of their wrongs must precede supply. The King sought the aid of the Lords, who by a majority of 3-1 voted that the King's necessities should have precedence, but, resenting this as an unwarranted interference with their special rights, the Commons adhered to their decision. It was agreed in the Council to surrender the claim to ship money in consideration of a grant of 8 subsidies, a demand subsequently raised to 12. The object was clear, but the House had no desire for war with a people in whom they saw their best allies, and Pym was already in communication with the Scottish leaders. Instead of a vote of aid, the Commons brought forward a petition begging Charles to come to terms with the Scots, and the King, to whom no proposal could have been more distasteful, dissolved Parliament. It had only sat 3 weeks. The appeal to the nation had been confessedly an experiment. It failed, and Charles was thrown back on his own resources. Nothing daunted, Strafford now advised strong measures against the Scots. "You have an army in Ireland," he is reported to have said in council, "which you may employ here to reduce this kingdom." The accuracy of the report may be doubted, and the exact meaning of the words is obscure, but whether "this kingdom" meant England or Scotland, the phrase was to prove his ruin. He had himself got a vote of 4 subsidies from the Irish Parliament shortly before the English Parliament met, and the Council at his instigation had raised a considerable loan. Convocation, which, against all precedent, had continued sitting after Parliament was dissolved, and passed certain canons with a declaration in favour of divine right, voted 6 subsidies from the clergy. But the Irish Parliament now hesitated to carry its vote into effect, and London offered strenuous opposition to an order to raise 4,000 men. The army which was collected in the north was worse than before. It was disaffected, even mutinous, and it was clearly no match for the Scots. In the Second Bishops' War, which began in June 1640, the Scots took the initiative. Demanding a free parliament in England, they forced the passage of the Tweed at Newburn and occupied Newcastle. Their demand was supported by the petition of 12 English peers, who advised the king to call a parliament, punish evil councillors, and make terms with the Scots. In England there was joy at the Scottish invasion, and the parliamentary leaders had no scruple in communicating with their friends. Driven to desperation, Charles reverted to a practice obsolete since the 14th century and summoned a great council of peers to meet at York. But the body of the nobility supported the 12 petitioners. Riots in London showed the dangerous temper of the populace, and Charles was forced to negotiate with the Scots. The Treaty of Ripon conceded their demands, and writs for a parliament were issued. With the Scots in arms on English soil and an utterly exhausted exchequer, it would be impossible to deal with this parliament as with the last. The policy of thorough had definitely broken down. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 9. The First 2 Years of the Long Parliament, 1640 to 1642, by G. W. Prothero, Part 1. When the Great Assembly, which was afterwards to be known as the Long Parliament, met at Westminster on November 3, 1640, the condition of affairs was very different from what it had been in the spring of the year. It was plain, even to the king, that concessions must now be made. The Crown would probably have to surrender the claim to levy ship money, and even the customs duties, without consent of Parliament, to abolish monopolies and to extend the limits of religious toleration. But subsequent events showed that Charles had no intention of seriously modifying the ecclesiastical system, of accepting the principle of ministerial responsibility, or of binding himself to summon parliaments regularly. In other words, he clung to the essentials of prerogative. The parliamentary leaders on their part, while resolved to carry out the programme which Pym had indicated in the previous April, had at first no intention of pushing matters to extremes. Their aim was rather restorative, their plan, to thrust back the encroaching power of the Crown, to sweep away the bulwarks of despotism, to revive ancient rights and safeguards. But, as is usual in revolutionary times, mutual suspicion and mistrust prevented a halt when the work of restoration was complete. And it was at this point that the vacillating and shifty character of Charles proved of so fatal a significance. The conviction became ineradicable that the king intended, at the earliest opportunity, to withdraw the concessions into which he had been forced, and it must be allowed that, so early as the summer of 1641, incidents, to be noted later, occurred which lent only too much colour to this suspicion. Thus the measures promoted by Parliament, in order to safeguard the rights which had been gained, became more and more subversive of the old order, while acts of violence on the king's part betrayed more and more hostility towards the parliamentary party, and the two sides were gradually driven into a position of antagonism, of which the only outcome could be civil war. The most important event of the first 6 months of the Long Parliament was undoubtedly the trial of Strafford, which led to his execution on May 12, 1641. So long as influences hostile to reform surrounded the king, so long as the executive remained in the hands of men not only independent of, but hostile to, parliamentary control, a reconciliation between the Crown and the nation would be impossible. It was therefore upon the instruments of autocracy that Pym and his colleagues concentrated their attention. Abandoning the lengthy method hitherto followed, of investigating and expounding grievances, they resolved to strike boldly at the root of the mischief. Within a few days of the meeting of Parliament, a list of persons to be impeached was drawn up. It included, among others, the names of Strafford and Lloyd. The parliamentary leaders were not, however, in any hurry for the attack. They intended to begin by collecting evidence and making sure of their ground. That the plan was altered and the first blow struck swiftly was due to the fact that Strafford, hearing of their intention and anxious to anticipate his accusers, urged the king to charge Pym and others with treason on account of their dealings with the Scots. The king hesitated, and the opportunity was lost. Pym, who was throughout remarkably well informed as to the intentions of the court, at once carried the impeachment to the Lords, and on November 11 Strafford was committed to prison. The importance of this initial success was very great, for it not only removed from the king's side his most devoted supporter, a counsellor whose advice would at least have been clear and energetic, but it struck terror into the hearts of others connected with the system which Strafford had upheld. It showed, moreover, that the Lords were ready to support their colleagues in the lower house, who were therefore emboldened to proceed. The blow was speedily followed up. An attack on the relaxation of the penal laws caused, December 10, the flight of Secretary Windbank, known to have been in close touch with Panzani and suspected of being himself a Catholic. A resolution, declaring that ship money was illegal and that the judges who decided against Hampton had broken the law, led to the flight of Lord Keeper Finch, December 21. He was promptly impeached. In the following February, Judge Berkeley, whose support of the Crown had been peculiarly outspoken, was summoned from the bench itself before the bar of the House and committed to custody. The assumption by convocation, in the previous summer, of rights independent of Parliament had aroused much feeling, and the canons which it had passed were condemned on political and religious grounds. These were now declared to be illegal, and Lloyd was impeached of high treason, December 18. Articles against him were voted in February, and on March 1 he was sent to the Tower. Thus all the most important agents of the monarchy were swept away. Meanwhile, the charges against Strafford had been roughly formulated, November 24. Several of these, such as the statement that he had maliciously stirred up strife between England and Scotland and had embezzled public money, were exaggerated or absurd. What was serious, and indeed undeniable, was the twofold charge that he had endeavoured to subvert the fundamental laws and government of England and Ireland and instead thereof to introduce an arbitrary and tyrannical government against law, and that he had laboured to subvert the rights of parliaments and the ancient course of parliamentary proceedings. Evidence in support of these accusations was actively collected during the next 2 months, and the detailed articles were voted on January 30, 1641. 3 weeks later, Strafford put in his answer before the Lords, and Charles gave grievous offence by being present on the occasion and making no secret of his satisfaction with Strafford's defence. The peers voted that all that had been done in his presence was null and void. Nevertheless, they allowed Strafford another month to prepare his case. The impatience and irritation of the Commons grew day by day. Although many important steps, presently to be noticed, had already been taken towards re-establishing the authority of Parliament, nothing, it was evident, could be regarded as secure till the main issue had been tried and settled in the case of the chief adviser of the Crown. On March 22, 1641, the great trial began. It was a memorable scene. In that ancient hall, the work of the most tyrannical of the Norman kings, the policy of one of the most despotic of his successors was arraigned before a court consisting of all the highest in the land, by the representatives of the nation which he had sought to bind. The ultimate issues went far beyond the immediate result for the individual primarily concerned. 2 conceptions of government were brought face to face: government by prerogative alone, and government by king and parliament. Pym had declared Parliament to be the soul of the body politic. Charles and Strafford had deliberately attempted to eliminate it from the Constitution. In the trial of Strafford, this issue came to a head. The chief obstacles to the success of Pym and his colleagues lay in the difficulty of bringing Strafford's action within the legal conception of treason. Pym refused to restrict it, as heretofore, to attacks upon the person or authority of the sovereign. In his mind, an attack upon the Constitution was the more heinous crime. He sought to combine the 2 ideas by showing that an attempt to undermine the laws on which the authority of the monarch reposed was to attack the sovereign in his political capacity and to threaten him with ruin. But this was a subtle and a novel idea, involving a new interpretation of the law, and had the king frankly allowed the trial to take its course, it is at least possible that Strafford might have obtained an acquittal. But this was not to be. The army in the north was getting out of hand and became more and more irritated with Parliament, which it regarded as the cause of it receiving no pay. This was in a sense true, for Parliament could not pay off the English army without also paying off and disbanding the Scots, and to disband the Scots was to deprive Parliament of its best allies. A petition was promoted among the officers, which was to be sent to the king, assuring him of their support against pressure on the part of Parliament. 2 courtiers, Sir John Suckling and Henry Jermyn, with the connivance of the Queen, endeavoured to utilise this state of feeling in the concoction of a plot for transferring the command of the army to Colonel George Goring, and in some way or other, the details remained undetermined, bringing armed force to bear on the political problem. But differences of opinion arose, and Goring, in a fit of personal pique, divulged the plot. Pym now made up his mind that Strafford must be brought to the block. Had the parliamentary party been able to trust the king, extreme measures would have been unnecessary, but the army plot deepened the distrust already felt, and convinced Pym and others that death was the only security against Strafford's being employed again. The charge of advising the king to bring in the Irish army was now actively pressed. Strafford, ill as he was, defended himself with marvellous skill and courage. Reminding his judges that the evidence of a single witness, Sir Henry Vane, was insufficient to prove a charge of treason, He denied that he had ever intended that the Irish army should land in England, but asserted that, in case of absolute necessity, when all other ordinary means fail, the king may employ the best and uttermost of his means for the preserving of himself and his people. The defence made a favourable impression, and as the trial went on, it gradually became clear that an acquittal on the charge of treason was probable. The king had been requested by both houses to disband the Irish army from which so much was feared. It told against the prisoner that Charles for some time sent no reply and eventually refused to disband the army till the present business should be over. Nevertheless, on April 10, the friction between the two houses was such that the trial was temporarily adjourned. A few days later, the inflexible party in the Commons decided on a radical alteration in the method of attack and brought in a bill of attainder, in other words, a privilegium to meet the special case in lieu of a trial by impeachment under the ordinary law. The Lords, indignant, declared that the trial must proceed. The Commons were divided on the question. Pym and Hampden advised the continuation of the trial. But on April 19, the Lower House voted by a majority of 3-1 that Strafford's acts amounted to treason. Henceforward the bill was inevitable, and it was read a third time by 204 votes to 59. The 59 Straffordians were the germ of the later Royalist party. A comparison between this vote and that on the Grand Remonstrance gives a measure of the strength conferred upon that party by the subsequent religious quarrel. While the attainder bill was under discussion in the Upper House, Charles made efforts to conciliate the parliamentary leaders. It was rumoured that they were to be given high office. Pym had more than one interview with the king. On the other hand, intrigues with the army went on. Preparations were made for enabling Strafford to escape. An attempt by Charles's orders to introduce an armed force under Captain Billingsley into the Tower failed and was discovered. The betrothal of the Princess Mary to Prince William of Orange, May 2, 1641, in itself a welcome event, could not allay the growing alarm and irritation. It was this dread of military violence that, more than anything else, determined Strafford's fate, as it was afterwards to prove the immediate cause of the Civil War. Under its influence, a strongly worded protestation was drawn up in the Lower House, binding those who signed it to defend, with life, power, and estate, the true Reformed Protestant religion, the King's person, honour, and estate, the power and privileges of Parliament, and the lawful rights and liberties of subjects. This pledge, a sort of English covenant, was adopted not only by the Commons, but by all the Protestant lords, and eagerly taken up in the city. The timely disclosure by Pym of Goring's plot and other military intrigues, May 5, intensified the prevailing anxiety and finally brought over the Upper House. Essex had, a week before, spoken the grim words, "Stone dead hath no fellow," and the bulk of the peers were now of the same mind. A bill prohibiting the dissolution of Parliament without its own consent was hurried through the Lower House, and proceeded pari passu with the Bill of Attainder in the House of Lords. The Lords wished to limit the duration of the anti-dissolution bill to 2 years, a wise provision, but the Commons refused, and the Lords gave way. Both bills were read a third time on May 8. The London mob paraded the streets, raged about Whitehall, and clamoured for execution. After 2 days of agonising doubt and hesitation, the King gave his assent to both bills, and on May 12 Strafford met his death with dignity and courage on Tower Hill. By so terrible an example was that doctrine sanctioned, which now needs for its assertion and effect nothing more than a ministerial defeat on a vote of confidence, or even on some secondary question. We now return to the general course of affairs at Westminster. It was one of the first objects of Pym and his colleagues to secure the regular holding of parliaments as the surest way of guarding against arbitrary government. With this object, a bill for annual parliaments, reviving an act of Edward III's reign long fallen into desuetude, was brought in shortly before Christmas 1640 and read a second time. Subsequently, this measure was converted into a triennial bill, providing, by means of elaborate machinery, that Parliament should not be intermitted for more than 3 years and should sit, when called, for at least 50 days. This measure, which was accompanied by a subsidy bill, was accepted by the Lords and became law on February 16. Hardly less important than the re-establishment of parliamentary government were the changes which released the administration of the law from arbitrary control. On January 15, 1641, the King, by a voluntary concession, declared that henceforward the judges should hold office not as heretofore durante bene placito, but quamdiu si bene gesserint. The change seemed slight, but it meant that the judges would no longer hold office at the pleasure of the Crown, and it might be expected that, by becoming independent, they would also become more just. Soon after the execution of Strafford, bills abolishing the Court of High Commission and the criminal jurisdiction of the Privy Council, i.e. the Court of Star Chamber, on the ground that they had exceeded their authority, were passed by the Lower House without a division, June 8. A month later they received the royal assent. The councils of Wales and of the North, a sort of lesser Star Chambers in their respective districts, with other prerogative courts, were at the same time abolished. Unparliamentary taxation went the same way as the despotic courts. A bill annulling the proceedings in Hampden's case and declaring ship money illegal was introduced in June, but did not receive the royal assent till August. A tonnage and poundage bill granting these taxes for a few weeks only and establishing their parliamentary character became law on June 22. Other acts limited the extent of the royal forests, abolished fines for knighthood, and substituted a poll tax for the antiquated system of subsidies. The passing of these measures had rather been forwarded than hindered by a continuance of the army plots which kept both houses in a constant state of alarm, and by certain impolitic acts of the king, such as the elevation to the peerage of Digby, who had voted against the Attainder Bill. In the region of political reform there was as yet an almost complete unanimity in Parliament, and the consequence was a series of changes made within the short space of 9 months, which converted the views of Pym and his friends, so far as legislation could convert them, into law and fact. But in the sphere of religion it was very different. Their harmony had speedily disappeared, and, though much had been attempted, practically nothing had been done. The release of Prynne, Bastwick, and other Puritan prisoners, and their return to London shortly after the opening of Parliament, led to an outburst of anti-episcopal feeling, which found vent in the so-called Root and Branch petition, demanding the total abolition of episcopacy, which was presented to the House of Commons in December 1640. This petition emanated from London. Similar expressions of opinion came from Kent and Essex. Other districts, notably Cheshire, subsequently sent up remonstrances of an opposite kind. 700 clergy petitioned for the reform, not the abolition of episcopacy. It was in the debates on the anti-episcopal petitions that the first serious divergence of opinion showed itself in the House of Commons. The main objections to the existing ecclesiastical system were due to 1. The innovations, Arminian and other, which were regarded as tending to popery, 2. The oppression of Puritans and nonconformists, 3. The political power of the bishops, especially their eligibility to offices of state and their seats in the House of Lords. In the lower house there were, as yet, few who nourished serious objections to the prayer book, and still fewer who desired to set up a Presbyterian system in England. but the majority were resolved to limit, in some way not yet determined, the power of the bishops, and that not only on religious, but also on political grounds, for the bishops were the staunchest allies of the crown. The lay lords, on their part, were ready enough to see their spiritual colleagues deprived of temporal office, which would mean an increase of their own power, but they regarded the proposal to expel them from the upper house as an attack on their order and a menace to themselves. Both these proposals, however, were comparatively simple, though of a revolutionary nature. The most difficult problem would arise in providing for church government if episcopacy were altogether overthrown. The two great parties in the state, which in later days alternately held the reins of power, may be said to have originated at this juncture. In the debates of February on the root and branch petition, Hyde, Falkland, Digby, Selden, while acknowledging the necessity of reform, defended the institution of episcopacy. Pym, Hampden, St. John, and the majority of the House were in favour of at least abolishing the temporal power of the bishops. A declaration of the Scottish commissioners, in favour of the abolition of episcopacy, produced an effect the opposite of that intended, a temporary reaction in favour of the existing system. But on March 10-11, the House of Commons resolved against the further exercise of legislative or judicial functions by the clergy. For some time after this, the trial of Strafford occupied almost the whole attention of the House, but on May 1, a bill to exclude the bishops from Parliament was passed with little opposition. The death of Strafford and the passing of the Act against the dissolution of Parliament without its own consent altered the complexion of affairs. On the one hand, these events immensely strengthened the House of Commons. On the other, they seemed to facilitate a compromise in other directions. On May 27, the Lords agreed that the clergy should, as a rule, exercise no civil functions, but that bishops should retain their seats in Parliament. On the same day, Cromwell and Vane brought in a bill for the total abolition of episcopacy, which was read a second time by a small majority. 10 days later, the Lords threw out the Bishops' Exclusion Bill. Various plans for meeting the difficulty were discussed in both houses. In the Lords, a scheme, based on that of Usher and drawn up by Bishop Williams, for the regulation of the Church on an episcopal basis, and for the removal of abuses connected with ecclesiastical revenues and the church courts, was embodied in a bill which was read a second time, but dropped. July. The House of Commons voted the abolition of deans and chapters as well as bishops, and accepted schemes appointing commissioners to exercise episcopal jurisdiction and boards of ministers to ordain clergy, but no such plans commanded general approval. Milton's pamphlet, Reformation Touching Church Discipline, gave a lukewarm approbation to presbytery, but contributed little to a solution of the practical difficulty. The Lords threw out a bill enforcing a Protestant test on all holders of office, which would have excluded Catholics from the upper house. The Commons replied, June 30, by impeaching 13 bishops for their share in passing the canons of 1640. The two parties were sharply opposed, and a deadlock in regard to ecclesiastical questions ensued. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 9. The First 2 Years of the Long Parliament, 1640 to 1642, by G. W. Prothero. Part 2. Meanwhile, although the work of political reform went on, as we have seen, with remarkable unanimity, and one concession after another was forced upon the king by the joint action of the two houses, another dangerous question began to emerge, that of the control of the military forces. Plots and rumours of plots inspired a general feeling of insecurity. So long as two armies faced each other in the north of England, the chance that constitutional proceedings might be violently interrupted could not be ignored. The fear that church questions might bring about an armed collision was already present in men's mind, and Fiennes told Hyde that, in his opinion, if the king resolved to defend the bishops, it would cost the kingdom much blood. The spectre of militarism stalked across the parliamentary stage. It was this fear that lay at the basis of the 10 propositions which, on June 24, Pym carried in the lower house, and which were accepted almost as readily by the Lords. They urged the necessity for the removal of evil counsellors, the banishment of Catholics from court, the delay of the king's projected journey to Scotland, the disbanding of the army, and the placing of the military forces in safe hands, and requested the Lords to concert measures with the Commons for the attainment of these ends. Charles consented to the disbandment of the army, but denied the knowledge of any evil counsellors, and absolutely refused to defer his journey to Scotland. The treaty with the Scots was now completed, and a bill passed for securing the discharge of their pecuniary claims, and on August 10 Charles set out for the north. The king's object in going to Scotland was, and still remains, obscure, but that he had some understanding with the Scottish commissioners is clear. Whatever his intentions, his departure for the north redoubled the anxiety of the parliamentary leaders, but did not prevent the continuance of their labours. So obvious was the necessity of harmony between the houses that the root and branch bill was dropped, but on September 1, resolutions were passed for the removal of Lords' innovations in regard to the position of the communion table, images, candles, etc., and an ominous attack was made on the Book of Common Prayer. The Lords, on the other hand, voted that divine service should be conducted as it is appointed by the Acts of Parliament. Meanwhile, the Commons had issued an ordinance appointing a committee to attend the king, really to keep an eye upon his movements, August 20. They had also issued ordinances commanding Lord Holland to secure Hull, and the Constable of the Tower to guard that fortress. Such acts, with the assumption of military authority implied, were ominous of civil war. Having done what it could to safeguard what had been gained, Parliament adjourned for 6 weeks on September 9. When the members met again on October 20, a crisis was evidently at hand. Charles's doings in Scotland, and the alarm created by the incident, as the plot to seize Argyll and Hamilton was called, are described elsewhere. The anxiety of Pym and his colleagues was not diminished by the consciousness that, in the country at large, a reaction against their ecclesiastical policy and other proceedings was making itself felt. Enough, many thought, had been done. Individual liberties and parliamentary rights had been secured. The most prominent advisers of absolutism had been removed, and a terrible example had been made. A considerable measure of ecclesiastical reform was certain, if only the houses could agree. Why go further and bring about a chaos of which no one could see the end? Under the influence of these views, the party which perceived that the preservation of the Church was wrapped up with the maintenance, under restrictions, of the authority of the Crown, was already forming. At this crisis, as throughout the period, political and ecclesiastical considerations were inextricably fused. This was at least as evident to the parliamentary leaders as to their opponents. To the former it appeared that nothing was gained while the church question remained unsolved, and their victories seemed insecure so long as the king, through the bishops, held his ground in the House of Lords. A second Bishops' Exclusion Bill was therefore brought in and passed, October 23, and the peers were asked to sequester the 13 impeached bishops and to prevent the rest from voting on the bill. Meanwhile, the king had written from Scotland a letter which was circulated among the peers, protesting against any alteration in the discipline and doctrine of the Church of England, and expressing his resolution to die in the maintenance of it. It was at once a threat and a prophecy. In the upper house it turned the scale. The Lords put aside the request of the Commons and shelved their bill. Again the king showed his lack of policy by translating 2 of the impeached bishops to higher posts. The House of Commons, indignant at this prejudging of their cause and stimulated by fresh disclosures as to army plots, resolved on drawing up a remonstrance on the state of the kingdom, which some members at least intended to be an appeal to the people at large. On November 1, the day fixed for the discussion of the remonstrance, there burst upon the country the news of the Irish rebellion. The origin and nature of this movement are described in another chapter. What we have to notice here is its effect upon the political struggle at Westminster. The Irish rising at once inflamed Protestant feeling to a white heat of passion, increased the general alarm and the distrust of the king, and raised the question of military control in an acute form. An army was necessary to crush the rebels and to save Protestant lives and English power across the Channel. But how was it possible to entrust the king with so formidable a weapon? The ghost of Strafford seemed to rise from the grave, with not only Ireland but now Scotland also at his back. As the Scottish rebellion had forced on the Long Parliament, so the Irish rebellion, it is not too much to say, led directly to civil war. Nevertheless, the military question was at first evaded, and wider ground was taken up. A resolution was passed by the Commons, requesting the king to employ only such councillors as should be approved by Parliament, and threatening, if the king refused, to act independently against the Irish rebels through agents whom Parliament could trust. Although such a demand was but the corollary of Strafford's death, it was a more direct and outspoken bid for executive control than any that had yet been made, and it produced that fusion of Royalists and Episcopalians on which the Cavalier party was afterwards built up. The struggle between these men and their opponents in the Lower House came to a head in the debate on the Remonstrance, November 8 to 22. The air was thick with rumours of intrigues and plots, and terrifying, if exaggerated, accounts of massacres in Ireland. It is not wonderful if, in all this, the parliamentary party saw evidence of a settled design to undo all the work of the past year. The Irish rebellion was not indeed the work of Charles. It was the result of previous misgovernment, of religious fanaticism, and, more immediately, of Strafford's mistaken policy. But the king had to bear the blame. Outside the house, Pym and his friends found their chief support, and that a potent one, in the City of London, which, intervening not for the first or the last time, expressed its willingness to lend money for the suppression of the rebellion, but demanded the imprisonment of the Catholic lords and the exclusion of the bishops from the upper house. Under influences such as these, the great debate was carried on. In its ultimate form, the Remonstrance was in the first place, as its title indicates, a review of the past actions of the king and the Parliament. Going back to the beginning of the reign, and attributing to the papists, the bishops, and evil counsellors the mischiefs and grievances of which complaint was made, it referred to the precipitate dissolutions of the early parliaments, the mistakes in foreign policy, the forced loan, the breaches of parliamentary privilege, the tyranny of Star Chamber and High Commission, the doings of Lord and Strafford, ship money and monopolies, and a multitude of other matters, large and small, through page after page of wearisome and often exaggerated detail. Against all this it set the good deeds of the existing Parliament, the abolition of arbitrary courts of law and of many illegal methods of taxation, the execution of Strafford, the Triennial Act, and other measures of reform. But the Remonstrance was not merely a review of the past, it contained also a programme for the future, and herein lies its chief importance. While repudiating any intention to let loose the golden reins of discipline and government in the Church, it declared a resolution to reduce within bounds that exorbitant power which the prelates have assumed, and begged the king to concur with the humble desires of the people in a parliamentary way, by depriving the bishops of their votes in Parliament and other temporal powers, by removing oppressions in religion, church government, and discipline, and by prohibiting unnecessary ceremonies by which divers weak consciences have been scrupled. For the effecting of the intended reformation, a synod of divines was to be called. Further, the king was asked to remove from his council those who supported the opposite policy, and to promise for the future to employ such persons in great and public affairs as the Parliament may have cause to confide in. The demands which this petition embodied, although, as will be observed, the army was not expressly mentioned, were such as to cause the gravest division of opinion in the House. On November 22-23, the discussion continued, a most unusual event, till long past midnight, and so fiery were the passions aroused that members clutched their swords. "I thought," wrote one who was there, "we had all sat in the valley of the shadow of death." By a majority of 11 votes only, 159 to 148, the remonstrance was carried. "Had it been lost," said Cromwell to Falkland, "he would have sold all he had and never have seen England any more." But the remonstrance did not contain, or at least clearly display, the whole programme of the majority. The amplification of that programme was at least partly due to incidents which immediately followed. On November 25, Charles returned from Scotland. He visited the city, knighted the Lord Mayor, and was well received, at least by the wealthier citizens. Thus encouraged, he took the unwise step of dismissing the Parliamentary Guard. Though, on petition from both houses, it was restored next day, the Commons were much agitated, and Strode moved to put the kingdom in a posture of defence. Thereupon an impressment bill was passed, which, while authorising the raising of troops for Ireland, forbade, as a safeguard against military violence, the putting of compulsion on men to serve outside their own county, except in case of foreign invasion. The Lords objecting to this provision, the majority in the Commons replied by bringing in a militia bill, under which the supreme command of the military forces was to be taken out of the King's hands. A Lord General was to be nominated in the bill, with large powers, and a Lord Admiral, similarly equipped, was to command the navy. This bill, however, was carried no further. On December 15, it was resolved to take the grave step of printing and publishing the remonstrance. It had been presented to the King on December 1, and thus of appealing to the nation against the Crown. The effect of this action was soon seen. The elections to the Common Council of the city showed a large Puritan majority. Charles thereupon dismissed Sir William Balfour, who, as Lieutenant of the Tower, had kept out Billingsley in the previous May, and appointed Thomas Lunsford, a disreputable officer, in his place. On December 23, he made an evasive answer to the remonstrance, showing no intention of granting any of its demands, except in regard to summoning a national synod. Soon afterwards he dismissed the Constable of the Tower, Lord Newport, whom the Commons had requested, as Lunsford's superior, to take control of that fortress. London was evidently to be overawed. Nevertheless, at the Lord Mayor's request, Lunsford was dismissed, and Sir John Byron put in his place. Meanwhile, worse news came from Ireland. The whole island was blazing up in revolt. Tempers grew still more heated. the mob broke into riot around Westminster and Whitehall. Blood was shed, and the bishops, the special objects of antipathy, were hindered, or conceived themselves hindered, from attending Parliament. 12 of them, with Williams, now Archbishop of York, at their head, signed a protest stating their inability to attend and declaring that everything done by Parliament in their absence was null and void. The signatories were at once impeached by the Commons. The impeachment was accepted by the Lords, who resented the protest as an encroachment on their own privileges, and on the same day the bishops were sent to prison. Their enforced absence would clearly be a great gain to the parliamentary party in any subsequent voting in the House of Lords. It was now rumoured at court that the leaders intended to follow up the blow by impeaching the Queen. As to her intrigues with the Pope, the Irish, the officers of the army, and others, evidence could easily be obtained. If such were the intention, it must be anticipated at all costs. Hence the resolution to impeach 5 members of the lower house: Pym, Hampden, Hollis, Heselrigge, and Strode. One peer, Lord Kimbolton, was subsequently added to the list. On January 3, 1642, Attorney General Herbert impeached the members before the House of Lords on charges including an endeavour to seduce the army, encouragement to a foreign power, Scotland, to invade the country, and a conspiracy to levy war upon the king. The Lords appointed a committee to consider whether the impeachment was in order, whereupon the king, taking the case out of their hands, sent the Sergeant-at-Arms to the House of Commons with orders to arrest the accused. The Lords, indignant at this encroachment on their judicial rights, joined the Commons in petitioning the king for an adequate guard. Having clearly lost his hold on the peers, Charles now determined to carry out the arrest himself. Although, only the day before, he had solemnly assured the Commons on the word of a king that no violence should be done them, he went down to the House on January 4, attended by 300 or 400 armed men. Pym, who had faithful friends at court, had received warning in time, and the 5 members withdrew by boat to the city. The scene which followed has been told too often to need repetition here. "I see," said Charles, as he turned disappointed away, "all the birds are flown." And, as he left the house, cries of "Privilege! Privilege!" sounded in his ears. Next day he went in person to the city in order to obtain the surrender of the accused, but again met with a repulse. He had done the irremediable thing. He had attempted a coup d'etat and failed. On January 10 he left Whitehall, never to enter it again until he returned to die. Next day the Commons, who had meanwhile sat in committee at the Guildhall, returned in triumph to Westminster. So greatly were the affections, even of persons favourable to the king, alienated, as Clarendon confesses, by this violent and mismanaged action, that war could now be hardly more than a question of time. It was, however, delayed for 7 long months, during which both parties, while negotiating as distinct and hostile powers, strained every nerve to occupy points of vantage and to arm themselves for the conflict which each felt to be almost inevitable. Yet, for some time, all hope of peace was not given up. Charles made concessions going far beyond any hitherto granted, concessions which, if made earlier, might have saved the distracted country from civil war. Even now they might have brought back peace but for the rooted distrust which the king's previous conduct had engendered, and which his simultaneous actions now continued to infuse. The Commons on their side had reason enough for caution and self-restraint. It was but a small majority that gave Pym and his supporters the control of the lower house. The majority in the Lords, even in the absence of almost all the bishops, was by no means wholehearted in its alliance with the Commons, and not unfrequently refused assent to their proposals. These divisions were reflected in the country at large. As the demands of the parliamentary party rose, the Commons lost the reputation they had hitherto enjoyed as the champions of law and order against violence and caprice, the restorers of the ancient system in the place of autocracy. Their temper and their actions became arbitrary and tyrannical. They claimed and assumed powers as unconstitutional as those which Charles had for a while enjoyed. In short, the Royalists became the true Conservatives, and the character of revolutionaries passed to the other side. Parliament demanded, it is true, no more than was ultimately to pass into its hands, but the mechanism which, in the next century, was to render possible the exercise of executive control by a large, popularly elected body, was as yet far from being invented. And to many thinking men it seemed inconceivable that, without the gravest danger to the state, a parliament should take upon itself the functions of a king. Consequently, the harmony which had marked at least the political proceedings of the first year now entirely disappeared. The Commons, in fact, no longer represented the nation as a whole. Had it been possible to dissolve Parliament and to summon a new one, a solution of the problem might have been attained, but this outlet was barred by the act to which, with a fatal want of foresight, Charles had weakly given his consent. Such a solution being impossible, sovereignty was divided, and anarchy ensued. If the king was primarily responsible for bringing things to this pass, Pym and his colleagues, in regard to the events which immediately preceded the outbreak of war, cannot be absolved from blame. In view of what might happen, it was a matter of prime consequence for both parties to get possession of the seaports on the eastern and southern coasts, for Charles in order to bring in men and supplies, for Parliament to prevent such reinforcements. Among these ports none was at this moment more important than Hull, for, in addition to its convenience as a place of landing, it contained the stores and ammunition collected for the war with Scotland. The king at once endeavoured to occupy it, but was anticipated by Parliament, under whose directions it was secured by Sir John Hotham with the aid of the Yorkshire trained bands, January 31, 1642. On the other hand, Byron refused to surrender the Tower. It was obvious, however, that he could not hold out long, and on February 11 the king consented to replace him by Sir John Conyers, a parliamentary nominee. A few days after leaving Whitehall, Charles had announced his intention of dropping the impeachment of the 5 members. But he spoilt the effect of this concession by stating that he would prosecute them in another way. On January 20 he sent a conciliatory message to Westminster, inviting Parliament to state clearly what it considered necessary for the maintenance of its privileges, the security of the true religion, and the settling of ceremonies, and professing his willingness to meet its wishes in these respects. But, while as determined as ever on ecclesiastical change, the leaders had now come to believe that nothing would be safe without military control, and the main interest henceforward centred round the struggle for the command of the national force. After passing preliminary resolutions as to the guarding of the fortresses against surprise, and the nomination of the Lords Lieutenant in whom the command of the militia was at that time vested, the Commons demanded that both fortresses and militia should be placed under persons in whom Parliament could confide. After much hesitation, the Lords concurred, and, on February 5, they at length passed the Bishop's Exclusion Bill, which they had shelved some 3 months before. Next day, the king announced that he would drop all proceedings against the 5 members, while, as to the forts and the militia, he expressed his readiness to entrust them to persons nominated in Parliament, provided that he should be allowed to make exceptions, and that the concession should be only for a time. By way of answer, Parliament nominated the new officers, but refused to set a limit to their terms. It was no mere temporary arrangement at which they aimed. Nevertheless, on February 13, the king, acting on the Queen's advice, gave his assent to the Bishop's Exclusion Bill, as well as to the Impressment Bill for Ireland, with the restriction mentioned above, and promised to refer to Parliament all questions as to further reform of the Church and changes in the liturgy, while reserving his right to consider what might be proposed. Unfortunately, the effect of these large concessions was undone by the interception of a letter from Digby, who had fled to Holland, pointing to a design for getting help from that quarter, and by the Queen's departure for the same country, February 23. The fact that she took the crown jewels with her could only be interpreted as part of the same design. A week earlier, the militia ordinance embodying the parliamentary proposals had been placed before the king. When the Queen was gone, he replied that the new officers must receive commissions from himself and that the limitation of their terms of office must rest with him. On March 2, in spite of the remonstrances of Parliament, he set out for the north. His object, it was feared, was only too plain. Both houses thereupon resolved that the kingdom should be put in a posture of defence, and issued an ordinance appointing the newly nominated Lords Lieutenant to the command of the militia. This is the point at which, in the opinion of rank, the quarrel became irreconcilable. It is not surprising that the king, on his side, went back upon his former offers, and when asked by Lord Pembroke if he would not hand over the command of the militia for a time, replied, "By God, not for an hour." Nevertheless, in the latter part of April, another attempt to settle the military question was made. A militia bill, based on the king's previous suggestions, was passed in the Lords and considered in the lower house. It was limited in its operation to 2 years, and it provided that the calling out of the militia should be left to the Lords Lieutenant, named in the bill, acting under the king's orders signified to both houses of Parliament. Such divided control was unlikely to satisfy either party, and things had gone too far for a compromise. Parliament had already sent orders to remove the munitions from Hull, April 18, and by their treatment of the Kentish petition had shown a lamentable departure from the tolerant principles they claimed to represent. This petition, drawn up on March 25 by the Grand Jury of Kent, begged, among other things, that episcopal government might be preserved, that a clerical synod might be called to discuss ecclesiastical differences, and that the militia question might be settled by law with the king's consent. 4 of the petitioners were sent for at once, and 2 were committed to the Tower. And when on April 30 the petition was actually presented to Parliament, 2 of the gentlemen who brought it were likewise imprisoned. Such treatment could only do harm to the parliamentary cause. Meanwhile, on April 23, the king had attempted, in person, to occupy Hull, but Hotham held firm, and Charles, having no force sufficient to compel surrender, rode away. The month of May passed in mutual recriminations, unsatisfied requests, and preparations for war. On June 2, Parliament sent to the king a final statement of its demands in the shape of the 19 propositions, demands more advanced, in several particulars, than any made before. The members of the King's Council and other officials, even the judges, were to be chosen by Parliament, and no new peers were to sit in the House of Lords without consent of both houses. The militia ordinance was to become law, and the fortresses were to be handed over to parliamentary nominees. The Church was to be reformed as Parliament might decree, and the children of Roman Catholics were to be educated as Protestants. Proposals such as these amounted to a complete transfer of sovereignty from the Crown to Parliament. They could not be accepted by the King, even as a basis of discussion, nor, had he been willing, would the Royalist Episcopalian party, now at his back, have allowed him to consent. From Scotland and from Holland, Charles asked for help in vain, and no other power showed any inclination to interfere. But his English supporters increased day by day. An exodus of Royalist members from Westminster had for some time been going on. Very soon the minority in the Commons practically disappeared, and some 2/3 of the Lords rallied to the King at York. On June 16, the day after 35 peers had signed a protest declaring their belief in Charles's pacific intentions, commissions of array were issued, empowering officers appointed by the king to raise troops in his name. Next day, Newcastle was occupied by his adherents. Lord Herbert and other wealthy peers poured their private resources into his exchequer, and the universities sent large contributions. On the other side, the militia ordinance was taking effect throughout the country, at least south of the Humber, and on July 2 the fleet, a most important factor in the struggle, declared for Parliament and accepted the Earl of Warwick as its admiral. 10 days later, Lord Essex was nominated to the supreme command of the parliamentary forces, and the members of both houses swore to live and die with their general for the preservation of the true religion, laws, liberties, and peace of the kingdom. On July 15, the first blood was shed at Manchester. The Civil War had begun. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The First Civil War, 1642 through 47, by G.W. Prothero and E.M. Lloyd. Part 1. The raising of the King's Standard at Nottingham, August 22, 1642, was the formal opening of the Civil War. The measures taken by the two parties respectively to levy forces have already been briefly indicated. Charles had met the parliamentary militia ordinance by issuing commissions of array, May 11th, but the legality of these commissions was disputed, and in Leicestershire, the first county in which they were executed, the men refused to join. On July 4, Parliament appointed a committee of 15, including 5 peers, to see to the safety of the kingdom and its own defence. It voted that an army of 10,000 men should be raised in London and the neighbourhood, and issued a declaration, July 11th, that the king had begun the war. Its numbers were by this time much reduced. More than 1/3 of the members had withdrawn from the House of Commons, and 3/4 of the lords were either royalist or neutral. Of the peers who remained at Westminster, the Earl of Essex was the most considerable. He was appointed to command the parliamentary army, and Clarendon affirms that no one else could have raised it. Charles proclaimed Essex and his officers traitors. The House replied by denouncing as traitors all who gave assistance to the king. It may be said broadly that the strength of the royalist cause lay in the northern and western counties, while south and east sided with Parliament. But this was far from an equal division of the kingdom. The population of England was about 5 millions, and of this population, the country north of the Trent, which now contains 2/5, then contained only 1/7. London had nearly 500,000 inhabitants, 1/3 of the whole urban population. Next to it came Norwich and Bristol, with less than 30,000, and no town in the north had half that number. There was a corresponding difference in wealth. 3/4 of the ship money assessment in 1636 was laid upon the counties which lie south and east of a line drawn from Bristol to Hull. It is true that the king had many friends in all these counties among the nobility and gentry, but on the other hand, the towns of the north were on the parliamentary side. Parliament held the dockyards and nearly all the ports, and could move troops freely by sea from point to point. The great roads radiating from London also facilitated the movement of troops. The fleet consisted of 16 ships in the Downs, and 2 in Irish waters, with 24 merchant ships, and, thanks to ship money, it was in good condition. The importance of its adhesion to the parliamentary side can hardly be overrated. Thus assisted, Parliament gained command of the coast and secured the customs revenues, which at this time exceeded 250,000. The king found it very difficult to obtain help from abroad, or to take or hold places on the coast. But war demands unity of direction, and here the Royalist cause should have enjoyed a great advantage. The Parliament at Westminster was a loose aggregate, embracing many shades of opinion, many sorts of character, with no defined head. The king was the unquestioned leader of his party. His shiftiness and instability went far to deprive him of the benefit of this distinction. His followers, moderates and extremists alike, lost faith in him, and his schemes were brought to failure. Take a good resolution and pursue it. To begin and then to stop is your ruin. Experience shows it you, wrote Henrietta Maria from The Hague in May 1642, and at the end of 1644 she wrote from Paris that his reputation as irresolute was the thing, above all others, that had injured him there. Her influence with him was great, and was always in favor of vigorous action, but her prejudices and want of judgment outweighed her spirit and energy. The king, like the Parliament, had to create an army. In France there was a standing army, and money to raise additional troops, and thus Richelieu had been able, as he boasted, to ruin the Huguenot faction, to humble the pride of the nobles, to restore all the king's subjects to their duty, and to exalt the king's name to its proper position among foreign nations. With the same resources, Strafford might have played the same part. But there was no tie in England, and there were no regular troops, except a few small garrisons. When expeditions were to be sent abroad, regiments were specially raised, and if volunteers fell short, men were pressed. Home defense was provided for by the militia, which was based on the immemorial obligation of all men to serve, if required, in case of invasion. The obligation had been defined by the Statute of Winchester in 1285, and was enforced by commissions of array. In issuing such a commission in 1573, Elizabeth had directed that out of the total number of each shire a convenient number of men should be selected, quote, meet to be sorted in bands, and to be trained and exercised in such sort as may reasonably be borne by a common charge of the whole county, end quote. Thus they got the name of the trained bands, but the training soon dwindled into a perfunctory inspection once a month. An officer of the Essex Horse wrote in 1639, quote, we admit into our trained bands, without judgment or discretion, any that are offered, how unlikely or incapable soever they may be of the art military. Yea, which is worse, we suffer them almost every training to alter their men and put in new ones. And how is it possible, with our best skill and pains, to make such men soldiers? End quote. It was only in London that the trained bands reached a fair standard of efficiency. In the First Bishops' War, the English army had been formed of the trained bands of counties north of the Humber, and Sir Edmund Verney wrote, quote, I dare say there was never so raw, so unskilful, and so unwilling an army brought to fight. End quote. In the Second War, 1640, the counties south of the Humber furnished the men. They were, for the most part, pressed men, equally raw, and of a lower class. Coat and conduct money, an advance by the counties to be repaid by the crown, was one of the exactions which were being called into question as illegal. Consequently, the soldiers were irregularly paid and badly clothed. They committed excesses of all sorts on their march northward, and were described by Sir Jacob Astley as arch knaves. In the reign of James I, the militia had been relieved of the obligation to equip themselves with arms and armour, and county magazines had been formed in which their equipment was stored. The trained bands, excepting those from the city of London, played no great part in the Civil War. Some refused to muster, others refused to fight, and nearly all refused to move far from home, so that they could only be used for local and temporary duty. But each side tried to secure the county magazines, and the arms in them were usually handed over to volunteers. While the king was borrowing arms and ammunition from the magazine at Nottingham, Oliver Cromwell, member for Cambridge, seized the Cambridge magazine for the service of Parliament, At the same time, he intercepted some of the college plate which was being sent to the king, for the University of Cambridge, like that of Oxford, was royalist. Though the recruits of both armies knew nothing of war or of soldiering, there was no lack of officers to instruct them. Large numbers of Englishmen and Scotsmen had served in the Low Countries or in Germany, the Dutch school being the more methodical, the Swedish the more enterprising. Among the English leaders who played a prominent part in the Civil War, Essex, Waller, and Skippon on the one side, and Goring, Hopton, and Astley on the other, had foreign experience. Many Scots were employed on this account, such as Crawford, Balfour, King, and Ruthven, though, as Clarendon remarks, it was no easy thing to value that people at the rate they did set upon themselves. Charles' nephew, Rupert, son of the Elector Palatine, had seen some service as a boy with the Dutch and the Swedes. He came to England with his younger brother, Maurice, and though he was only in his 23rd year, Charles made him general of the horse. "He should have someone to advise him," wrote the Queen, "for, believe me, he is yet very young and self-willed." Commissions were issued to men of influence, authorizing them to raise regiments of foot or troops of horse for the service of the king or of Parliament. They were formed in the district where the colonel's property lay, and equipped by their officers, though Parliament allowed mounting money. The normal strength of foot regiments was 1,200, but the Whitecoats, raised by the Earl of Newcastle in Northumberland, were 3,000 strong, while others were not as many hundreds. Troops of horse numbered 50 or 60 men, and were formed into regiments of about 500. Regiments of dragoons, or mounted infantry, were also raised on both sides. With the view of encouraging apprentices to enlist, the Houses issued an order that their indentures should not be forfeited, and that the time spent in the ranks should be reckoned as part of their term of apprenticeship. Both sides laid great stress on the possession of Portsmouth. Its governor, George Goring, the most plausible of self-seekers, elected, after much balancing, to hold it for the king. But, finding himself shut in, both by sea and land, he surrendered it to Sir William Waller, September 7th. It was in order to save Portsmouth that Charles set up his standard at Nottingham on August 22nd, though he was not ready to fight. 10 days before, he had summoned his Protestant subjects north of Trent, or within 20 miles south of it, to meet him there. But the muster fell short of 1,000. He hoped to draw the parliamentary forces towards him, and to enable the Marquess of Hertford, whom he had sent into the west, to go to the relief of Goring. But Hertford failed in Somerset, and was forced to take shelter in Sherborne Castle. The Earl of Newcastle, who was entrusted with the 4 northern counties, was raising troops in Northumberland, and had secured the Tyne as a port for the king. But Lord Strange, who became soon afterwards Earl of Derby, and had promised great things in Lancashire, met with a repulse at Manchester. Charles himself had failed with some loss of life in a second attempt upon Hull, July 15th, and in an attempt upon Coventry. He had met with a lukewarm reception in Yorkshire, and there were many so-called Gardarenes who expressed the wish that he would go elsewhere. It seemed likely that, as Pym and Hampden were said to have predicted, he would not be able to raise an army. "I would not have the king trample on the Parliament, nor the Parliament lessen him so much as to make a way for the people to rule us all," so Lord Savile wrote, and it was the state of mind of many better men. Even in Cornwall, where the partisans of the king exceeded those of the Parliament, Clarendon tells us that, quote, "there was a third sort, for a party they cannot be called, greater than either of the other, both in fortune and number," end quote, who preferred to be neutral. It is reckoned that the total number of men in arms was never more than about 2.5% of the population, 1/10 of the proportion which the 2 Boer republics lately put into the field. And this indicates the half-hearted sympathies of the bulk of the people of all classes. Quote, "If the king had had money," says Hobbes, he might have had soldiers enough in England, for there were very few of the common people that cared much for either of the causes, but would have taken any side for pay and plunder." End quote. Of the nobility, some, like Seville, oscillated from side to side. Others, quote, "warily distributed their family to both sides." End quote. There were many, however, with whom the sentiment of loyalty was deep-rooted, and who, while disapproving of the king's acts and his advisers, felt bound to draw their swords for him when it came to war, just as high-minded Southerners felt bound to go with their state in the American Civil War, though they had opposed secession. Others were animated by dislike of Puritanism, for its narrowness, as Falkland, or for its rigor, as Goring, by contempt for the classes in which the main strength of Puritanism lay, or by provincial jealousy of London dictation. Others, especially the wealthy Roman Catholics, felt that their interests were bound up with those of the king. He hesitated for a time to admit Catholics to his ranks, but they sent him money. The Earl of Worcester furnished £120,000. The nobility and gentry who joined him not only served in person, but paid the men they brought with them. By the middle of September, his numbers rose to 10,000. But the sacrifices which his adherents made for him gave rise to embarrassing claims on their part, and weakened his authority. There were jealousies between the leading commanders, and friction between the military and civil members of his council. The parliamentary army, which was to oppose the king, was assembled near Northampton, and numbered 20,000 men when Essex took command of it on September 10. It was expected to make short work of the Royalists. There were even hopes that the king's army would dissolve without fighting, and that he might be captured in his quarters. The commission of Essex was to rescue His Majesty's person, and the persons of the Prince and the Duke of York, out of the hands of those desperate persons who were then about him. To secure his person was the chief thing to be aimed at, just as on his side the main objective was the recovery of his capital. Quote, "So long as you are in the world," the Queen wrote to him, August 31st, "assuredly England can have no rest nor peace unless you consent to it, and assuredly that cannot be unless you are restored to your just prerogatives." End quote. It was this conviction, shared by the king and his adversaries, which ultimately cost him his head. But if the parliamentarians expected a short war, the aristocratic royalists regarded their enemies as feeble and unwarlike. Both sides, in short, like true Englishmen, underrated their opponents. Charles was not strong enough to fight a battle or to hold his ground at Nottingham. He retreated to Shrewsbury and Chester, and Byron, who was holding Oxford for him, was obliged to retire on Worcester. He was followed by Essex, whose advanced guard was surprised and routed by Rupert at Powlick Bridge, September 23. But Essex occupied Worcester next day, and remained there nearly a month. The king found plenty of loyal support on the Welsh border. His numbers grew, but he was short of arms and money. The queen had not been able to send him much, and part of what she had sent him had been intercepted. Half of his horse had no firearms. The foot consisted in those days of musketeers and pikemen, in the proportion of 2 to 1. Few of the royal musketeers had swords, and none of the pikemen had corslets. So 300 or 400 men had only cudgels or pitchforks. The king provided for his foot, but his horse lived on the country, and searched the houses of Roundheads for arms and plunder. On October 12th, he set out from Shrewsbury to march on London. He was about halfway thither when, learning that Essex was coming up behind him, he turned and gave him battle at Edgehill, October 23. Essex had put garrisons into Worcester and other places, and to hasten his march he had left his guns behind with a guard, so that the two armies were now equal in numbers, about 14,000 each. The parliamentarians were much better equipped than the royalists, but the latter had 4,000 horse against 3,000, and they were drawn from classes more accustomed to riding and to the use of arms. It was cavalry that decided battles in those days, and in Rupert the Royalists had a leader who had learnt the shock tactics of Gustavus. Quote, "He put that spirit into the king's army that all men seemed resolved," says Sir Philip Warwick, and had he been as cautious as he was a forward fighter, and a knowing person in all parts of a soldier, he had most probably been a very fortunate one. He showed a great and exemplary temperance, which fitted him to undergo the fatigues of war, so as he deserved the character of a soldier." End quote. The Earl of Lindsey had been appointed general of the king's army, but Rupert was not placed under his orders, and there was a difference between them as to the relative merits of the Dutch and Swedish systems. Charles sided with Rupert. Lindsey resigned his office, and met his death at the head of his regiment. Rupert justified the king's decision by routing the parliamentary cavalry on both wings, and part of the infantry. But to keep victorious horsemen in hand, and rally them for fresh action, is always difficult. The character of the cavaliers and Rupert's own temperament made it impossible. Even the reserve of cavalry, with spurs and loose reins, followed the chase which their left wing had led them. While the whole of the Royalist horse was pursuing and plundering, 2 regiments of parliamentary horse, which had been held in reserve, helped their foot to get the better of the king's infantry. What would have been a decisive victory if Rupert had handled his cavalry as Enghien handled his the year after at Rocroi, proved a drawn battle, which neither side cared to renew next day. By retiring to Warwick, however, Essex left the fruits of victory to the king, who marched on to Oxford. That city became his headquarters for the rest of the war. Patrick Ruthven, Earl of Forth and afterwards of Brentford, an old soldier who had served with the Swedes, but was now much decayed in his parts, was made nominal commander-in-chief. Charles at first meant to remain at Oxford for the winter, but Rupert persuaded him to advance on London. His approach alarmed the citizens, and the houses were induced to make overtures for peace. To take full advantage of the agitation in London, he should have pushed on rapidly and offered favourable terms. But his advance was so leisurely that Essex, marching from Warwick to St. Albans, reached the capital before him. Earthworks had been thrown up, fresh troops raised, and Essex was able to muster 24,000 men at Turnham Green. On November 12, Rupert drove the parliamentary outposts out of Brentford and sacked that town. But here the Royalist successes ended. Essex stood strictly on the defensive, and the king was not strong enough to attack. He marched up the Thames to Kingston and crossed the river there, as though intending to strike at London from the south. He turned westward, however, and within a week his army was back at Reading. Leaving a strong garrison there, he returned to Oxford. Both in the west and in the north, the Royalist cause made progress in the latter part of 1642. Hertford had left Sherborne Castle after the surrender of Portsmouth, and had betaken himself to South Wales, where he raised some regiments of foot, with which he joined the king at Oxford. He had sent his horse and dragoons into Cornwall, under Sir Ralph Hopton, one of the best and ablest of the cavaliers, and, with the help of the trained bands, Hopton drove out the parliamentarians. The trained bands refused to fight outside their own county, so Hopton enlisted volunteers and marched to Exeter. Not meeting with the support he reckoned on in Devon, and being short of supplies, he retired to Cornwall. But he turned on the parliamentary forces which followed him, routed them at Braddock Down, January 19, 1643, and took a large number of prisoners. He then prepared to besiege Plymouth. In Yorkshire, the gentry had come to an agreement for local neutrality, and those who wished to fight joined the main armies. But Parliament set this agreement aside and appointed Lord Fairfax to command on its behalf. The Yorkshire Cavaliers invited the Earl of Newcastle to come to their assistance. He crossed the Tees with 8,000 men, December 1st, relieved York, and forced Fairfax to fall back from Tadcaster to Selby. Pushing on to Pontefract, Newcastle interposed between Selby and the towns of the West Riding, which were ardently parliamentarian. His troops occupied Leeds and Wakefield, but met with a repulse at Bradford, and the younger Fairfax, Sir Thomas, already conspicuous for zeal and dash, made his way thither, organized the townsmen, and soon recovered Leeds, January 23rd. Newcastle, however, planted a strong garrison in Newark, which gave him a foothold south of the Trent, and brought him within 100 miles of Oxford. The indecisive results of the first campaign, disappointing as they were to both parties, seemed to make it possible to open negotiations for peace with some hope of success. During the autumn, Charles had made 2 attempts to treat, one in August, only 3 days after he had set up his standard, the other in September. On the first occasion, Parliament rejected his overtures offhand. On the second, when no less a person than Falkland acted as his envoy, the Houses declared their unwillingness to treat unless the king would promise to withdraw his protection from any whom they might declare to be delinquents, and to allow the charges incurred by Parliament since he left London to be defrayed from the estates of such persons. It could never have been expected that the king would accept such a proposal of such wholesale confiscation, and its flagrant injustice brought numerous recruits to his side. That it was disagreeable to many, even in Parliament, became evident when the imminent danger which threatened during the king's march on London enabled the peace party, never wholly suppressed during the early years of the war, to lift up its voice. Towards the end of October, a proposal for negotiation was brought forward in the Lords and accepted by the Commons. Their object was to obtain an armistice, which the king, while things were going well with him, was not disposed to grant. After his rebuff at Turnham Green, he offered to treat, and Parliament, while blaming him for attacking Brentford during the negotiations, took his proposals into consideration, November 21st. A long debate ensued, in which the war party eventually got the upper hand. The proposals sent to the king, who was then at Reading, were practically the same as those made in September, and met with the same fate. A more serious attempt at settlement was made early in the next year. The Pacific party in the Common Council of the city, urged by the Royalist merchants, had succeeded in carrying a petition for peace. This was taken up by the Lords, who prepared certain propositions, which were considered by the Commons just before Christmas. Unfortunately, the pacificators had no clear idea of how peace was to be obtained, while the war party, at least, knew their own mind. Consequently, though the Commons agreed to negotiate, they resolved to insist on disbandment of both armies as a preliminary condition, and hurriedly passed a bill for the abolition of episcopacy, to which they gained the assent of the Lords on January 30, 1643. Such a measure augured ill for the success of the negotiations, which, however, opened at Oxford on February 1st. The demands now put forward by Parliament closely resembled those embodied in the 19 propositions of the previous June, with the serious additions that bishops, deans, and chapters, archdeacons, in short, the whole existing hierarchy, should be abolished, that church government should be settled on a basis to be determined by Parliament in consultation with the Assembly of Divines, which was now sitting under authority of a bill passed by both houses in the previous October, that the navy, as well as the army, should be under parliamentary control, and that delinquents, that is, the king's supporters, should be left to the tender mercies of Parliament. It is needless to describe the hollow negotiations that followed. Neither party was in earnest, and it must be allowed that the terms offered by Parliament were such as could have been accepted only by a beaten foe. The parties did not get so far even as to arrange the details of an armistice, and the war went on meanwhile. The king eventually demanded, on April 3rd, that his magazines, ships, forts, and so forth should be restored to him, that expelled members of Parliament should be allowed to return, and that Parliament should adjourn to some place outside London. These proposals were rejected on April 14, and the Treaty of Oxford came to an end. no serious efforts for peace were made again during the next 2 years. From the outset of the war, financial difficulties pressed heavily on both parties. But in this respect, the advantage was at first with the Royalists. Although the towns and districts controlled by Parliament were far more populous and wealthy than those which adhered to the Crown, the mercantile classes were less willing to contribute to parliamentary necessities, and were probably less able to find ready money than the rich nobles and gentry who rallied to the king. The Prince of Orange, though unwilling to send troops, advanced over 1 million of money. Moreover, the ancient feudal attachment of the peasantry to the lords of the soil enabled the latter to raise troops of followers at comparatively slight expense. And to this personal loyalty, the enthusiasm of the townsmen for the parliamentary cause supplied, at first, a very inadequate counterpart. Parliament, at the outset, relied on voluntary contributions. It was naturally reluctant to impose taxation, not so much because it was unconstitutional, as because it was sure to be unpopular. But free gifts and loans soon proved totally inadequate to provide for an army which cost 1 million a year, while the navy required 300,000 besides. The custom duties were levied by Parliament, but, owing to the falling off of trade, brought in only £2,000 a month. The sequestration of the estates of the bishops, the cathedral lands, and the property of delinquents could not fill the gap. Consequently, so early as November 1642, it was resolved to impose a tax, and an assessment was ordered of all inhabitants of London and Westminster who had not made a voluntary contribution. On December 8, this was extended to the whole country. There was considerable resistance, and wealthy resistors were imprisoned. In February 1643, the scheme of taxation was developed, and commissioners were appointed to assess property for weekly contributions throughout the kingdom. Even this, however, was insufficient, and in March, Pym proposed to levy an excise. Though this proposal was rejected at the time, the Royalist successes of the following summer proved its necessity, and on July 22nd, an excise ordinance was issued. On these two elastic sources of revenue, direct and indirect, Parliament mainly subsisted during the war, and its financial system was continued, in principle, after the Restoration. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The First Civil War, 1642 through 47, by G.W. Prothero and E.M. Lloyd. Part 2. The progress made in the West and North during the winter shaped Charles' plan for the campaign of 1643. He expected by March to have 40,000 men in the field, and his plan was that he should himself hold Essex in check in the Midlands, while Newcastle and Hopton, pushing south and east respectively, should join hands on the Thames below London, stop the passage of shipping, and starve the city into surrender. The Queen was now at York, having landed at Bridlington a few days before. She had been escorted from Holland by Tromp, and had brought with her a good supply of arms and money. The Commons passed a resolution for her impeachment, May 22nd, and sent it up to the Lords. There was little hope of other aid from abroad for Charles. The Prince of Orange had done what he could, but Dutch sympathy was mainly with Parliament. As regards France, Charles, without winning the goodwill of the Huguenots, had made an enemy of Richelieu, who, according to Madame de Motteville, quote, thought it absolutely necessary for the weal of France that the prince should have trouble in his country. End quote. The death of Richelieu, December 4, 1642, did not change French policy in this respect. As for Denmark, she was on the point of a war with Sweden, for which she was ill-prepared, and Christian IV could do nothing for his nephew. Apart from the army of Essex, Parliament had relied on county organization for defense during the first few months of the war. It was found that larger units were desirable, and in December, ordinances were passed for an association of the Midland counties: Leicester, Derby, Nottingham, Rutland, Buckingham, Bedford, and Huntingdon, and another of the eastern counties: Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridge, and Hertford. The Midland Association soon broke up. The Huntingdon was transferred to the Eastern Association in May 1643, and Lincoln was added to it in September, so that it finally consisted of 7 shires. These shires contained 1/5 of the wealth of the kingdom. The people were a tough stock, deeply Puritan, and the Eastern Association became the mainstay of the parliamentary case. The committees by which its affairs were managed included a considerable number of men of rank and position. Among these was Oliver Cromwell. He had commanded a troop in Essex Regiment of Horse, one of the 2 regiments which helped to break the Royalist foot at Edgehill, though it is doubtful whether he was himself present at the battle. He told his cousin Hampden at the time that the parliamentary troops would always be beaten as long as they consisted of, quote, "old decayed serving-men, tapsters, and such kind of fellows," end quote. In January he went back to Cambridge and converted his troop into a regiment, finding plenty of yeomen eager to serve under him. He accepted none but those, quote, "who had the fear of God before them, and made some conscience of what they did," end quote. His regiment consisted of 5 troops in March, and rose to 14 by the end of the year. The name of Ironsides, given by Rupert to Cromwell himself after Marsden Moor, attached itself to the regiment, but the men were not cuirassiers, as the name suggests. They wore lighter armor, and were classed as arquebusiers, though their weapons were sword and pistols. Discipline was strict among them, and it was said of them 2 years afterwards, quote, "there was none of them known to do the least wrong by plunder or any abuse to any country people where they came," end quote. Their discipline showed itself also on the battlefield. In Clarendon's words, "though the king's troops prevailed in the charge, and routed those they charged, they never rallied themselves again in order, nor could be brought to make a second charge the same day. Whereas Cromwell's troops, if they prevailed, or though they were beaten and routed, presently rallied again, and stood in good order till they received new orders." He points out that this was not the case with the other parliamentary horse. While Cromwell followed Rupert's example in always attacking, instead of waiting to be attacked, he relied more on the superiority of his men in hand-to-hand fighting with sword and pistol than on the shock of a charge at speed, and he was satisfied with a good round trot. By occupying Oxford as his headquarters, with outlying garrisons, the king had driven a wedge into the heart of the parliamentary territory, and during the winter he tried to widen this wedge, and lessen the intervals separating him from Hopton and Newcastle. But he lost more ground than he gained. The Royalists of Cheshire and Lancashire were defeated by Sir William Brereton at Nantwich, January 28. Lichfield was taken, March 4, and Sir William Waller, by, quote, "nimble and successful marches," end quote, surprised the troops blockading Gloucester, took Hereford, April 25, and then rejoined Essex. In the middle of April, Essex again took the field at the head of an army of nearly 20,000 men. Hampden and others urged him to strike at the root by marching on Oxford, but he thought it necessary first to recover Reading. The garrison of 4,000 men were of much more importance than the place, but by the terms of surrender they were allowed to rejoin the king. This practice had much to do with the prolongation of the war. It was June before Essex found himself able to move on to Oxford, and by that time Charles had received the arms and ammunition brought over by the Queen, of which he was sorely in need. The Queen herself followed a month afterwards, with an escort of 5,000 men from Newcastle's army. Essex made no serious attempt to intercept her. While he moved ineffectually between Oxford and Aylesbury, his army was wasting away from sickness and desertion, and by the end of July he had less than 6,000 men fit for duty. Rupert made raids to cut off his convoys, and it was on the return from one of these raids that the skirmish at Chalgrove took place, which inflicted on the parliamentary cause the irreparable loss of Hampton. June 18. Meanwhile, things were going well with the Royalists in the west. Hopton had been unable to take Plymouth, but at Stratton, near Bude, May 16, he had stormed a camp held by 5,000 infantry with guns, and had taken 1,700 prisoners, his own force being only 2,400. Waller, who had won the name of William the Conqueror in Gloucestershire, was sent to hold him in check, but found himself overmatched. Hopton pushed across the Devon into Somerset, and was joined at Chard by Hertford and Prince Maurice. The Cornish army, as it was still called, now numbered 6,000 men. It occupied Tartan and marched on Bath. Waller, a most expert shifter and chooser of ground, baffled the Royalists there and followed them to Devizes, where he invested Hopton's foot. But Maurice brought some fresh cavalry from Oxford, and Waller's army was destroyed at Roundway Down, July 13. He had been extolled as the coming man by those who were dissatisfied with Essex, and he attributed his disaster to Essex jealousy. Rupert joined the victors a few days afterwards, and led them to Bristol, which was stormed after 3 days' siege, July 26th. The West was now entirely in the hands of the Royalists, with the exception of a few towns on the coast. But the habit of living on the country, to which their necessities had driven them, persisted when there was no need for it, and made their presence unwelcome even to their sympathizers. Bitter complaints were made to the king of the plundering of Dorset homesteads by Maurice's troopers, and Maurice himself was blamed by Hertford for showing no consideration except to his men. In the north, Newcastle had an army of 10,000 men, notwithstanding the detachments he had sent to Oxford. The Fairfaxes maintained themselves in the West Riding for a time, and Sir Thomas stormed Wakefield, May 20th, taking 1,400 prisoners. But he and his father were overpowered at Ardwalton Moor, June 30, and were obliged to take refuge in Hull. This was soon the only place in Yorkshire which remained to the Parliament, for Scarborough Castle had been betrayed by its governor, Sir Hugh Cholmondeley, in March. Hull itself had been nearly lost by the treachery of Sir John Holtham and his son, but they were arrested in time. Essex had sent orders that the forces of the eastern counties should unite to relieve Lincolnshire, and, if possible, to lend a hand to the Fairfaxes in Yorkshire. In a skirmish at Grantham, May 13, Cromwell showed the quality of his regiment by routing a force twice as large as his own, and on reaching Nottingham, he strongly urged that the 6,000 men who had been brought together there should go on to Yorkshire. But local interests were too powerful. Lord Grey of Groby, who commanded the forces of the Midland Association, was anxious about his father's house near Leicester, and other leaders were afraid of exposing their own districts to raids from Newark. Towards the end of July, Cromwell and Meldrum went to the assistance of Lord Willoughby of Parham, who was holding Gainsborough against Newcastle's cavalry. They defeated this force and killed its commander, Charles Cavendish. But they found themselves in presence of the whole army of Newcastle, and were forced to abandon all Lincolnshire, except Boston. A plot for a royalist rising in London was brought to light at the end of May. It was reckoned that 1/3 of the population of the city was in favor of the king, while in the suburbs the proportion was much larger. The plot originated with Edmund Waller, the poet, but it was matured by Lord Conway, one of the peers who had remained at Westminster to further the king's interests. The parliamentary leaders were to be seized, as well as the gates and the magazines, and a force of 3,000 men, sent by the king, was to be introduced. A commission of array, signed by Charles, was held in readiness to legalize the enterprise. The discovery of this plot, together with evidence that the king was negotiating with the Irish rebels, enabled Pym to persuade both houses to impose a covenant binding all who took it to support the forces raised in defence of Parliament against those raised by the king, quote, "so long as the Papists, now in open war against the Parliament, shall by force of arms be protected from the justice thereof." End quote. Charles met this step by a proclamation, June 20, declaring the Parliament to be no longer free, and all who abetted it in his usurpation to be liable to the penalties of high treason. In August, both sides began to authorize impressment. The advantage which Parliament enjoyed from command of the sea became most apparent when the fortune of war was most adverse. The time seemed to have come for the three royalist armies to converge upon London and carry out the king's plan of campaign. But the Cavaliers of Yorkshire were unwilling to go south, while Hull remained a parliamentary port. The men of Cornwall and Devon insisted on the reduction of Plymouth, and both places, being open to succour from the sea, were difficult to take. The Welsh, too, were uneasy about Gloucester, the only parliamentary garrison in the Severn Valley. That place, at all events, could be shut in, and the king was assured that Massey, the governor, could be gained over. He sat down before it on August 10. Parliament made the most of the breathing time which these sieges afforded. Before the end of the month, Essex was on his way to relieve Gloucester with 15,000 men, including some of the city-trained bands. A home county's army was formed for Waller, and it was resolved that the army of the Eastern Association should be raised to 10,000 foot, and commanded by the Earl of Manchester. On the approach of Essex, the king raised the siege of Gloucester, and chose a position in the Cotswolds to bar the return of the parliamentary army. Essex outmanoeuvred him, but by dint of hard marching, the king reached Newbury first. An obstinate battle was fought there, September 20, in which Falkland threw away the life of which he was weary, and the city-trained bands showed the benefit of practicing postures in the artillery garden by repulsing Rupert's horse on an open heath. Neither side gained the victory, but the Royalists had exhausted their ammunition, and retreated to Oxford next day, leaving the road to Reading open for Essex. There his army melted away, and he had to fall back as far as Windsor. He told the citizens of London that they must make peace unless they could discover a fountain of gold, or find volunteers who would serve without pay. Similar complaints came from other quarters, for the obligations incurred towards the Scots drained the resources of Parliament. Cromwell wrote to St. John that he had a lovely company, but no means of support for it except the poor sequestrations of the county of Huntingdon. In November, Waller tried to capture Basing House, a royalist outpost in Hampshire belonging to the Catholic Marquess of Winchester, but his troops were mutinous for want of pay. The London regiments deserted in a body, and on Hopton's approach he had to fall back on Farnham. Hopton had been laid up by wounds for some months, but had taken the field again in the autumn. After going to the assistance of Lord Ogle, who had surprised Winchester, he relieved Basing House and gained possession of Arundel, December 9. But his small army was too widely extended, and Waller, falling on part of it at Alton, December 13, took nearly 1,000 prisoners and recovered Arundel. In the north, Newcastle, after spending 6 weeks before Hull, found himself obliged to raise the siege, October 12, and retired to York. Cromwell had been sent back to Lincolnshire, and had been joined there by Fairfax, whose cavalry, being useless for the defence of Hull, was shipped across the Humber. On October 11, Fairfax and Cromwell routed a strong body of horse and dragoons under the governor of Newark at Winceby, near Horncastle. Lincoln surrendered to Manchester a few days afterwards, and Gainsborough before the end of the year. By occupying Newport Pagnell in October, Rupert threatened the entire eastern counties and the roads from London to the north, but Essex succeeded in guarding them and forced the Loyalists back. The campaign of 1643 had been distinctly favourable to the king, but his very successes forced his opponents to take a step which eventually turned the scale. 3 years earlier, Scotland had intervened with potent effect in English affairs, and the tacit alliance between the opposition leaders and the Scots had enabled the former to win their political victories during the first year of the Long Parliament. The connection then established had not ceased with the retirement of the Scottish army in 1641, and evidences of this connection supplied Charles with the grounds on which he impeached the 5 members in January 1642. When the king was marching on London in the following November, both houses agreed to revive the alliance in an active form, and to invite the Scots to create a diversion in the north of England. The danger passed by, and the proposal was laid aside for a time. But early in May 1643, Pym moved the Commons to request assistance from Scotland, and the House adopted his advice. The Lords, however, seemed to have been reluctant, and action was deferred for more than 2 months. Meanwhile, events had occurred in Scotland which increased the readiness of the Scots to welcome proposals for an alliance. In May, it had been resolved, on Argyll's initiative, to summon a convention of estates north of the Tweed. This body, which was to meet towards the end of June, would supply a national authority with which the English Parliament could deal confidently. During the interval, the Earl of Antrim was taken prisoner in Ulster, and papers were found on him which disclosed the existence of a plot for a royalist rising in Scotland, to be headed by Montrose, and supported by a Catholic force from Ireland. This was Stratford's old plan, revived in a new form, and rendered more threatening by what was known, or surmised, as to the negotiations then proceeding between Charles and his Irish rebels. If these negotiations should succeed, it was clear that the king would receive powerful assistance, which he might employ either in England or Scotland, or in both countries. No wonder that the common danger drew together Protestants north and south of the Tweed, and that Scottish Presbyterians and English parliamentarians alike became convinced that, quote, there was a fixed resolution in the Popist party utterly to extirpate the true Protestant religion in England, Scotland, and Ireland, end quote. It was under the influence of this fear that the elections for the Scottish Convention were held. A few days after the convention met, June 22nd, the news of Montrose's plot was known at Westminster. Lords and Commons at once agreed to send a deputation to Scotland, not, however, to ask for armed assistance, but merely to invite the convention to give advice, and to send ministers to join the Assembly of Divines which was about to meet at Westminster. Then came the defeat at Roundway Down, July 13, and all hesitation disappeared. Within a week, it was agreed to send 5 envoys northward to ask for the help of an army of 11,000 men. To many at Westminster such a proposal was, doubtless, very distasteful, both on political and on religious grounds, and the faint-hearted feared lest the king should win the day before the Scottish army could take the field. The peace party in the Lords won the upper hand, and carried certain propositions for peace which involved the acceptance of the terms offered by the king in the previous April. In other words, a complete capitulation. Nevertheless, the Commons resolved to consider the propositions. The news caused an outbreak of indignation in the city, and angry mobs filled Palace Yard. On this occasion, as on others, London exerted an influence on Parliament similar to that which Paris brought to bear on the national assemblies of revolutionary France. By a small majority, the propositions were rejected, August 7. To have accepted them would, it was felt, have been to abandon all that had been striven for during 3 laborious years. The raising of the siege of Gloucester, September 5, somewhat relieved the military strain, and gave the parliamentarians breathing time for carrying through the negotiations with Scotland. On August 7, the English commissioners, the chief of whom was the younger Vane, arrived at Leith. The main obstacle to agreement was, on this occasion, as on so many others, a religious one. The English, says the Scottish Commissioner, Robert Bailey, were for a civil league, we for a religious covenant. The English were the petitioners, and were forced to give way. Alexander Henderson drew up a covenant similar to that of 1638, and involving, among other provisions, the abolition of episcopacy and a joint pledge to maintain the Reformed Presbyterian Church of Scotland, and to carry out such a reformation of the Church of England as would, quote, bring the churches in both nations to the nearest conjunction and uniformity in all respects, end quote. To such stringent terms, the English commissioners naturally raised objections, and Vane succeeded in introducing some verbal modifications in the direction of laxity. As amended, the covenant was adopted by the Scottish Assembly and ratified by the Estates, August 17. 10 days later, it was laid before the Assembly of Divines at Westminster. This body objected to the unrestricted promise to maintain the Church of Scotland, and the House of Commons agreed with its objections. On the other hand, the establishment of Protestantism in Ireland was added to the objects of the League. The Peace Party endeavoured to leave the door open for a modified episcopacy, but were overruled. Early in September, the Scottish Commissioners arrived, and, with their consent, the agreement took its final form. It was accepted by the Lords, and on September 25th, it was sworn to by the Assembly of Divines and by 112 members of the House of Commons. Whatever reluctance there was overcome by the news from Ireland. It was the Irish cessation, according to Bally, that most of all made the minds of our people embrace that means of safety. In April, Charles had directed Ormond, his lieutenant general, to treat with the rebels for the cessation of hostilities for 1 year, and to bring his troops to England as soon as it was agreed upon. This negotiation was completed by the middle of September, 7/8 of the country being left in the hands of the Catholic Confederation. Before the end of October, regiments from Ireland were landing in Somerset, and a few weeks later, others joined Byron in Cheshire. Hopton says that they were bold, hardy men, and excellently well officered, but the common men very mutinous and shrewdly infected with the rebellious humour of England. This soldiery readily changed sides, and the king gained less from their services than he lost by the readily spread belief that he was bringing over Irish rebels to fight for him. Such was not yet the fact, but the belief was not unjust to his endeavours. In its final shape, the, quote, solemn league and covenant for reformation and defence of religion, the honour and happiness of the king, and the peace and safety of the 3 kingdoms of England, Scotland, and Ireland, end quote, pledged its supporters to maintain the Reformed Church of Scotland, to reform religion in England and Ireland, quote, according to the word of God, end quote, and to endeavour to bring the churches in the 3 kingdoms to uniformity in, quote, religion, confession of faith, and form of church government, end quote. In other words, Presbyterianism was to be established throughout the 3 kingdoms. The rights and privileges of Parliament were to be preserved without any intention to diminish His Majesty's just power and greatness, malignants to be discovered and punished, the union of the kingdoms was to be maintained, and mutual assistance to be rendered for the attainment of these objects. The importance of the document resides in its first clause as to religion, and in the understanding, not expressed but already arrived at, that the Scots were to send an army to the assistance of the English Parliament, at the expense of £30,000 a month, to be paid by the English. It was a fateful agreement in more ways than one. In the first place, it enabled Parliament to win the victory over its enemies, for the aid that the king got from Ireland weighed as nothing in the scale against the Scottish army. But subsequently, the pledge to enforce Presbyterianism in England through an insurmountable obstacle in the way of peace led to the subsequent breach between Parliament and army, and so brought on the Second Civil War and the death of the king. No more important step was taken during the whole of the struggle. It was the last work of Pym, who, after some months of illness, died on November 8. With his death, and those of Hampden and Falkland, already noticed, 3 of the noblest figures of the period, rich in distinction, had disappeared. Of Pym it may be said that he was the first great parliamentary statesman of modern times, the first who, by the combination of experience and intellect, elevation of character, firmness of purpose, practical insight, and oratorical power, gained a complete ascendancy over a popular assembly. From the position of a mere country gentleman, he became by these qualities the uncrowned king of half the nation. Eliot was a greater orator, Wentworth more fertile in ideas, Cromwell more subtle in design and more potent in action. But none of Pym's predecessors or contemporaries, and few, if any, that came after him, enjoyed his peculiar preeminence. Religion, liberty, the state, were to him no mere phrases. With whole-hearted energy and devotion, he strove for their attainment or maintenance. What was salutary and permanent in the work of the Long Parliament was mainly due to him. And if, in the latter part of his career, he was led into steps which endangered those very objects that he had at heart, he is to be pitied rather than blamed. In the winter which followed his death, the body over which he had presided found a rival, or rather a parody, in the Parliament which the king summoned to meet at Oxford. It consisted of all members who had left Westminster, and it met on January 22nd, 1644. About 1/3 of the Commons and the great majority of the Lords were found to be on the king's side, but many of these were unable to attend. It's not easy to see what was Charles' object in summoning this body. Evidently, it was not the Parliament, and such a body could add little, if anything, to the legality of his actions. Its meeting only showed what everybody already knew, that Parliament was divided in itself, and it could not help in any negotiations which might be contemplated, for the members at Westminster naturally refused to recognize it as a Parliament at all. It denounced the invasion of the Scots, and addressed a letter to Essex, whose tendencies were known to be pacific, begging him to help in bringing about a peace. Essex's reply was to send to Oxford a copy of the Covenant, and an offer of pardon from Parliament to all who should accept it. Subsequent overtures from the Lords and Commons of Parliament at Oxford having been rejected, the Oxford members declared those at Westminster to be traitors, and authorized the king to levy a forced loan and an excise. As, however, the Oxford Assembly began to show some signs of independence, suggesting economies and begging the king to pay some regard to tender consciences, it was prorogued, April 16. There was, in fact, more dissension at Oxford than in London. There was a growing weariness of the war, and those who were most zealous for it were at feud with one another. The Queen was jealous of Rupert's influence. Rupert quarrelled with Digby and other advisers of the king, and with his own subordinates, Wilmot and Goring. Charles, as usual, leaned first to one and then to another. Meanwhile, at Westminster, the fruits of the new league were making themselves felt. On February 5, Parliament ordered that every Englishman over 18 years of age should take the Covenant, and signs of opposition to a new ecclesiastical tyranny at once appeared. The Westminster Assembly had pledged itself to Presbyterianism, but all its members were not Presbyterians. It contained a small knot of men, Philip Nye, Thomas Goodwin, and others, who received the name of Independents, as maintaining the right of every congregation to govern itself. Outside the Assembly, the sects, Separatists, Antinomians, and so forth, began to raise their voices against the uniformity which was now to be enforced, and in favor of toleration still more complete than that which men like Fuller and Chillingworth would have been willing to allow. The Baptists even advocated a complete separation of church and state. Roger Williams published, early in 1644, his tract, The Bloody Tenet of Persecutions. Pamphlets by other writers upheld full liberty of conscience. It was ominous that some of these men began to lean towards the king. So early as October 1643, Thomas Ogle had carried to Oxford overtures for a settlement on the basis of a restricted episcopacy, combined with toleration of objectors. The Westminster Assembly itself felt obliged to issue a declaration in favor of, quote, the rights of particular congregations, end quote, December 23rd. And this seems to have put an end to intrigues with the king. How potent an ally the Independents were subsequently to find in Cromwell was not yet apparent, for, though he did not sign the covenant till February 1644, when he was appointed lieutenant general, and though he soon showed a reluctance, for military reasons, to impose it on the army, his tolerance was rather the result of political insight than of personal feeling. It was not till September 1644 that he persuaded Parliament to pass a resolution instructing the committee appointed to treat with the Scottish commissioners and the Assembly of Divines to, quote, endeavour the finding out some way how far tender consciences may be borne with according to the word, end quote. The resolution gave grievous umbrage to the Scots, but it marked out Cromwell as the leader of the party which was to raise him to power, and contained the germ of one of the greatest political changes of the 17th century. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The First Civil War, 1642 through 47, by G.W. Prothero and E.M. Lloyd. Part 3. We must now return to military matters. The beginning of 1644 found the king master of 2/3 of the country, but the tide was turning, and time was on the side of the Parliament. Its troops were learning their trade, and were becoming more than a match for the Cavaliers. Its northern ally was about to come into the field. It still held several ports in the west: Poole, Lyme, Plymouth, Pembroke, and Liverpool. An ordinance was passed, February 16, appointing a committee of both kingdoms to manage the war, to consist of 7 peers, 14 members of the House of Commons, and 4 Scottish commissioners. It superseded the original Committee of Safety, and was given much larger powers as a responsible executive. Essex, Manchester, Waller, and Cromwell were members of it. On January 19, the Scottish army crossed the Tweed, under Alexander Leslie, Earl of Leven. It consisted of 18,000 foot and about 3,000 horse and dragoons. Newcastle, who had been made a marquis in October, hurried northward to meet it, leaving Lord Bellasis to hold Yorkshire. He succeeded in throwing himself into the city of Newcastle before the leisurely Scots arrived there, but he had only 5,000 foot and 3,000 horse, and he asked that Rupert should come to his assistance. Left to his own resources, he had to fall back on Durham. Sir Thomas Fairfax had gone to Cheshire at the end of 1643 to help Brereton, and on January 25, the 2 parliamentary commanders fell upon Byron, who was besieging Nantwich, and defeated him with a loss of 1,500 prisoners, more than half of whom enlisted under Fairfax. Among the prisoners was George Monk. On the other side, John Lambert commanded a regiment of Fairfax horse. The only royalist stronghold in Lancashire was Latham House, held by the Countess of Derby. Fairfax summoned it in vain, but did not stay for the siege, which lasted 3 months, and proved in the end ineffectual. Returning to Yorkshire, he joined his father near Selby, which was stormed on April 11, Bellasis being among the prisoners taken. This blow obliged Newcastle to come southward and shut himself up in York. The armies of Leven and Fairfax encamped before York on April 22nd, and were joined there on June 2nd by Manchester with the troops of the Eastern Association. These troops had been raised to a strength of 14,000 men during the winter. Cromwell, now Lieutenant General, complained in Parliament of the backwardness of Lord Willoughby, who commanded the Lincolnshire forces, and they had been placed under Manchester. During these months Rupert had not been idle. In January he made an unsuccessful attempt on Aylesbury, having been led to believe it would be betrayed to him. In March he went to the relief of Newark and obliged Meldrum, who was besieging it, to capitulate. Quote, "The enemy was so confident that he had not a strength to attempt that work, that he was within 6 miles of them before they believed he thought of them." End quote. He swept over Lincolnshire, but in spite of Newcastle's appeals, he was then obliged to restore his troops to the garrisons from which he had borrowed them, and return to the Welsh border. In the middle of May he set out from Shrewsbury for Yorkshire, having persuaded the king, with difficulty, to adopt his plan of campaign, that is, that, while he himself pushed the war in the north, and his brother Maurice in the west, Charles should maneuver on the defensive round Oxford. Marching by way of Lancashire, he relieved Latham House, and stormed Bolton and Liverpool. Goring joined him with forces which brought his numbers up to nearly 15,000 men. The Parliamentarians raised the siege of York on his approach, and encamped near Long Marsden to bar his road. But he worked round by the north, crossed the Ouse, and joined Newcastle. The king had written to him, June 14, quote, "If York be relieved, and you beat the rebels' armies of both kingdoms which were before it, then, but otherways not, I may possibly make a shift upon the defensive to spin out time until you come to assist me." End quote. Rupert construed this as a positive and absolute command to fight the enemy, and though Newcastle demurred, he drew out his troops next day, July 2nd, for that purpose on Marsden Moor. He was afterwards blamed for doing so, but he could not stay in Yorkshire, and to have returned without a battle, leaving the enemy to resume their siege, would have been a lame conclusion. The two armies were nearly equal in cavalry, each having about 7,000, but of infantry the Royalists had 11,000, the Parliamentarians 20,000, so that they had a longer line, and overlapped the Royalist right. They began the battle by a general advance about 5 p.m. The horse forming their right wing, under Sir Thomas Fairfax, were driven back by Goring, who pursued them to their camp. In the centre, the Yorkshire infantry, under Lord Fairfax, was also repulsed and broken, but 5 or 6 regiments of Scots, which were to the right of it, stood firm, though assailed both by horse and foot. The East Anglican troops formed the left of the Parliamentary army, with some Scottish horse in reserve. After hard fighting, with some alternations of fortune, Cromwell and David Leslie defeated the Royalist cavalry on that wing. Rupert was unable to turn the tide, and was himself driven off the field. Sending the Scottish light horsemen in pursuit, Cromwell halted and reformed his regiments. Crawford brought up the foot, which had got the better of the troops opposed to it, and the whole, wheeling to the right, attacked the flank of the victorious Royalists. Goring's troopers, returning from their pursuit, were met and routed by Cromwell. Newcastle's whitecoats made a gallant stand, but were nearly all cut to pieces. The king's army broke up, and Manchester's scoutmaster says that, quote, "Major General Leslie, seeing us thus pluck a victory out of the enemy's hands, professed Europe had no better soldiers." End quote. Marsden Moor was the greatest battle of the war, and also its turning point. It damaged the prestige of Rupert, and destroyed the hopes that had been built on the northern army. Newcastle, disgusted and despairing, went abroad. If not the paragon he seemed to his wife, his efforts and achievements for the king's cause deserve something better than Clarendon's sarcasms. Rupert made his way back to Lancashire with 6,000 horse, and York surrendered a fortnight afterwards. The parliamentary forces then separated. the Scots marching north to besiege Newcastle, which held out till the middle of October, and Manchester returning to Lincolnshire, while the Fairfaxes set themselves to recover Pontefract, Scarborough, and other places still held by the Cavaliers in Yorkshire. Before they parted, Leven, Manchester, and Lord Fairfax sent a joint letter to the committee of both kingdoms, recommending the establishment of Presbyterianism and the making of peace with the king. Vane had sounded the generals in June about the deposition of Charles, but they would not entertain the thought of it. The hopes that had been built on the Royalist army of the West broke down even sooner. Half of it, under Maurice, was besieging Lyme, when the other half, under Hopton, was attacked and beaten by Waller at Cheriton, near Alresford, March 29. Essex and Waller then marched upon Oxford. The Queen's state of health made it necessary for her to leave a city which might be besieged. She took what proved to be a last farewell of her husband, and went to Exeter, after there giving birth to the Princess Henrietta, afterwards Duchess of Orleans. She embarked at Falmouth for France, July 14. Oxford was invested by Essex on the east, by Waller on the south and west, but Charles, breaking out with 3,000 horse and 2,500 musketeers, June 3rd, retreated to Worcester, and thence to Bewdley. It was the intention of the committee that, in such a contingency, Essex should watch the king, and Waller should go into the west. But Essex reversed this arrangement, on the ground that he had the heavier train and the greater strength of foot. When the king knew of their separation, he doubled back to Oxfordshire, evading Waller, raised his numbers to nearly 10,000 men by drawing troops from the garrison of Oxford, and advanced to Buckingham. He had some thought of trying a stroke at London, which was almost unguarded. But while he hesitated, Waller was coming up behind him, and had to be dealt with. At Copredy Bridge, June 29, Waller was defeated in an attempt to cut off the king's rear guard, but he was able to effect a junction with Brown, who was bringing him a reinforcement of 4,000 men, while Charles went back to Evesham. As soon as the emergency was over, Waller's army, largely composed of trained bands, began to melt away. He assured the committee that, quote, "an army compounded of these men will never go through with your service, and, till you have an army merely your own, that you may command, it is in a manner impossible to do anything of importance." End quote. Washington wrote to Congress in 1776 in much the same strain, and, just as Congress was at length persuaded to form a Continental Army to serve till the end of the war, so Parliament passed an ordinance, July 12, raising a new force of 13,000 men for permanent service. Waller's army was unfit to keep the field, and could only garrison Abington and Reading. Freed from all concern about it, Charles decided to follow Essex, who had raised the siege of Lyme, and gone on towards Plymouth. On the king's approach, Essex marched into Cornwall, but he had only 10,000 men. The country was against him, and by the middle of August he found himself shut up in the Fowley Peninsula by an army of 16,000. His cavalry broke out and reached Plymouth, and he himself escaped thither by sea, but his infantry was forced to surrender, September 2nd. They were released, after laying down their arms, on condition that they should not fight against the king till they had reached Portsmouth or Southampton. The easy terms made the Lostwithiel capitulation far from an equivalent to Marsden Moor. In London it was said that, by that miscarriage we are brought a whole summer's travel back. But it paved the way for the replacement of Essex by a more vigorous and capable commander. The rank and moral worth of Essex, and his staunchness to the parliamentary cause, had given him a hold upon the office of general, which nothing short of such a failure could shake. The king was not in a position to reap substantial advantage from his success. His army was reduced in numbers and mutinous in temper. Horses, clothes, and money were wanting. Weariness of war made some of his officers turned to that solution which the parliamentary generals rejected, the deposition of Charles in favor of his son. Wilmot, who was said to have thrown out this suggestion, was arrested, and the command of the cavalry was given to Goring. Rupert was raising fresh troops in Wales and the Marshes, of which he had been made president, but, mortified by his failure, and disgusted with the course of affairs, he had fallen into despondency, and gave himself up to self-indulgence at Bristol. It was near the end of October when he set out to join the king with 5,000 men. By the middle of that month, Charles reached Salisbury. His immediate object was to relieve the royalist outposts, Basinghouse and Donningham Castle, near Newbury. But he had only 10,000 men, and, when he arrived at Whitchurch, he found an army of nearly twice that strength in front of him. It was made up of the troops of Waller, Essex, and Manchester, and was commanded by a council of war which included 2 civilians. Essex himself was ill at Reading. Finding himself unable to reach Basinghouse, the king turned northward to Donnington Castle, the siege of which was raised on his approach. The parliamentary army followed, and a second battle at Newbury was fought, October 27. The royalists were in a strong position in the angle formed by the Lambourne and the Kinnet. Waller, accompanied by Cromwell, made a circuit and attacked them from the west, while Manchester made a belated and unsuccessful attack from the northeast. The king's army was beaten, but by the fault of Manchester was able to escape in the night without much loss. The king reached Oxford on November 1st, and was joined there the next day by Rupert, who was made general in place of Brentford. The reinforced army then returned to Newbury, where the parliamentary army still lay. It declined the offer of a fresh battle, and fell back to Reading, allowing the royalists to raise the siege of Basinghouse. There was great disappointment in London, and Cromwell, called upon in Parliament to say what he knew about the causes of the miscarriage, laid the whole blame on Manchester. That sweet, meek man, as Bailey calls him, had lost all zeal for the war. He argued that it was useless to continue it, for, quote, "If we beat the king 99 times, yet he is king still, and so will his posterity be after him. But if the king beat us once, we shall all be hanged, and our posterity made slaves." End quote. After Marsden Moor, Manchester had found excuses for remaining inactive at London till the beginning of September, and it was tardily and with reluctance that he obeyed the orders of the committee to bring his troops to the help of Essex and Waller. Manchester and his major general, Crawford, had been on bad terms with Cromwell for some time. Intolerant of popery and prelacy, but tolerant of all shades of Puritanism, Cromwell insisted that good soldiers should not be excluded from the ranks, quote, "because they square not with you in every opinion concerning matters of religion," end quote. And he had signed the covenant with reluctance. Impatient of the obstructive action of the Lords, he had said that he hoped to live to see never a nobleman in England. As a Presbyterian and an aristocrat, Manchester had come to dislike and distrust him, and longed for an accommodation with the king. He replied to Cromwell's attack on him by countercharges. The Lords, now reduced to about a dozen, espoused his cause, and were warmly seconded by the Scottish commissioners, who denounced Cromwell as an incendiary, but the Commons stood by their member. To avert a rupture, Cromwell, December 9, threw out a suggestion which took shape in the Self-Denying Ordinance, excluding members of both houses from offices and commands, military and civil. This was passed by the Commons on December 19, but the Lords, regarding it as aimed at themselves and the generals belonging to their order, rejected it, January 13, on the ostensible ground that it was unwise to make the changes involved till the reform of the army, which had been taken in hand some 2 months before, should be complete. The argument was plausible, But, as a matter of fact, the two measures were closely connected, and the war party were resolved that the new army should not be wasted by being placed in the hands of incompetent commanders. It was chiefly under Cromwell's influence that the question of army reform had been taken up. He felt strongly that it was useless to discuss ecclesiastical changes or to negotiate with the king, so long as the fortune of war remained in its present balanced condition. If the king were once thoroughly beaten, there would be time enough afterwards to settle everything else. With that wonderful combination of reserve, practical sense, and fervor, which made the strength of his character, he bent all his energies on the one aim, complete victory in the field. In demanding military reform, he drew support from the obviously defective and unwieldy character of the existing organization. Manchester had denied the right of Parliament to dispose of his troops without the consent of the counties which had raised them, and the counties made formal complaint of this use of their men, and of the heavy burden laid on them for maintenance, which amounted to nearly 500,000 a year. The Commons, already impressed by Waller's warning, referred their petition to the Committee of Both Kingdoms, November 23rd, and directed it to, quote, consider a frame or model of the whole militia, end quote. The committee recommended that there should be an army of 22,000 men, that is to say, 14,400 foot, and 7,600 horse and dragoons, apart from local forces, and that it should be regularly paid from taxes assessed on those parts of the country which were suffering least from the war. This ordinance for the creation of this new model army passed the Commons on January 11, 2 days before the Lords rejected the self-denying ordinance. The reply of the Commons was to appoint Sir Thomas Fairfax as Commander-in-Chief, thus depriving Essex of command, and settling in advance the main question raised by the ordinance. Fairfax was only 33. He had given ample proof of energy and decision, and was not identified with any sect or faction. Skippon was appointed Major General in the place of Manchester. The place of Lieutenant General, carrying with it command of the cavalry, was not filled. The new model ordinance was now sent up to the Lords, January 28, but so long as there seemed to be any chance that the negotiations with the king, to be presently related, might issue in peace, they were reluctant to give up their direct influence on the army. There was some wrangling over amendments by the Lords, but when it became clear that there was little, if any, hope of peace, and when an ominous mutiny at Leatherhead showed the disorganization of the army, they accepted the ordinance, February 15. In its final form, besides setting the numbers and character of the new army, and confirming the appointments already mentioned, it provided that the appointment of officers should be made by the Commander-in-Chief, subject to the approval of both houses, and that both officers and men should take the covenant. Thus, half the battle for efficiency was won. But meanwhile, owing to disorganization on the parliamentary side, and incapacity on the other, no progress was made with the war. On February 25th, after the rupture of the Uxbridge negotiations, a new self-denying ordinance was prepared by the Commons, and a list of officers, drawn up by Fairfax, was sent up to the Lords. Still striving against the recognition of independency, they tried to modify the list, but in view of the military difficulties, gave way, and, a few days later, April 3rd, accepted the self-denying ordinance. As ultimately modified, it ordered that members of either house, holding office or command, should resign their appointments, but it did not disqualify them for future employment. Designed to satisfy the Lords, this provision turned to the profit of Cromwell, who, on June 10th, was reappointed Lieutenant General. Combining a high military command with membership of Parliament and of the Committee of Both Kingdoms, Cromwell henceforward held a unique position. The ordinance applied to the navy as well as to the army. Warwick resigned with Essex and Manchester, and the command of the fleet was given to Batten. Quote, "That violent party, which had first cozened the rest into the war, and afterwards obstructed all the approaches towards peace, found now," says Clarendon, "that they had finished as much of their work as the tools which they had brought with could be applied to, and what remained to be done must be dispatched by new workmen." End quote. It was rightly judged that the war would never be brought to a successful end by Laodiceans. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The First Civil War, 1642 through 47, by G.W. Prothero and E.M. Lloyd. Part 4. We must now go back to consider the negotiations for peace, which had been carried on simultaneously with these preparations for more energetic war. In November 1644, when it was hoped that Marsden Moor and the Scottish alliance would render the king more amenable, certain propositions were drawn up. They clearly showed the influence of the Scottish Presbyterians, and demanded a, quote, reformation of religion according to the Covenant, end quote, reciting the clause in that agreement which pledged Parliament to endeavour uniformity with the Scottish Church. They also included a large proscription of the king's supporters, with total confiscation of their estates, and repeated the old demand that the army, the navy, and the nomination to all posts of importance should be placed in the hands of Parliament. These propositions were handed to the king on November 23rd at Oxford, where the Royalist Parliament had met again shortly before. That the Independents offered no resistance to these intolerant demands was probably due to their conviction that the king would reject them. Charles, however, did not refuse to negotiate, though in parting with the parliamentary envoys, he told them plainly, quote, "There are 3 things I will not part with: the Church, my crown, and my friends." End quote. From these 3, indeed, he never parted, except in death. On the other hand, those who protested so loudly against innovations in religion had become tyrannical innovators, and they showed the bitterness of their intolerance by taking the life of the old man who, their worst enemy in former days, was now no longer dangerous. The trial of Lloyd, on a charge of treason, had gone on during the greater part of the year 1644. To prove the charge, even before such a body as the depleted House of Lords, turned out as difficult as in the case of Strafford, and the same method of solving the problem was ultimately adopted. In November, the impeachment was dropped, and an ordinance of attainder brought in. The Lords, engaged in their dispute with the lower house over the self-denying ordinance, resisted for several weeks, but on January 4 they gave way. 6 days later, Lloyd suffered death on the scaffold. Such an act of vengeance augured ill for the pending negotiations. Nevertheless, they began at Uxbridge on January 29, 1645. The Scots had let it be known that, if the king were willing to abandon episcopacy, in England as well as Scotland, they would support him in other respects. It can hardly be doubted that Cromwell, in allowing and even aiding them to influence the character of the terms, was well aware that their ecclesiastical policy put an insuperable bar in the way of peace. The 3 propositions brought forward at Uxbridge went even beyond those presented at Oxford in November, for the king was now to take the covenant himself, assent to the new Directory of Public Worship, as agreed to by Parliament shortly before, instead of the Prayer Book, hand over the army and navy, and quash the secession in Ireland, allowing Parliament to suppress the rebellion there as it pleased. After some discussion, the king went so far as to offer to limit episcopal authority, allow alterations in the Prayer Book, and abolish penalties on deviation in matters of ceremony for Presbyterians and Independents alike. As to the militia, he was ready to hand it over, temporarily, to a body named half by Parliament, half by himself. But after 3 years, the command was to revert to the Crown. These were considerable concessions, but they did not satisfy the Independents, much less the Presbyterian party, and after a month of futile argument, the Treaty of Uxbridge came to an end, February 22nd. A fortnight later, the Oxford Assembly, which had put unwelcome pressure on the king in order to induce him to come to terms, was again adjourned, and the king, in a letter to the Queen, congratulated himself on being rid of his mongrel parliament and the base and mutinous motions it had proposed. The king was less disposed to make concessions, as he had hopes of help from various quarters. In the Highlands, Montrose had beaten the Covenanters at Tippermuir, Aberdeen, and Inverlochy. He wrote, February 3rd, that he hoped to bring all Scotland to the king's obedience, and to be in England before the summer was over. Lord Herbert, whom Charles created Earl of Glamorgan, had formed plans for bringing over 10,000 Irish soldiers, and for securing aid from the Pope and the Catholic powers. The Queen, after her arrival in France, had tried to persuade Anne of Austria and Mazarin to assist her husband, and was beginning to meet with some success. It suited Mazarin to prolong the struggle in England, and he wished to deprive Spain of the services of the Duke of Lorraine's troops. He offered to find pay for them, and the Duke was willing to send them, to the number of 10,000. The Dutch, however, refused to transport them. The hope of succour from France and Ireland made it important for the king to strengthen his hold of the western counties, which furnished good landing places and formed a good recruiting ground. The Prince of Wales was sent to Bristol in March, with Hyde and other advisers, to encourage the formation of a Western Association, and with the further view that, if the king were taken prisoner, the prince should be at large. Taunton was the only island town in this part of the country which was in parliamentary hands. Essex had left a garrison in it, and Blake, who had already distinguished himself in the defence of Lyme, was governor. It had been intermittently blockaded since September, and the Royalists now determined to press the siege. Waller and Cromwell were sent to relieve it, but their force was too small. Waller fell back to Salisbury, and was so disgusted with the adventitious, borrowed forces which were placed under him, and which deserted or mutinied for want of pay, that he gladly threw up his command. He abhorred the war, and wished that, quote, the one party might not have the worse, nor the other the better. End quote. The formation of the new model army, which should have been the winter's work, occupied the whole of April, 1645. The men who had hindered it tried to get it postponed for another year, and foretold disaster. Fairfax was empowered to take what soldiers he pleased from the existing armies, but they were so weak in infantry that 8,500 men had to be raised by impressment. It was easier to obtain recruits for the cavalry than for the infantry, as the former received 2 shillings, the foot soldiers only 8 pence a day. Many of the best recruits had served in the royal armies. Fairfax's list of officers was framed with little regard to social rank or creed. It was approved by the Commons, and after some demur, by the Lords. Though all officers were required to take the Covenant, independents were the dominant element. Cromwell's Ironsides served as a type for all the cavalry of the new model. Of its 14 troops, 2 were transferred to other regiments, and the remaining 12 formed 2 regiments, known henceforward as Fairfax and Whalley's. Baxter, who became chaplain of Whalley's, was shocked to find that they, quote, took the king for a tyrant and an enemy, and really intended to master him or ruin him. End quote. In Voltaire's phrase, they were inspired by un enchant mélancolique et une prière raisonnée. There were local forces untouched by the reorganization. Under Poynts in the northern counties, Brown in the Midlands, Massey and Brereton in the west. These with smaller bodies and with the Scottish army made up perhaps 50,000 men. Nevertheless, the temporary paralysis of the main army gave the Royalists an opportunity of taking the initiative in the campaign of 1645. Rupert, who was on the Welsh border, wanted the king to join him with the artillery train from Oxford, that they might relieve Chester, Pontefract, and other northern garrisons. But Cromwell made a brilliant cavalry raid round Oxford, routed 3 regiments of horse at Islip, April 24th, captured Bleshington House, and cleared the country of draft horses. The king, who had counted on them for his train, found himself unable to move. At the end of April, when the new model army was still much below its intended strength, Fairfax received orders to march to the relief of Taunton. The stoutness of Blake's defence and the efforts of the Royalists had given the place a factitious value, like that of Mafeking in our own day, and the strategists of the committee thought more of the gain or loss of pawns than of planning a checkmate. Fairfax had reached Blandford when he was recalled, but half his force went on to Taunton and raised the siege, May 11, when the Royalists were already in the town, and the defenders were without ammunition. The recall of Fairfax was owing to news that the king was being joined by Rupert and Goring. Charles left Oxford on May 7, at the head of 11,000 men, and, by Rupert's advice, marched on Chester. He hoped to recover lost ground in the north, to defeat the Scottish army, which had been weakened by detachments in consequence of Montrose's success, and perhaps to effect a junction with Montrose. Goring, who was against this plan, was sent back to the west with full control of the operations there. At Market Drayton, Charles learnt that the siege of Chester had been raised. Instead of advancing into Lancashire, he turned eastward and marched on Leicester, which was stormed and sacked May 31st. He meant to make his way north through the more open country, rallying his Yorkshire partisans, but this was on the assumption that Oxford could hold out till his return. Fairfax had been ordered to invest it, and was already crying out for succour. Much to the discontent of the Yorkshiremen, the royal army marched south to Daventry, and halted there till Oxford should be revictualled. On the news of the storming of Leicester, Fairfax had been told to abandon the siege of Oxford and see to the security of the eastern counties, which seemed to be threatened. The city petitioned that he should be given a free hand, without attending commands and directions from remote councils. Consequently, he was authorized to act upon his own discretion, subject to the advice of his council of war, and that advice was to seek out the enemy and fight him. Before the enemy knew of his approach, Fairfax was within 8 miles of Daventry. June 12th, at the request of Fairfax Council, the House of Commons had, as already mentioned, appointed Cromwell lieutenant general, and he now joined the army with 600 horse. The king's army numbered about 4,000 horse and 3,500 foot, while Fairfax had 6,000 horse and nearly 8,000 foot. But a large proportion of his men were raw soldiers, and his officers were held in undeserved contempt by the Cavaliers because they had not served abroad. In Cromwell's phraseology, they were a company of poor, ignorant men. The Royalists at first moved northward, wishing to avoid a battle, but finding that his rear would be overtaken, Charles turned at Market Harborough and attacked Fairfax in a position north of Naseby on the morning of June 14. Like Wellington at Waterloo, Fairfax had drawn up his troops on a low ridge, which hid his reserves from the enemy's view, and his dragoons lined a hedge on his left, from which they took the Royalists in flank. Nevertheless, the left wing under Ireton was broken by Rupert, and chased to the outskirts of Naseby. In the centre, the Royalist foot under Asti fired one volley, and then, falling on with sword and butt end of musket, did notable execution against odds of 2 to 1. But on the right, Cromwell, with 7 regiments of cavalry, including his own Ironsides, overpowered the northern horse under Langdale, and then fell upon the flank and rear of the Royalist foot, which was forced to lay down its arms. Rupert, returning from Naseby, joined Langdale. but the Cavaliers could not be brought up for a second charge. They retreated. The retreat soon became a flight, and they were hotly pursued as far as Leicester. The battle cost the king all his infantry and artillery and half his cavalry. His cabinet was captured, with drafts or copies of his letters to the Queen. These were published, and the country learned that he was prepared to repeal the laws against Catholics and was trying to bring Irish and foreign troops to England. His cause had now become hopeless, but he was far from recognizing it. He turned west, and by the 19th he was able to muster a force of 7,000 men at Hereford, while Goring was reckoned to have twice that number. With Irish assistance, Charles hoped to be in a far better condition before winter than he had been at any time since this rebellion began. Fairfax and his council decided that it was a more urgent matter to deal with Goring in Somerset than to follow the king into Wales. That task might be left to the Scots. The siege of Carlisle, which had occupied them for many months, was near its end. The town surrendered on June 28, and in spite of English remonstrances, a Scottish garrison was placed in it, as in Newcastle. Leven had begun to move south, so soon as it was clear to him that the king was not taking the road to Carlisle, and by June 22nd was at Nottingham. Receiving instructions there to attend the king's movements, he marched slowly to the Severn, crossed it above Worcester, and at the end of July invested Hereford. Fairfax made more dispatch. He left Leicester on June 20, and, marching by the uplands, reached Dorchester by July 3rd. On his approach, Goring raised the siege of Taunton, and posted his troops on the north side of the Parrett and its tributary, the Yow. This enabled him to fall back on Bristol, or to join forces with the king. To force the passage of these rivers was a business of exceeding difficulty, it being also a moorish ground. On his way to Taunton, Fairfax had escaped this necessity by the route which he had chosen, and approaching them now from the opposite direction, he confined himself to demonstrations of attack on the bridges held by the Royalists, while he passed the Yow higher up at Yowville. Goring drew his troops down to Langport, where he was attacked by Fairfax, July 10. He had sent off his train to Bridgewater, and fought only to gain time. But, though the ground was favourable, his men made no stand against the impetuous onset of 6 troops of Ironsides. The horse were chased to Bridgewater. The foot soon surrendered on the moors. Goring made his way to Barnstable, but Fairfax did not follow him, for the lesson of Lost Rothwell was not forgotten. He laid siege to Bridgewater, and succeeded in taking it in 11 days. The king, who was at Raglan Castle, trying with indifferent success to raise fresh troops in Wales, had been assured that Bridgewater was impregnable, and was concerting plans for its relief with Rupert, who was at Bristol. On the news of its fall, Rupert advised him to make peace, but Charles replied, "I confess that, speaking either as a mere soldier or statesman, I must say there is no probability but of my ruin. But, as a Christian, I must tell you that God will not suffer rebels to prosper, or this cause to be overthrown." Parliament had now a chain of posts from Bridgewater to Lyme to hold in check the counties of Cornwall and Devon, and this chain was strengthened by the storming of Sherborne Castle, August 15. During the siege of it, Fairfax was much hampered by the Dorset clubmen, bands which had been formed in the western counties to prevent plundering and to keep the war out of their neighbourhood. Rupert and Goring had had some trouble with them, for it was the depredations of the Cavaliers which had occasioned their assembly, but now they were instigated by the Royalists to act against the Parliamentarians. They had met Fairfax with threats on his first arrival, and though he had kept his promise to enforce strict discipline, they became more aggressive in August. At length Cromwell, having tried persuasion in vain, stormed their camp on Hambleton Hill, and succeeded in dispersing them without much bloodshed. Bath had surrendered on July 30, Bristol also must be taken before the army could safely move on into Devonshire. Rupert had 3,500 men there, but they were newly levied Welsh, and the circuit of the works was about 4 miles. The officers of the new model preferred to run risks rather than waste time over sieges, and Fairfax himself was still for action in field or fortification. Invested on August 23rd, Bristol was stormed on September 10th. Rupert still held the western forts, and to save the city from destruction, he was allowed to withdraw to Oxford. While Fairfax was engaged in Somerset and Dorset, the king made a fruitless raid into the Midlands. Passing round Leven's army, he crossed the Severn at Bridge North and reached Doncaster on August 18th with 2,000 horse and a few foot. But Pontefract and Scarborough had fallen. The parliamentary forces under Poyntz gathered to meet him, and David Leslie was coming up behind him with 4,000 horse. Turning south, Charles made his way to Huntingdon, and Leslie did not follow him, for he was needed in Scotland. Montrose had crowned his career of victory at Kilsyth, August 15, but within a month Leslie brought it to an end at Philiphaugh. From Huntingdon the king went to Oxford, his troops plundering royalists and Roundheads alike, and by the beginning of September he was at Worcester. Leven was still lying before Hereford, but without cavalry and without pay or supplies for his men, his position was difficult. He raised the siege and marched back to Yorkshire. Charles was again at Raglan, making plans with his sanguine adviser, Digby, for the relief of Bristol, when news came of its fall. Rupert had talked of holding it for 4 months. The king was already prejudiced against his nephew as an advocate of peace, and the anger and distrust aroused by this unexpected blow were fostered by Digby. In a letter which is not without pathos, Charles told Rupert to seek his subsistence somewhere beyond seas. He dismissed him from all his offices, and he also displaced his friend, William Legge, who was governor of Oxford. The king had no longer any object in remaining in South Wales. Sending orders to Goring, who was with the Prince of Wales at Exeter, to join him, he marched north and reached Chester on September 23rd. His hopes were built upon Montrose, of whose defeat he was unaware, and he looked to joining him in Scotland. But his cavalry was beaten next day at Rowton Heath by Poyntz, and he was obliged to seek shelter in Wales. At Denbigh he received news of Philiphaugh, and from there he made his way to Newark, after sending fresh orders that Goring should join him, and that the Prince of Wales should go to France. The Cavaliers of the West were unable, or unwilling, to obey the king's summons. Their own homes were threatened, and they were clamorous for peace. Fairfax had followed up the capture of Bristol by taking the castles of Devizes and Berkeley. At the end of September, he sent Cromwell to Hampshire to deal with the posts which still threatened the road from London, while he himself marched on to Devon. He took Tiverton Castle, October 19, but to besiege Exeter, or to pass it by, was hazardous at that season of the year. The wet weather and the deep Devonshire lanes impeded movement, and his men were tired and sickly, so he placed them in cantonments to the east of Exeter. Cromwell rejoined him on October 24, having done his work with his usual thoroughness and speed. Winchester Castle had surrendered after 2 days' battering, and he had moved on to Basinghouse. The Parliamentarians had spent nearly 6 months before it in 1644. Cromwell took it in 6 days. There had been a lack of siege guns in the early part of the war, but the new model army was provided with a good train. Guns of 6-inch and 7-inch caliber and 12-inch mortars were used against Sherborne Castle and Basinghouse. Shell fire from mortars, which had come into use only about 20 years before, was especially formidable to castles and fortified houses. It threatened their magazines, and Devizes surrendered on this account. The king remained some weeks at Newark, uncertain what course to take. A report that Montrose had beaten Leslie, led him to move northward, but it proved unfounded, and he returned. Digby, with 1,500 horse, went on to Scotland, and reached Dumfries after being worsted in a confused fight at Sherborne, October 15. Finding enemies before and behind him, he turned south again. His men deserted him, and he took refuge in the Isle of Man. It was perhaps to avoid meeting Rupert that he had left Newark. The prince arrived there in the middle of October and claimed to be judged by a council of war, which pronounced that he had shown no want of courage or fidelity in the surrender of Bristol. There was no real reconciliation, however, between him and his uncle, and after an angry scene relating to Digby and his influence, Rupert left Newark and applied to Parliament for a pass to go abroad. This was refused, as he would not pledge himself never again to bear arms against it. He went to Oxford in December and asked pardon of the king, who had returned thither on November 5, but he was not restored to his command. His opinion that it was useless to continue the war was shared, as Charles was shocked to find, by nearly all the leading royalists at Oxford. The sluggish and ineffectual action of the Scottish army had caused great discontent at Westminster. Parliament complained that Leven had disregarded instructions, had placed Scottish garrisons in English towns, and had levied unauthorized contributions. The Scottish commissioners retorted that he was bound to take care of his army, and that the money and supplies promised by Parliament had not been furnished. At the end of November, Leven took part in the investment of Newark, which he had been asked to do 2 months before, but at the beginning of 1646 he had only 7,000 men there, of whom less than half were infantry. The return of the king to Oxford made it necessary for Fairfax to detach some of his best cavalry to watch his movements. Toward the end of the year, the Prince of Wales advanced to the relief of Exeter with a force reckoned at 11,000 men. Goring had handed over his command to Lord Wentworth and had gone to France. On January 9, Cromwell surprised some of Wentworth's horse at Bovey Tracy, and spread such panic that the Royalists fell back on Launceston. After storming Dartmouth, Fairfax returned to the blockade of Exeter, which was now shut in on all sides. Hopton, with his usual self-sacrifice, accepted the command of what Clarendon describes as a dissolute, undisciplined, wicked, beaten army, and made a fresh attempt to relieve the city. Fairfax went to meet him, drove him out of Torrington, February 16, followed him into Cornwall, and by March 10 had reached Truro. The Royalists refused to fight any longer. The foot were sent to Pendennis Castle, and the horse surrendered. The Prince of Wales had sailed from Falmouth to the Scilly Isles at the beginning of March, and Hyde employed his enforced leisure there in beginning his history. In April, the prince withdrew to Jersey, and in June to France, by desire of the king and queen, but much against Hyde's advice. Mazarin, hoping to make use of him, had made large promises. Fairfax had marched into Cornwall sooner than he would otherwise have done, in consequence of the rumor that troops were coming from France and Ireland, and this also led to the ready submission of the Cornishmen, who had suffered enough from the exactions and severities of their own countrymen. Exeter, cut off from all hope of deliverance, capitulated on April 9th, and in a few weeks Pendennis Castle was the only royalist stronghold in the west. Chester had surrendered to Brereton 2 months earlier, and the Parliamentarians were masters of South Wales. The Irish levies had to remain in their own country because there was no port where they could be landed. The king still hoped to collect a force at Oxford, with which he might take the field, but Astley, one of his best soldiers, when bringing 3,000 men from Worcester, was attacked at Stow-on-the-Wold on March 21, and though numbers were about equal, his men laid down their arms. A month later, Charles left the city on his way to the Scots. Oxford was invested on May 11, and opened its gates on June 24. The Duke of York was sent to London as a prisoner, but Rupert and Maurice were allowed to go abroad. Other places soon followed the example of Oxford. With the surrender of Raglan Castle to Fairfax, August 19, the work of the New Model Army came to an end, and the war might be said to be finished, though the King's flag was still kept waving at Harlech till March 1647. The secret of the success of the New Model Army was that it was well paid and well found. This made it possible to maintain strict discipline and to carry on a continuous campaign of more than 15 months without marauding or mutiny, and without serious losses from desertion. The Royalists themselves admitted the contrast between their soldiers and those of the Parliament, though they put the best face on it. Quote, "In our army we have the sins of men, drinking and wenching, but in yours you have those of devils, spiritual pride and rebellion." End quote. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Presbyterians and Independence, 1645 to 1649, by G. W. Prothero and E. M. Lloyd, Part 1. We must at this point return to consider the tangled negotiations which were due to the position resulting from the military events that we have sketched, to the growing divergence between the forces whose union had gained the victory, and at last, but not least, to the character of the king who strove to recover by tortuous diplomacy at least a portion of what he had lost in the field. The chief parties in the game were now the king, intent mainly on preserving the Episcopalian Church and his control over the armed forces of the state; the Parliament, pledged to Presbyterianism but still more anxious to retain command of the army and to reduce the crown to impotence; the Scots, resolved on the establishment of Presbyterianism in both kingdoms, but indifferent to other English demands. These three elements do not, however, exhaust the list. Behind the English Parliament stood the English army, now mainly composed of independents, not as yet playing a leading role in negotiation, but resolved on obtaining liberty of conscience, whatever form of church government might issue from the strife, and forming a growing body of opinion which no other party could ignore. In the background were the Irish Catholics, with whom Charles negotiated throughout, the English Royalists, who, though beaten, decimated, and half ruined, were ready, if the opportunity came, to renew the struggle, and France, which under the government of Mazarin, and assiduously plied by Queen Henrietta, was anxious, if such an object could be gained without military intervention, to see Charles come to his own again. The whole history of the 3 years from December 1645 to January 1649 is the history of one long, complicated, and futile intrigue, interrupted by a second civil war and ending in the death of the king. The main stages of this conflict are marked by the flight of the king to the Scots, his surrender to the Parliament, his seizure at Holmby House, and the march of the army on London, the engagement and the vote of no addresses, the second civil war, Pride's purge, and the scaffold at Whitehall. As the struggle between Cavalier and Roundhead became more and more unequal, the king found fresh ground of hope in the disagreements of his enemies. The successes of the New Model Army had strengthened the independents. After Naseby, Cromwell had pressed on Parliament their claim to toleration. "I beseech you," he wrote to the Speaker, "not to discourage them." And again, after the capture of Bristol, "From brethren in things of the mind we look for no compulsion but that of light and reason." The Presbyterians fought hard to maintain their ascendancy and to restrain the vagaries of the sects. In the House of Commons they had, as a rule, the majority, but nearly 150 new members had been added to the House to fill vacancies, and it was now made up of groups rather than of parties. The House of Lords was also mainly Presbyterian, but it gradually became of less and less account. The Scots soon began to scent danger, both from the English Parliament and the English army. They distrusted the somewhat unsteady Presbyterianism of the former. They feared still more the growing independency of the latter. But they had hopes of the king, and not reckoning on his stubborn adherence to the Episcopalian system, believed that the conditions they could offer would be more acceptable than those that would be enforced by the English Parliament and army. Within a month of the Battle of Naseby, some Scottish lords tried to open a negotiation with Charles, but found him unwilling to go beyond what he had offered at Uxbridge. 2 months later, after Montrose's final defeat at Philiphaugh, the Scottish commissioners made more official overtures. Their anxiety for peace was not diminished by the fact that the Parliament was slow to discharge its obligations towards the Scottish army, whose pay was much in arrears. In the autumn of 1645, Parliament took some steps towards the establishment of the Presbyterian system, especially in London, which was becoming strongly Presbyterian, but it was not till the following March that this policy was extended to the kingdom at large. Even then it was not the Scottish system, pure and simple, that they intended to introduce, but one which the Scots stigmatized as Erastian, and which would have kept ecclesiastical control in lay hands while allowing some measure of toleration to the sects. The Independents, on their part, demanded full liberty of conscience. On the initiative of the Lords, Parliament tried to satisfy them by appointing a committee, November, to consider means of accommodation. The Independents, however, opened secret negotiations with the King, and Parliament was driven, December, to consider propositions for peace. The discovery of a plot hatched by certain noblemen at Oxford, who, enraged at the rejection of the independent overtures by the king, offered to hand him over to Parliament, forced the king to take a step forward. He expressed his willingness to negotiate and proposed to come to Westminster for the purpose. Parliament, however, declined to admit the proposal until the basis of an agreement should have been laid down. Meanwhile, the French government had intervened. Mazarin had become uneasy at the progress of Parliament, and as a check upon it he wished to renew the old relations between France and Scotland, and to induce Charles to throw himself on the support of the Scots. With this object he accredited an agent to them, Jean de Montreuil, who arrived at London in August. Terms of agreement were drawn up by the Scottish commissioners, and in January 1646 Montreuil went to Oxford to urge the king to accept them and to join the Scottish army before Newark. The Queen, at first unwilling to negotiate on account of the hope she nourished of active assistance from abroad, subsequently threw her weight into the same scale. The Scottish terms were practically a renewal of the Uxbridge propositions, with the additional demand that Charles should take the covenant. His answer was that he would rather lose his crown than his soul. His objection was not wholly religious, for, like his father, he held that, quote, the nature of Presbyterian government is to steal or force the crown from the king's head, end quote. Beyond toleration for the Presbyterians in England he could not be induced to go, nor would he throw over Montrose. During these secret negotiations with the Scots, the king made offers to the Parliament, proposing to restore the Church to the condition in which it had been under Elizabeth respecting doctrine and ceremonial, and to grant full liberty of conscience, including even the use of the Directory recently drawn up by the Assembly of Divines at Westminster, but he would make no promises about Ireland or the militia. These propositions were considered on January the 16th, but various discoveries prevented Parliament from paying serious attention to them. Lord Digby's correspondence, captured at Sherborne, had made the Houses aware of the King's dealings with the Scottish Lords in the previous August, and of his attempts to secure help from Holland, Denmark, France, and Ireland. In January they learnt of the offers made by the Scots, and of negotiations carried on by Sir Kenelm Digby in the Queen's name with the Pope, which were to result in an expedition of several thousand French soldiers paid by the French clergy. They also learnt and published to the world the treaty concluded by Glamorgan in Ireland, in which he pledged the king to all that the Pope's nuncio, Rinuccini, thought fit to demand, in order to obtain 10,000 Irish for service in England. Charles disavowed Glamorgan, but the affair helped to confirm what Rinuccini spoke of as, quote, the common belief of his inconstancy and untrustworthiness, end quote. Influenced by a sense of common danger and by the pressure of Montreuil, the Scots now modified their terms, withdrawing their demand that Charles should take the covenant or accept all the Uxbridge propositions, March 19th. Parliament having again refused to let the king come to Westminster, he now offered to join the Scots at Newark. The Scots engaged to receive him on a vague promise about Presbyterianism, trusting to enforce more definite terms when they had him in their power. Time was pressing, for Fairfax had done his work in the West and was approaching Oxford. Charles made overtures to the parliamentary general, but as these met with no response, he set out from Oxford on April 27th, disguised and accompanied by only 2 attendants. After approaching London, as if still uncertain what to do, he turned northward and put himself into Scottish hands at Southwell on May the 5th. 2 days later, Newark having surrendered at the king's orders, the Scottish army retired with their prisoner upon Newcastle. Meanwhile, fortress after fortress had fallen, and with the surrender of Oxford, June 24th, 1646, the war was practically over. Parliament had already voted, May 19th, that the Scottish army was no longer needed and should be paid off, but 9 months were to pass before they surrendered their prize. Charles's reception in the Scottish camp was by no means what he expected. On his arrival he found himself a prisoner. He declared that he was, quote, barbarously treated, end quote. His captors disavowed the assurances which had been given to him through Montreuil, and declared that he had come to their camp without any agreement whatever. He had expressed his willingness to be instructed in their church principles, and he was taken at his word. They pressed him to sign the covenant, or at all events consent to the establishment of Presbyterianism in all 3 kingdoms. They made him send orders to his garrisons to capitulate, and to Montrose to lay down his arms. Nevertheless, the terms they offered were far better, politically speaking, than those on which the Parliament insisted. Argyle wished to establish a form of Presbyterianism which, in England at least, might be elastic in system and not intolerant in practice, and to restore the monarchy on a constitutional basis. But Argyle was a statesman. The majority of his colleagues were less open to compromise. Still, if Charles could have frankly accepted Presbyterianism, he would have had the Scots at his back. It is to his credit, if it was his misfortune, that he remained firm on the essential point. In July, Parliament had formulated its terms, and at the end of that month parliamentary commissioners arrived in the north to discuss what were afterwards known as the Newcastle propositions. These included a demand that Charles should take the covenant, allow it to be enforced on all his subjects, and accept a reformation of the Church on that basis, with stringent laws against recusants. Parliament was to control the army and navy for 20 years, and after that time to arrange for their future administration. All high officials were to be named by Parliament. Many royalists were to be proscribed, and the rebellion in Ireland was to be put down as Parliament should direct. What place was left for the king in these conditions, it is hard to see. An intolerant Presbyterian and parliamentary tyranny was to be set up. The king, still hoping for assistance from France, made an evasive reply. The Scots pressed him to take the covenant, offering, if he would do so, to support his rights in other respects. The Queen, who thought one heretic as bad as another, begged him to throw over the Church. At length, on the rupture of the Irish peace and the dissipation of hopes from France, the king informed the Scottish commissioners, October 13th, that he was ready to give up the militia for 10 years, or even for life, and to grant Presbyterianism for 5 years, provided that a regulated episcopacy should follow. These proposals failed to satisfy the Scots. Still less could they satisfy the English Parliament. The two bodies now came to terms. The Scots had already offered to withdraw their forces on payment of their expenses and arrears. They estimated these at £500,000. Parliament offered £400,000, which the Scots agreed to accept. The Houses voted that they should dispose of the king, and the Scottish Parliament, convinced at last that Charles was obdurate, assented. At the end of January 1647, the Scots, having received half the sum to be paid them, handed over the king to the English commissioners and left Newcastle. By February 11th, the last of them had recrossed the Tweed. They have been much blamed for selling their king, but this is unjust. The money they received was in discharge of a debt incurred by the Parliament, which their assistants had saved. They rendered up to the king because he refused to assent to the only terms which would have enabled them to raise their fellow countrymen in his behalf. The Scots having withdrawn to their own country, and the king having been brought south and lodged at Holmby House in Northamptonshire, Parliament and army were now left face to face to settle their own differences and their dispute with the king as best they could. The Presbyterian majority in the Houses and in the City of London appear to have thought that, having got rid of one body of inconvenient allies, it would be comparatively easy to dispense with the other. There were several reasons which made them anxious to accomplish this end. In the first place, it would leave their hands free to deal with the king. Secondly, the existence of an armed force, now predominantly independent, was an obstacle to the settlement of the ecclesiastical question on a strictly Presbyterian basis. Lastly, the cost of the army was enormous and imposed a strain on the resources of the country which, though borne with more or less equanimity while the war lasted, was now regarded as unnecessary, and would, if continued, make the parliamentary government highly unpopular. The parliamentary revenue has been calculated at about £1.5 million, more than twice as much as Charles had ever enjoyed. Of this sum the army and the navy together swallowed up in 1647 about 3/5. The ravages of war, bad harvests, and a natural falling off of trade weakened the national capacity for bearing such a burden and increased the general discontent. There was good reason, therefore, for a large reduction of military expenditure. The continued existence of rebellion in Ireland, which it was highly important to put down, supplied a pretext for transporting a large part of that force to that country. The rest, it was thought, might be disbanded, but Parliament reckoned without its host. In February 1647, a scheme for the reduction of the army was brought forward. It passed both houses by March the 6th. No infantry was to be kept in England except in garrisons. The fortresses were to be mostly demolished, so that the number of garrison troops would be but small. On an emergency, infantry for the field could be furnished by the trained bands. The cavalry, as requiring more training, was to be kept up at a figure of 6,600. A force of about 12,500 men, horse and foot, was to be sent to Ireland. This force, however, was not to be composed of existing units, but of volunteers, a measure which would destroy that potent military element, esprit de corps. The remaining infantry, amounting to about half that of the new model army, were to disappear. Had Parliament at the same time satisfied the soldiers' just claims for arrears of pay, there might have been some chance for this project, but money was scarce and Parliament neglected this indispensable condition of success. A deputation was sent to Saffron Walden, where the bulk of the army was encamped, to invite volunteers for Ireland, but only about 1 in 10 accepted the invitation. The officers put inconvenient questions, asking especially for satisfaction in regard to arrears and security for pay and subsistence if they went to Ireland. The arrears varied from about 4 months to 10 or more, and amounted in all to over 330,000. The soldiers also demanded an indemnity for their actions in the war. Had they got satisfaction on these points, many would have been willing to go to Ireland, preserving their regimental organisation, and under Fairfax and Cromwell as their leaders, but Parliament had made choice of Skippon and Massey, both Presbyterians, and it evidently intended to break up the army and get rid of the prominent independents. The soldiers argued, if they be thus scornfully dealt withal for their faithful services whilst the sword is in their hands, what shall their usage be when they are dissolved? They therefore drew up a petition to Fairfax asking his assistance in obtaining the above-mentioned demands and certain others of a moderate nature. Parliament, highly indignant, declared the petition to be mutinous, but made no motion to redress the wrong. As, however, the parliamentary commissioners with the army failed to obtain volunteers for Ireland, and many of those who had offered their services withdrew, Parliament was compelled in April to vote 6 weeks' arrears of pay, afterwards increased to 8, to be paid on disbandment. Such a resolution, while recognising the justice of the complaints, did not go near to satisfying them, and the army began to organise itself with a view to pressing its claims. Towards the end of April, the soldiers of 8 cavalry regiments chose agents or agitators, 2 for each regiment, to carry their petition to Westminster, and otherwise to act on their behalf. Early in May, the example set was followed by the whole army. Parliament, in much alarm, sent Cromwell and other military members down to pacify the soldiers with instructions to promise an indemnity, immediate payment of a large part of the arrears, and security for the rest. The efforts of the mediators were successful, and the officers, after consultation with the agitators, drew up a friendly declaration asking that these somewhat vague promises might be further defined. May the 16th. Meanwhile, Parliament had been casting about for the means of offering armed resistance, if necessary, to the petitioners, and had issued orders remodelling the city militia, from which all independents were to be excluded. But a much larger design was now being hatched. Plans were considered for bringing the Scots again upon the scene, and 4 commissioners, with Lauderdale at their head, were sent by the Scottish Committee of Estates to England with instructions to reopen negotiations with the king. Ostensibly, they were to support the Newcastle propositions. Secretly, they were instructed to drop the demand that the king should take the covenant, and to insist only on a temporary adoption of Presbyterianism. On May 13th, Lauderdale was allowed to go to Holmby House, whence the king had, on the previous day, addressed a communication to Parliament offering to adopt Presbyterianism for 3 years, and to resign the militia for 10. A few days later, Parliament agreed to accept this offer as a basis for discussion. The foundation of an alliance between Scottish and English Presbyterians, and an understanding with Charles being thus laid, Parliament proceeded to vote the disbandment of all soldiers who should not go to Ireland. The agitators at once protested. Under Cromwell's influence, Parliament offered some concessions, but on May 25th the majority decided to proceed with the disbandment and to bring the artillery train from Oxford to London. The agitators now determined to resist. The army got out of hand, and mutinies broke out at Chelmsford and elsewhere. The Presbyterians were discussing a plan for removing the king to Scotland. Some time previously the army had considered the advisability of capturing him for itself. Face to face with military anarchy, Cromwell was obliged to take a side, and with his connivance at least, Cornet Joyce carried off the king to Newmarket, where a general rendezvous had been arranged, June 4th to 8th. Newfax had nothing to do with Joyce's raid, but he and Cromwell joined the army at Newmarket, and on the initiative of the latter a, quote, solemn engagement, end quote, was subscribed. Throwing the blame on their Presbyterian opponents, the soldiers agreed not to disband without receiving satisfaction, and established a council of the army, composed of officers and representatives of the men, which should in future conduct their joint affairs. The army thus took up an independent position in the state. Emboldened by this success, yet anxious to justify its actions in the eyes of the world, the army now widened its demands. Hitherto the soldiers had merely claimed justice and consideration for themselves. They now began to assert the rights of the nation against a tyrannical parliament, and to formulate political views. From their camp at Triplo Heath, a few miles south of Cambridge, they sent a remonstrance to the City of London, June 10th, demanding a recognition of their rights, not as soldiers but as Englishmen, and threatening to enforce them. They then set out to march by Royston towards the capital. On June 15th they issued a declaration in which they asserted their right, as not being, quote, a mere mercenary army, end quote, to speak for the people whose liberties they had been called on to defend. For the first time they put forward a positive political programme, in the formulation of which the dominant influence of Henry Ireton has been traced. They demanded that Parliament should dissolve itself, that the future duration of Parliaments should be fixed by statute, that offences should be punished by law, and that the right of petition should be recognised. The presentation of this remarkable document to the House of Commons was followed by charges against 11 members, including Hollis and William Waller, whose suspension was demanded on the ground that they had sought to overthrow the rights and liberties of subjects, and had sown dissensions between army and Parliament. Parliament refused these demands, whereupon the army moved to Uxbridge. The Commons gave way, and with permission of the House, the 11 members retired. Other demands, more specially concerning the army itself, were subsequently put forward, but the real point at issue was whether Parliament should remain predominantly Presbyterian, and therefore intolerant, or not. Some of the hotter heads in the army were for entering London and purging the House of Commons at once, but Cromwell, who acted throughout as a mediator, dissuaded them for the time, and the army withdrew to Belford, July 22nd. The Presbyterians, encouraged by this apparent hesitation, recovered themselves. A mob from the city invaded the houses and compelled them to reverse their recent concession, and the 11 members returned. Meanwhile, the army had opened direct negotiations with the king, offering to restore him to the throne and to accept episcopacy, if only they could have complete toleration. Thus, from the Scots and from the army he received offers of help, combined in the one case with Presbyterianism, in the other with religious liberty. On July 17th, Ireton had sketched out a policy for the army in the far-sighted plan called the Heads of the Proposals. Under this scheme, the bishops were to be deprived of coercive jurisdiction, no penalties were to be inflicted on nonconformists, and the covenant was to be put aside. The existing parliament was to fix a date for its dissolution. Future parliaments were to be biennial, with a redistribution of seats giving more weight to populous towns and districts, and their duration was to be limited. A council of state, to be named at first by agreement, was to exercise a large control over public affairs, including the regulation of the militia for 10 years. During the same period, Parliament was to appoint military commanders and the higher civil officials, after which time the King was to appoint commanders with the approval of Parliament, and to choose civil officials out of a list of 3 nominated by Parliament in each case. Stipulations for a lenient treatment of royalists concluded this statesmanlike paper, which, however, was too radical to stand much chance of acceptance at that date. Having made its intentions clear, the army now advanced upon London, which was almost in a state of anarchy. As it approached, some 67 independent members, including the 2 speakers, Manchester and Lenthal, joined it outside the walls and returned with it when, on August the 6th, it marched through the city. The 11 members and other Presbyterians fled, and for a little time the independents had a majority in Parliament. The first collision between the military and the civil power had ended, naturally in the victory of the army, but the advantage which it had gained was only temporary. Cromwell had for some time striven to reach a basis of agreement with the king, an attitude which brought him into suspicion with the hotter spirits in the army, who thought him to be bargaining for personal honours and private ends. As he was already suspected by the majority in Parliament, detested by many and feared by all, his position as a mediator became very difficult. He was charged with hypocrisy, and his changes of front, though not difficult to explain on another hypothesis, gave some colour to the charge. As he said himself when charged with ambition, quote, "No one rises so high as he who knows not whither he is going," end quote. But an impartial estimate will not charge him with aiming at the height which he eventually reached. His talents had placed him in a position of responsibility from which he could not retire without shame, even had his fervent temper and his consciousness of ability allowed him to withdraw. Being there, he met each difficulty as it arose, not looking far ahead, but seeking the likeliest visible method of securing the objects on which his heart was set. Such a course, involving not a few sudden turns, was naturally open to misinterpretation. At this time, convinced as Cromwell was throughout that a monarchy was the only stable form of government in England, he was resolved, if possible, to come to terms with the king. It was not his fault that an agreement with Charles could not be made. The heads of the proposals were modified to meet the king's views, but Charles's conviction that he held the best cards, and must win in the end, rendered all these efforts fruitless. Quote, "Sir," says Ireton, "you have an intention to be the arbitrator between the Parliament and us, and we mean to be it between your Majesty and the Parliament." End quote. Nevertheless, he told Parliament that he preferred the heads, as well he might, to the Newcastle propositions urged upon him by Scottish and English Presbyterians. Parliament voted this answer a refusal. In vain Cromwell and Ireton pressed him to adopt their views. The failure of his allies in Ireland, Jones's victory at Dangan Hill, August, the storming of Cashel, September, the rout of Lord Taffy at Marlow, November, might have shown him the danger of delay. But nothing would induce him to take a decided line, for he was bent on playing off one party against another, until the dissensions between them should give him a chance of recovering power through a second civil war. Though Cromwell was, or pretended to be, blind to this design, many less responsible persons in the army appear to have seen through it. The temper of the soldiers grew more bitter, and an anti-monarchical feeling began to manifest itself. It was now that the nickname Levellers, a designation which explains itself, was first applied to the advanced section of the independent party. Their tenets came to light in the Case of the Army Fully Stated, October 9th, and the Agreement of the People, which appeared 3 weeks later. The former of these documents put forward the theory that since, quote, "all power is originally and essentially in the whole body of the people," end quote, and, quote, "their free choice and consent by their representators, the only original foundation of all just government," end quote, Parliament, i.e. the representative Commons, must be supreme. Parliaments were to be biennial and elected by manhood suffrage. It was implied that the Crown and the House of Lords were superfluous, or at least should be entirely subordinate. So complete a transfer of divine right from king to people had not hitherto been suggested. The agreement, while in several respects repeating the heads of the proposals, was peculiar in that it reserved, even from the otherwise omnipotent control of the representative parliament, certain unalterable principles, the chief of which were that all should enjoy complete religious liberty, that none should be forced to serve in the army, and that none should be exempted from the ordinary course of law. Here we find foreshadowed that principle of distinguishing certain inalienable rights of man, which was so marked a feature of both the American and the French Revolution. But such radical views as these were not endorsed by the leaders of the army. On the contrary, a committee appointed on Cromwell's initiative to consider these schemes drew up a fresh plan which, while adopting the heads of the proposals in the main with insignificant modifications, expressly preserved the monarchy and the House of Lords. This plan may be regarded as embodying the minimum demands of Cromwell and his more moderate allies. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Presbyterians and Independence, 1645 to 1649, by G. W. Prothero and E. M. Lloyd, Part 2. Meanwhile, as the control of the militia became more and more the dominant consideration in Charles's mind, the Scottish commissioners were gaining favour with him at the expense of their rivals. On their part, the Scots dreaded more and more the power and the radical doctrines of the army, and became more ready to make concessions to the king. They now urged him to escape. Acting on their advice, he secretly left Hampton Court, made his way to the south coast, and, hoping to find a vessel to convey him to France, crossed to the Isle of Wight. There he took refuge with Colonel Hammond, who lodged him in Carisbrooke Castle, November 14th. On the same day the exasperation of the army culminated in a dangerous mutiny at Ware, which was only suppressed by Cromwell at the risk of his own life. Discipline was restored, but it was significant that only one mutineer was punished. Cromwell's eyes seem to have been opened to the fact that further adhesion to the policy of mediation would destroy his hold upon the army. Thenceforward, though he did not abandon the hope of saving the monarchy, he ceased to be Charles's friend. Charles's first step at Carisbrooke was to renew the negotiation with Parliament, November 16th. He offered Presbyterianism for 3 years, with subsequent consideration of ecclesiastical reform, and the militia for life. There was to be a measure of toleration, and the demands of the army were to be fairly considered. Thereupon Parliament made a selection from the Newcastle propositions, which they embodied in what were called the 4 Bills. The chief of these proposed to enact that Parliament should control the militia for 20 years, that the Crown should never afterwards administer it without parliamentary consent, and that the present Parliament might adjourn itself whither it pleased. The bills were submitted to the King on December 24th, but it can hardly be doubted that his previous offer must be regarded as a mere blind, put forward with the object of gaining time, for the intrigue with the Scots had now reached a head. On December 26th, Charles agreed with the Scottish commissioners in what was afterwards known as the engagement. In this document it was arranged that the covenant should be confirmed by Act of Parliament, though no one should be forced to take it, that Presbyterianism should be established for 3 years, after which a religious settlement should be made with the king's assent, and that the sects, i.e. the Independents and other nonconformists, should be suppressed. The king was to control the militia, and a new parliament was to be called. The Scots were to support the disbandment of the army, and if this were refused, they were to issue a declaration asserting the king's rights over the militia, and to send an army into England in support of the claim. Other clauses were added, providing for the admission of Scotsmen to the Privy Council, and their employment in other places of trust. Of the perfidy of this transaction there can, unfortunately, be no doubt. In November Charles had offered toleration to one party. Next month he expressly repudiated it in his agreement with another. Having thus taken a step which could only lead to civil war, he formally rejected, December 28th, the 4 bills. These intrigues were of course unknown to the public. All that was apparent was that the conflicting parties could not agree, and that the king's position was at least no worse than it had been at any time in the last year and a half. The country was sick of incertitude. The royalist reaction gained ground, and riots broke out in many places. Parliament knew nothing of the engagement, but they surmised the cause which emboldened the king to his last step. They were probably not without an inkling of the fact that the Scottish commissioners had for some time been engaged in concerting measures with the English royalists for a general rising, to coincide with their own invasion. On January the 2nd, 1648, the commissioners left London. Next day, Parliament put an end to the Committee of both kingdoms and placed executive power in the hands of its English members. The Commons also passed a vote that no further addresses should be sent to the king. In other words, they treated him as a hostile power. The Lords, after much hesitation, accepted this vote of no addresses on January the 15th. This action was justified by a declaration, February the 11th, a sort of reception of the Grand Remonstrance in which the king's misdeeds were set forth, especially his efforts to bring in forces from Ireland, France, Holland, and elsewhere, to undo the results of the 4 years' struggle, and to kindle anew the flames of civil war throughout the land. The declaration was warmly supported by Cromwell, who was now trying to get the Prince of Wales proclaimed king in the place of his father. A curious sidelight of humour is thrown upon these darkening clouds in the incident related by Ludlow, when, after he had vainly tried to get Cromwell to declare himself for a monarchy or a republic, the two generals took to pelting each other like boys with cushions till Cromwell ran away. Preparations for the war that was felt to be inevitable were now begun by both sides. Signs of the royalist reaction multiplied, and arrangements for a combined rising were actively pushed forward. The sailors of the fleet, long dissatisfied with the action of the army, were annoyed by the appointment of Rainborough, a leading leveller, to command them in the place of the Presbyterian Batten. It was hoped that they would declare for the king. In the Scottish Parliament, which met in March, there was a decided majority for Hamilton and war, but Argyle, who clung to peace, had a strong party at his back, and was supported by the bulk of the ministers, who condemned the Engagers for upholding a non-covenanted king. Cromwell still strove to put off the evil day, and vainly tried to bring the king to abdicate in favour of the Prince of Wales. Another project of the same fertile brain, to put the Duke of York on the throne, was frustrated by the escape of the young prince, disguised as a girl, to Flanders, April 21st. A few days later, news came to Westminster that the Scottish Parliament had resolved to raise an army. Their manifesto, issued on May the 3rd, demanded that all Englishmen should take the Covenant, that all heresy should be suppressed, that the king should be brought near London for the purpose of negotiation, and that the independent army should be disbanded. Royalism and the Covenant made an ill-assorted combination. The Scots were aiming at irreconcilable ends, and their host was divided in its aims. But the imminence of the danger brought the English Parliament and army nearer together than they had been for 2 years. Cromwell induced the House of Commons to consent by a large majority to a settlement under which government by King, Lords and Commons would be retained, and toleration under a Presbyterian system would be secured. Who the king should be was not declared. Then Cromwell hastened to Windsor to meet the agitators, in whom his continued efforts to win over the king had inspired a deep-seated distrust. After 3 days of anxious prayer and discussion, amid a tumult of emotion, the meeting agreed to prosecute the war with all their force, resolving, as one who was present has related, that, quote, "it was our duty, if ever the Lord brought us back in peace, to call Charles Stuart, that man of blood, to an account for the blood he had shed, and the mischief he had done to his utmost against the Lord's cause and his people in these poor nations." End quote. In such stern temper the Second Civil War began. The Royalist combination was formidable, but it was difficult to secure concert between its ill-assorted elements. The Scots wanted time for preparation, while the English Cavaliers feared that delay would enable Parliament to tie their hands. A premature explosion was brought about in South Wales, by the disbandment of Lorhan's troops, which had won that country for Parliament in 1645, and by the dismissal of Poyer from the governorship of Pembroke Castle. By the beginning of May, the insurrection had become so serious that Cromwell was sent to suppress it. Fairfax himself was to go north, for Berwick and Carlisle had been seized by Royalists. It became necessary to trust the city militia with the care of Parliament and the capital, though the riots which had lately occurred, April 9th and 10th, gave good ground for uneasiness. The southern counties, fretted by the burdens they had to bear, were now as malcontent as those of the north. Essex, Kent, and Surrey petitioned for an arrangement with the king and the disbandment of the army. Towards the end of May there was an extensive rising in Kent. Dartford and Deptford were seized, while 6 ships lying in the Downs declared for the king and helped to get possession of the castles on that part of the coast. Fairfax had to postpone his march northward and went to meet the Kentish insurgents with 8,000 men. He found them behind the Medway between Maidstone and Rochester, numbering about 11,000, and under the command of the elder Goring, whom Charles had made Earl of Norwich. Crossing the Medway above Maidstone, Fairfax stormed that town on June the 1st and dispersed the Royalist gathering. While he was restoring order in East Kent, Norwich made his way from Rochester to Blackheath, and crossed the Thames, followed by a few hundreds. He hoped to be joined by the men of Essex and to be welcomed by the Londoners, but Warner, the Lord Mayor, and Skippon, who commanded the militia, kept the city gates closed. About 5,000 Royalists mustered at Chelmsford, and Norwich, disappointed of London, decided to lead them northward. But Sir Charles Lucas, a Colchester man, persuaded him to take that town on his way as a good recruiting ground. He arrived there on the 12th. Fairfax appeared before the place next day with 5,000 men, having crossed the Thames at Gravesend. Its old Roman walls made Colchester a sort of fortress. The Royalists were quickly driven into the town from the position they had taken up outside, but an attempt to penetrate by one of the gates was repulsed, and the Parliamentarians found they had a siege before them for which they were ill provided. Fairfax, anxious to employ his troops elsewhere, offered good conditions, passes for the officers to go abroad and pardons for the men. These terms were refused, for, as Lord Capel wrote to Langdale, quote, "We here conceive that our tying and obliging Fairfax to us is the best way of proceeding for his Majesty's service." End quote. While Fairfax was blockading Colchester, Cromwell, who found the rising in South Wales already half suppressed through Houghton's victory at St. Fagans, was waiting for his siege guns before Pembroke. His batteries opened fire on July the 4th, and a week later the town and castle surrendered. His work in South Wales was done, and he was badly needed in the north, for the Scots had crossed the border on the 8th. What caused more alarm at Westminster was the appearance of Lord Holland at Kingston on July the 5th, at the head of some 500 horsemen. He held a commission as the Royalist commander-in-chief and hoped to gather an army from the southern counties. But he soon found that impatience of taxation was not the same thing as readiness to fight for the king. A few troops of parliamentary horse proved more than a match for his men. He made his way with a small following to St. Neots, and was taken prisoner there on July the 10th. The Scottish army had been raised slowly and by compulsion. Royalism wore a Presbyterian mask in Scotland, and its programme was to set free Parliament as well as the king and to settle religion. But many officers of experience, including the Leslies, kept aloof. The soldiers were raw, and the commander, the Duke of Hamilton, had neither military ability nor decision of character. At first only 10,000 men entered England, but they were joined by 4,000 cavaliers under Langdale, by 3,000 veteran Scots from Ulster under Munro, and by other reinforcements, which gradually brought their numbers up to 24,000. Lambert, the parliamentary commander, had only about 5,000 men. He was obliged to fall back into Yorkshire, and placed himself near Knaresborough to cover the siege of Pontefract, which the Royalists had surprised. On August the 13th he was joined by Cromwell, who had been urged to make haste lest Parliament should, quote, vote an approbation of the coming in of the Scots army, end quote. The attitude of Parliament was most uncertain. The Commons had indeed declared the Scots to be enemies, July 21st. The Lords not only declined to adopt this position, but published a Scottish manifesto refusing toleration to either sectaries or Episcopalians. Hamilton now held a council of war at Hornby, which decided for an advance through Lancashire instead of crossing the fells into Yorkshire. Cromwell had less than 9,000 men disposable, of whom 2,000 were Lancashire levies, but he reckoned it his business, quote, to engage the enemy to fight, end quote. As the Scots moved south, he struck west, and marching up the Wharfe and down the Ribble, by August 17th he was near Preston, where he expected Hamilton would halt to collect his troops. The main body of the Scottish infantry was on the point of crossing the river there when Cromwell arrived. Most of their cavalry was at Wigan, 15 miles south, and 5,000 men under Munro and Musgrave were at Kirkby Lonsdale, 30 miles north. Langdale was left to hold the Parliamentarians in check, while the Scots passed the Ribble to recover touch with their horse. The Cavaliers stood their ground gallantly for 4 hours, and were nearly all killed or taken. Leaving a force to hold Preston, Cromwell pursued Hamilton's army, which hurried southward, marching night and day. The Scottish foot surrendered at Warrington on the 20th, and Cromwell, whose men were worn out with doing execution on the army for 30 miles, turned back, leaving the chase to Lambert, to whom Hamilton himself surrendered on the 25th at Uttoxeter. Munro retreated into Scotland, leaving his English allies to shift for themselves. He was followed by Cromwell, who went on to Edinburgh and helped Argyll to get the better of the discredited engagers. Cromwell remained in Scotland for about 2 months and did not return to London till December. The hopes of aid from France or Ireland had come to nothing, and the attempts of the king to escape from Carisbrooke had failed, nor did the fleet prove of much service to the royal cause. The ships that had declared for the king in May had sailed for Holland, and had been joined by others. In the middle of July they put to sea with the Prince of Wales on board, and Willoughby of Parham as vice-admiral. They lay for some weeks in the Downs, capturing merchantmen, and were joined there by Batten, who brought the number of ships up to 11. The prince had just come to terms with Lauderdale as to his joining the Scottish army when that army ceased to exist. Warwick had been reappointed admiral by Parliament, but he was not in a position to attack the Royalist fleet, for some of his ships were at Portsmouth and some in the Thames. Towards the end of August, the Royalist fleet sailed up to the Nore and tried to bring on an action, but a gale intervened. The Royalists were obliged to return to Holland for supplies, and Warwick was able to unite the two halves of his fleet in the Downs. By this time Colchester, who had looked in vain for help from the prince, had been starved into surrender. Fairfax, reinforced by the trained bands of Suffolk, had drawn his lines tightly round it, and the foot soldiers of the garrison would not allow their officers and the horse to break out, leaving them behind. The news from Preston put an end to all hope of relief, and as surrender became more certain and less urgent, the besiegers' terms grew harder. By the conditions signed on August the 27th, quarter was allowed to privates and subalterns, but superior officers submitted to mercy. 2 of them, Sir Charles Lucas and Sir George Lisle, were shot next day, quote, for some satisfaction to military justice and in part of avenge for the innocent blood they had caused to be spilt, and the trouble, damage, and mischief they had brought upon the town, this country, and the kingdom, end quote. The 2 lords, Norwich and Capel, were reserved for the judgment of their peers. With the fall of Colchester, the war in England was practically over. The execution of Lucas and Lisle has been denounced and defended from that day to this. Quote, the manner of taking the lives of these worthy men was new and without example, and concluded by most men to be very barbarous, end quote, says Clarendon, quote, and was generally imputed to Ireton, who swayed the general, and was upon all occasions of an unmerciful and bloody nature, end quote. But, as Macaulay says of Monmouth, quote, every man who heads a rebellion against an established government stakes his life on the event, end quote. One may admire the man and yet recognize the justice of the penalty. In the First Civil War, King and Parliament had declared each other's adherents to be traitors, but there were good reasons for not treating them as such. The case was by no means the same with the Second War, and cool judging men might well come to the conclusion that some severity would be wholesome. When Sheridan was sent to restore order in Texas in May 1865, after the Confederate government had been broken up, Grant instructed him that those who resisted should not be regarded as belligerents, but were in the condition of outlaws. Both Lucas and Lisle had been paroled in the first war, and that was doubtless one reason why they were, quote, pitched upon for this example, end quote, though the ground taken by Fairfax and his council was that Parliament had pronounced them traitors and rebels. The situation was now again something like what it had been in February 1647, but there were great differences. In the first place, it was no longer necessary to consider the Scots. The crushing defeat of Preston had deprived Presbyterianism of all hope of assistance from that quarter. In the second place, the temper of the army had changed, and the time had come for them to redeem their vow. On the other hand, the end of the long struggle on the continent was in sight, and France and Holland would shortly be free to intervene, if they wished, in the affairs of England. The Peace of Westphalia was actually signed on October 24th, NS, 1648. The possibility of such intervention could not be ignored, and the hope of it on one side, the fear of it on the other, had disastrous results. If it confirmed Charles in his expectant and dilatory attitude, it quickened the pace and embittered the decisions of his enemies. That the Fronde would effectually paralyze the French government for some years to come could not have been foreseen when Colchester fell. The first measures of the Parliament showed that the Presbyterians, for the 11 members had returned, and there was again a Presbyterian majority at Westminster, had learnt nothing, and were as fully determined as before to ignore the army which had saved them a second time. They passed a resolution repealing the vote of no addresses, August 24th. They completed their scheme for the establishment of Presbyterianism without a vestige of toleration, and on September 18th they reopened a negotiation known as the Treaty of Newport with the king. Charles began by withdrawing his declarations against Parliament, but insisted that no concessions which he might make should be held valid until a complete scheme of settlement should be arranged. Parliament reluctantly accepted this stipulation, and thus an air of unreality was spread from the outset over all that passed. Parliament then drew up a series of bills abolishing episcopacy and the prayer book, establishing the Presbyterian system and the use of the Directory, imposing the covenant on all persons including the king himself, and handing over military control to Parliament for 20 years. Charles, in his reply, September 28th, refused to take the covenant himself or to enforce it on others, but offered, as before, to accept Presbyterianism, with toleration, for 3 years, and to hand over the army and the nomination of officials for 10. After 3 years the bishops were to return, but with restricted powers. Ireland he was willing to leave to the tender mercies of Parliament. His offer was unanimously rejected, October the 2nd. Thereupon he yielded so far as to accept the demand about the militia and to propose further limitations on episcopal jurisdiction. Had Parliament been wise, it would have accepted these terms, than which Charles could not have been expected, without violation of his conscience, to offer anything better. But the Presbyterian majority was uncompromising, and on October the 27th they rejected the terms. This virtually closed the negotiation, though the parliamentary commissioners remained at Newport till November the 27th. Meanwhile, the ill humour of the army and its irritation at the delay were increasing daily. Petitions for a speedy settlement, or for justice on the king, kept pouring in upon the council of officers, not from soldiers only, but also from civilians. Losing patience, Ireton now drew up, October, the Remonstrance of the Army, in which he showed the danger of protracted negotiation and the impossibility of binding the king, on account not only of his character, but also of royalist theories as to the inalienable rights of the crown. Insisting on the sovereignty of the people, he demanded a speedy trial, on the ground that no one, not even a king, was exempt from the law, and he hinted, not obscurely, that the trial should end in a sentence of death. The constitutional settlement which he proposed was, in the main, based upon the heads of the proposals, but with the addition, taken from the agreement of the people, of the reservation of certain fundamental liberties. Nothing was said about ecclesiastical matters, but it may be presumed that liberty of conscience was regarded as a fundamental right. On the other hand, all future kings were to be admitted, quote, upon the election of, and as upon trust from, the people, end quote, and were to renounce the negative voice or veto upon the decisions of the representative body or commons in Parliament. Finally, the whole scheme was based on the notion of contract. No one from the king downwards was to benefit by it, who did not consent and subscribe thereunto. A remarkable combination of thought and prowess, a very workshop of political ideas was this body of militant independence. In no other army before or since have so many constitutional theories or expedients been conceived. The remonstrance was considered by a council of officers which met under the presidency of Fairfax at St. Albans, November the 7th. The general deprecated extreme measures and a practical compromise was agreed upon. The treaty with the king was to go forward, but the army was to take part in the negotiation with a view to the enforcement of certain conditions. These were largely drawn from the heads of the proposals, biennial parliaments, redistribution of seats, council of state, and so forth. But while the existing parliament was to fix a date for its dissolution, the army was not to be disbanded until after the meeting of the first biennial parliament. It is noteworthy that nothing was said about the royal veto or about an ecclesiastical settlement, but it may be presumed that religious liberty was regarded as otherwise secured. The concessions to be made by the king were not to be temporary but permanent. Certainty and finality were indispensable. These terms were promptly laid before the king, who, on November the 17th, declined them as he had previously declined those of Parliament. By this refusal he practically signed his own death warrant. The council of officers thereupon presented the remonstrance to Parliament. Cromwell, who had hitherto acted with Fairfax in striving to defer the king's trial, was now convinced that further efforts were hopeless, and threw his weight into the same scale. Parliament, however, refusing military dictation, deferred consideration of the remonstrance. This action left the army no alternative but capitulation or the use of force. Their choice was soon made. On December the 1st, Charles was carried off from Newport and lodged in Hurst Castle, a lonely fort on a spit of land opposite the Needles. Next day the army entered London, still nominally under the lead of Fairfax. On December the 5th, Parliament condemned the removal of the king and voted his answers to be a basis for settlement. But the military intervention of August 1647 was now to be repeated on a larger scale. The officers had for some time decided to destroy the independence of Parliament, which, it must be allowed, was no more representative of the nation as a whole than was the army. It was a question whether this should take place through a purge or a dissolution. Eventually the former method was preferred, partly as less violent, still more probably because a general election was out of the question, and the remaining members would give some shadow of legality, however faint, to future proceedings. On December 6th, Colonel Pride with his men stood at the door of the House of Commons and turned back about 140 members. Most of these made no resistance, but some 40 were taken into custody. Cromwell returned to London the same evening. He had not been consulted, but expressed his pleasure at the event. Fairfax had given no orders, but he had made no attempt to prevent or to undo this act of violence which obtained the name of Pride's Purge. The members left in the House lost no time in cancelling the votes which had reopened the negotiation with Charles in the previous August, but they declined to fix a date for their own dissolution. They were not pressed on this point, for their assistance was required in the approaching trial of the king. Charles was brought from Hurst to Windsor, December 19th to 23rd, and, at the insistence of certain peers and with the consent of Cromwell, who still wished to defer the trial, final overtures were made to him. As the proposals appear to have involved changes which would have reduced the king to the position of a Doge of Venice, it is not surprising that he refused even to see Denbigh, who brought them down. This refusal determined his fate. A hostile verdict had been a foregone conclusion. It had been discussed whether the sentence should be death or deposition. Charles's last action put an end to Cromwell's hesitation. He decided for an immediate trial and the penalty of death. On January the 1st, 1649, the Commons passed an ordinance establishing a court, and resolved that it was treason in a King of England to levy war upon his Parliament. The Lords, who, though now reduced in numbers to something under a dozen, preserved some independent spirit and sense of law, unanimously rejected the ordinance as extra vires. Thereupon the lower house proceeded to act upon the principles laid down by Ireton, and resolved that, quote, "the people are, under God, the original of all just power," that the Commons, as representing the people, quote, "have the supreme power in this nation," and that their enactments, without consent of king or lords, have the force of law. Next day they passed, January 6th, an Act, as it was now called, setting up a court of 135 commissioners to try the king, and stating in outline the charges to be brought. In the preamble to this act he was accused of a design, quote, to subvert the ancient and fundamental laws and liberties of this nation, and in their place to introduce an arbitrary and tyrannical government, end quote, and of having prosecuted this design, quote, with fire and sword, end quote, and by means of a, quote, cruel war, end quote. For these, quote, high and treasonable offences, end quote, he might long since have been condignly punished, had not Parliament hoped to attain peace by other means, but since their leniency had only led to fresh commotions and invasions, and in order that no future ruler should follow his example, he was now to be brought to justice. Of the commissioners appointed, only 52 appeared when the court held its first sitting on January the 8th. Sergeant John Bradshaw was chosen to preside. Fairfax was present on the first occasion, but on no other. On the 19th, the actual trial began in the same historic place, Westminster Hall, which had witnessed 8 years before the impeachment of Charles's greatest minister. On the charge being read, the king objected to the authority of the court, but his objection and those of others were overruled. It is useless to describe in details the proceedings of a case in which law and precedent were set at naught, and the issue of which had long been decided elsewhere. In vain Charles demanded to be heard before the Lords and Commons. The court decided there could be no appeal. On the 27th the sentence was read to the prisoner. On the 30th it was carried out in front of his palace at Whitehall, before a sorrowing and horror-stricken crowd. Charles met his fate with the calmness and dignity which never deserted him. He died with forgiveness of his enemies on his lips and a protest against the subjection of his country to the power of the sword. His character, with its good and bad sides, need not be discussed here. It is sufficiently displayed in the history of his reign, and men will always hold various opinions of so mixed and contradictory a nature. It would be absurd to say that he alone was guilty of all the miseries that befell the state in his time. Others were also to blame, some perhaps as much as he. It was a hard fate which called Charles to rule the country at a crisis which required in a sovereign qualities that he did not possess. But the impartial verdict of history must be that if, as is true, he died a martyr to his conviction, he died also a victim of his own incapacity and untrustworthiness. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12, The Westminster Assembly, by W.A. Shaw. Religious grievances formed one of the chief irritant causes of the revolt heralded by the meeting of the Long Parliament in November 1640. As a consequence, the attention of both houses was immediately on their assembling directed to these grievances, and the consideration of them consumed a serious part of the time of the Parliament during the first 3 years of its existence. Most of the religious debates and agitations of these 3 years, 1640 to 1643, proved futile, in the sense that very little sound legislative enactment resulted from them, but in another sense they proved effectual beyond the anticipation even of extremists, for they brought to light an irreconcilable difference of opinion between the party of moderate reform and the root and branch party. From the moment that the Long Parliament accepted the Covenant as the price of Scottish military aid, the reconstruction of the national church on a Presbyterian basis became a political necessity, and so soon as the Long Parliament clearly apprehended that necessity, the existence of the Assembly of Divines was determined, and its work was outlined in prospect. There is thus an important difference in kind between the attempted religious legislation of the Long Parliament prior to the outbreak of the Civil War and the actually accomplished legislation after its outbreak. Starting with a marked unwillingness to approach the question of episcopacy as an institution, the House of Commons gradually, by means of its debates of December 1640 on the moderate proposals of the Minister's Petition, and of February and March 1641 on the more drastic proposals of the London Petition, rose to the point of challenging episcopacy as a system. At the same time, and proceeding quite independently, the House of Lords was, under the guidance of Bishop Williams's committee, feeling its way to a standard of reform a little, but not much, short of that reached by the Commons. The debates in the Commons resulted in the Bill of April 1641 for removing bishops from the House of Lords, while the debates in the Lords finally resulted in the Bill of July 1641 for regulating bishops and ecclesiastical courts. Both bills proved abortive, and it was doubtless the indignation of the Commons at the loss of their bill in the Upper House which gave the opportunity for the introduction of the Root and Branch Bill in May 1641. Henceforward the extremists held the field, and the moderate standard of ecclesiastical reform previously proposed was thrown over. But the important point to notice is that even when the extremists thus held the field, their proposals not merely fell short of a Scottish presbytery, but were essentially different in kind from it. The root and branch debates resulted in the formation of a scheme of ecclesiastical discipline and proposals for ordination which were essentially non-Presbyterian in character. This was the point reached by the Long Parliament in July 1641, and beyond that point it never went of its own initiative. After the recess, the Parliament was occupied with the debates on the Grand Remonstrance, and as the year 1642 advanced, the certainty of the outbreak of strife made the extremists in the Commons only too well pleased to let religious reform rest until the necessity for the Scottish alliance and the price to be paid for that alliance should have become clear. The degree of intimacy in the relations between the Scottish faction and the English parliamentary leaders will probably never be known, any more than the precise date of the commencement of negotiations between them. There can be little doubt that when, in November 1641, the Parliament in the Grand Remonstrance desired of the King the summoning of a general synod of the most grave divines of the island to effect the intended reformation, the secret understanding between the parliamentary leaders and the Scottish was already at work. In the following February 1642, the Commons returned to the project, and from April onwards they were intermittently engaged in nominating the divines who were to constitute the Assembly. But although, when the nomination of the divines was finished, the Commons proceeded to the next logical step, and read for the first time, May 9th, 1642, a bill for calling an assembly of the divines, it was not until July 17th of the following year, 1643, that the bill finally passed. The interval is to be regarded as taken up with the fluctuating negotiations between the English parliamentary leaders and the Scottish. The checkered story of these negotiations, and the extraordinary parallelism between their course and that of the military fortunes of the Parliament, is too long to be presented here. Within a fortnight of the final passing of the bill for calling the Assembly, the Long Parliament had practically made up its mind to purchase Scotch assistance at whatever price. The Solemn League and Covenant bound both countries to use all their endeavours for the preservation of the true Protestant Reformed religion in Scotland, and for such a reformation of the Church in England as would bring about a uniformity in the two countries of religion, faith, and church government, according to the example of the best Reformed churches and the Word of God. Although this covenant was not solemnly sworn to by both houses until September 22nd, 1643, its acceptance was already clearly understood as a foregone conclusion by July 1st, 1643, the date of the first meeting of the Assembly of Divines at Westminster. According to the Ordinance of June 1643, which summoned the Assembly, that body consisted of 30 lay assessors, 10 English lords and 20 English commoners, 121 English divines, 3 scribes, and 8 Scottish commissioners, 5 thereof clerical and 3 lay. The Assembly sat at first in Henry VII's chapel at Westminster, but as the winter approached, the chapel proved too cold, and in the end of September 1643 it moved its sessions to the Jerusalem chamber in the Abbey. In its palmy days the ordinary attendance was about 60, and the members received pay for their attendance. Although the Long Parliament had had a matter of 18 months within which to prepare a programme for the Assembly, yet when the divines met there was, as a matter of fact, no programme of agenda before them. In all its resolutions, covering the interim period February 1642 to July 1643, the Parliament had refrained from any but the most general expressions of resolve. It voted the abolition of episcopacy and declared its intention of a due and necessary reformation of the government and liturgy of the Church, and for the better effecting thereof to have consultation with divines, but it framed no programme for the Assembly. To have done so would have been to give to the divines a larger reference and a more comprehensive authority than the Parliament had ever intended them to have. Of set and deliberate policy, the Commons chose the alternative course of deciding piecemeal, and, as it went along, what particular questions should be referred to the Assembly for debate and advice. By such a method of piecemeal reference, the Parliament not only kept its finger on the whole conduct of the Assembly's debates, but also deprived its work of any appearance of creative independence. It was not for the Assembly to take in hand the reformation of the Church. That was the high function of Parliament alone. The Assembly's work was only to advise the Parliament on such points as the latter specifically referred to it for advice upon them. Although, therefore, the Assembly met on July the 1st, it was not until the 5th that the Commons agreed to the rules for guiding the divines in their debates, and autocratically sent to the Assembly the first meagre instalment of agenda. The constructive work of the Assembly may be reviewed under the following heads. The 39 Articles. On July the 5th, the Parliament requested the Assembly to consider the first 10 of the 39 Articles of the Church of England in order to free and vindicate the doctrine contained therein from all aspersion and false interpretations. 6 weeks later, the Parliament similarly referred the succeeding 9 Articles to the Assembly for consideration. By October the same year, 1643, the divines had reached the 16th Article, but at that point the work was interrupted. In the course of its subsequent labours, the Assembly worked so much of the 39 Articles as it thought worthy of preservation into the Confession of Faith, and tacitly dropped the Articles. But in December 1646 the Commons required of the Assembly all that it had accomplished on the Articles, and on April 29th, 1647, the Assembly accordingly presented to the House its revision of Articles 1 to 15 in, quote, the Proceedings of the Assembly of Divines upon the 39 Articles of the Church of England, end quote. Beyond inserting this revision in a mutilated form in December 1647, in the propositions sent to Charles at Carisbrooke Castle, the Parliament did nothing with it. The form of church government, presbytery. Following up the formulation of the Solemn League and Covenant, the General Assembly of the Scottish Church, on August 19, 1643, elected 8 commissioners to treat with the English Parliament for the union of the English and Scottish churches in one form of kirk government. These Scottish commissioners made their entry into the Assembly of Divines on September 15, 1643. And 3 days later the Commons referred it to the Assembly to consider of a discipline and government of the Church apt to procure nearer agreement with the Church of Scotland. Besides sitting in the Assembly, however, the Scotch commissioners claimed an independent function as treaty commissioners, specifically appointed ad hoc, that is, for the consideration of church union, and in this capacity they held weekly meetings with a committee of the 2 houses and with another committee of the Assembly. It was in these weekly treaty meetings that the initiatory proposals on this subject were made, to be thence carried to the Assembly for debate. Under the unseen guidance, therefore, of these grand or treaty committees, the Assembly began its debate on the great question of church government on October 12, 1643. It was the debate of this thorny subject which brought to the front the bitter antagonism between Independent and Presbyterian. In the matter of the offices of the Church, the Independents were for the divine institution of a doctor or teacher in every congregation, as well as of a pastor, and they argued strongly against the divine institution of the ruling elder. In the matter of church organization, they objected to the inclusion of several parishes in one presbytery. On all these points, hot and obstinate debates ensued, the Independent minority being led by Thomas Goodwin, Nye, Burrows, Bridge, Carter, Carroll, Phillips, and Sterry, while the Presbyterian majority was led by Marshall and Burgess, and of course supported by the Scottish commissioners. After a preliminary trial of strength in February to March 1644, and an ineffectual attempt at conciliation between Independents and Presbyterians, the systematic debate on the subject of presbytery was begun in September 1644, and on November 8th following, quote, the humble advice of the Assembly concerning some part of church government, end quote, was presented to the House of Commons. A second and fuller report was submitted on December 11th following. After debating these 2 reports, the Commons appointed a subcommittee to prepare proposals for the erection of presbyteries in London and throughout the counties of England, and it was while this subcommittee was still engaged in its deliberations that the Assembly presented to the Parliament, on July 7th, 1643, its completed draft scheme of church government under the title of, quote, "The Humble Advice of the Assembly of Divines Concerning Church Government," end quote. The result of the debates in both houses on this humble advice was the ordinance of August 19th, 1645, for the election of elders, on which ordinance was based the first abortive attempt of the Long Parliament at the erection of presbyteries. Ecclesiastical discipline. On October 12th, 1643, the Parliament ordered the Assembly to confer upon such a discipline and government of the Church as might be most agreeable to the Word of God. The Assembly set to work on the task, and from January 8th, 1644, was engaged in hotly debating the contested points involved in the exercise of ecclesiastical censures and the guarding of the sacraments from defilement by the admission of scandalous persons. The Presbyterians, who now formed an overwhelming majority of the Assembly, were in favour of conferring upon the clergy the fullest power of censuring and absolving from censure, but a very strong opposition to the proposals came from the Independents, and in another direction from the Erastians, led by Selden. In consequence of the strong opposition and of frequent interruptions of the debate, it was not until the following October that the divines voted that a power of censure resided in church assemblies. The next logical step was to draw up a directory for church censures and excommunication. At this point the Scotsman intervened and offered to the Assembly a ready drafted directory. Almost abjectly accepting this draft as a basis for its debates, the divines discussed it from January 1645 onwards, and, after drawing up a catalogue of excommunicable sins, passed it and sent it up to Parliament in February 1645 in the form of 2 papers, the Humble Advice Concerning Excommunication and the Humble Advice Concerning a Directory for Admonition, Excommunication and Absolution. The story of the treatment which the Long Parliament accorded to these 2 papers is too long to be given here. In brief, the Parliament, under the lead of the Erastians, insisted on voting or defining the particulars of the matters of scandal which should be examinable by the eldership, and at the same time gave a right of appeal from the congregational eldership to the classical, provincial and national assemblies, and thence in the final resort to Parliament itself. From this attitude the Parliament never in substance budged. The divines of the Assembly shared to the full the sullen disappointment of the clergy generally, and it was a mere sop to this sullen discontent that the Parliament permitted the Assembly to consider of further or more extended enumerations or catalogues of scandals, June and August 1645. Not satisfied with this, the Assembly, on August the 1st, presented to the House its humble petition desiring an unlimited jurisdiction. The agitation in the clerical mind was intense both in the Assembly and among the city clergy, and under the pressure of this agitation the Parliament was led to propose the establishment of a standing parliamentary committee of appeal for the consideration of scandals not enumerated. The parliamentary ordinance embodying its proposals was issued on October 20th, 1645. Thereupon ensued a clerical agitation against the ordinance, which lasted for about 8 months, and in which the Assembly itself joined, only, however, to receive a most determined rebuke at the hands of the House of Commons. Opposition and agitation alike proved unavailing, and the final parliamentary ordinance for scandal of June 9th, 1646, contained all the provisions for lay or parliamentary control against which the Presbyterian clergy, both inside and outside the Assembly, had so tenaciously struggled. Passing over the contest waged in 1646 between the Parliament and the Assembly on the question of the jus divinum of presbytery, as being less constructive in its nature than the rest of the work of the divines, we may more briefly sum up the remainder of the constructive part of that work. Ordination. This question was in debate from January 1644 onwards, and in the following April the Directory for Ordination was carried up to the House. In their doctrinal propositions attached to the Directory, the Assembly had voted that the power of ordination lay in the hands of the preaching presbyters. Under the influence of the Erastians and the Independents, the House rejected the whole of these propositions and insisted on controlling the nominations of those authorized to exercise the power of ordination. Thus, in the end, as in the case of excommunication and jus divinum, the Assembly was again signally worsted. The Directory for Worship. By ordinance of both Houses on October 12, 1643, the Assembly was empowered to debate and expound concerning a directory of worship or liturgy to be used in the Church. By a manoeuvre of the Scots, the work of preparing it was at first entrusted to a small committee composed of the Scottish commissioners and 5 of the Assembly. The various portions of the draft directory were under debate in the full Assembly from April 1644 onwards, and were sent up to Parliament in the following November as, quote, the humble advice concerning a directory for the public worship of God in the 3 kingdoms, end quote. The Confession of Faith was one of the latest fruits of the Assembly's labours, and one as to which there was less division of opinion. The consideration of this subject was begun in April 1645, and after 18 months' interrupted debate it was carried up to the House in September 1646 as, quote, the humble advice concerning part of a Confession of Faith, end quote. The remainder of the confession was carried up on December 4th following. The scriptural proofs were completed in the Assembly in April 1647, and at the end of that month the complete confession with the proofs added was again submitted to Parliament. It amounted, in a word, to a clear-cut Calvinistic symbol, the expression of a Calvinism, generic, it is true, in form, but unyielding and unmodified on the subject of the divine decrees and of the restriction of the redemption to the elect. The larger and the smaller catechism. The debate of a catechism was commenced in December 1644, but the project slept for a time, and when it was taken up again in January 1647, it was determined to prepare 2 catechisms, a larger and a smaller. The larger was in debate from April to October 1647, and the smaller from August to November of the same year. The larger, in a great measure an abridgment from the Confession, was delivered to the Parliament in October 1647, and the smaller, less directly so abridged, but quite as thoroughly Calvinistic, in June 1648. With this last item, the effective constructive work of the Assembly practically closes, for we may disregard its work on the metrical revision of the Psalms, as in this connection it attempted no direct constructive original work of its own. In point of time also the discussion of the catechisms represents the last deliberative work of the Assembly. The larger was completed in October and the smaller in November 1647, and from that date onwards, with the single exception of the merely academic debate in 1648 of the long Parliament's queries concerning the Jus Divinum, the remainder of the Assembly's existence was devoted to the examining and approving of ministers. This function the Assembly had all along performed at scattered moments, but from August 1647 it had, under the lead and in subordination to the Parliamentary Committee for Plundered Ministers, specially devoted itself to this work as a temporary makeshift to meet the pressing need for a clergy ordination office. The formal sessions of the Assembly ceased on February 22nd, 1649, 3 weeks after the execution of Charles. From that date onwards, such of the divines of the Assembly as remained members of it became a committee for the examination of ministers, and held meetings for this purpose every Thursday morning till March 25th, 1652. On that day Cromwell dissolved the rump, with which the committee of the almost moribund Assembly of Divines automatically disappeared. The functions which it had performed in its later years were subsequently, in 1654, transferred to the Commissioners for Approbation of Public Preachers. The respect which has been paid to the memory of the Westminster Assembly is due only to the individual learning of its leading members. As an assembly, that is, in the aggregate, it was merely a tool in the hands of a Parliament engaged in a factious revolution. It had none of the freedom of action of an ecclesiastical council. Its constructive proposals have, therefore, none of the constitutional significance attaching to the decisions of any of the great councils of the Church. There was no doctrinal width or scope in its debates, so that there attaches to its record not a particle of the intense dogmatic interest attaching to a great doctrinal synod, such as, say, the Synod of Dort. The purpose for which the Westminster Assembly was called was a purely practical purpose. At the behest of its master, it had to put down on paper a plan for the various portions of the church edifice which the Parliament had set itself to rear. An Attorney-General, who drafts a party bill for a party government, performs a function exactly like that performed by the Assembly. But not only so. The Assembly was not merely entirely subordinate to the 2 houses, bereft of initiative, and again checked and chidden by them. It was also itself a prey to faction, not really theological but political, and it was dragged along in the wake of the faction fight which was raging in the political world of England at that time. The opposition of the Independents to the Presbyterians in the Assembly was simply a prolongation of the same faction fight which was being fought out in the Parliament and in the army, and the Scots joined in the fray in the Assembly with just as open and vehement intrigue as they did in the political domain. Quote, "Plots and packing worse than those of Trent," end quote, says Milton. It is impossible to accord to the Assembly the respect which would be due to it had it been a free and unfettered body with an initiative and programme of its own, and it is equally impossible to clear its memory from the stain of servile subjection to political faction. Even with regard to some of its practical creations, the Confession and the Catechisms, which have earned for it the gratitude and respect of the Presbyterian churches from that day to this, it is uncertain whether they owe their origin to the divines of the Assembly or to the Scottish Commissioners. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, The Later Years of a 30 Years' War, 1635-48, by A.W. Ward, Part 1. The abstention of all but a few historians from essaying a comprehensive account of the final period of a 30 Years' War reflects only too faithfully the weariness of a generation which, heartsick and hopeless, witnessed the last 13 years of a struggle carried on in the central regions of Europe. From 1635 to 1648, the war continued its course through what may be called its Franco-Swedish stage, shifting to and from almost every part of Germany between the Alps and the Baltic, and everywhere leaving behind it desolation unutterable. But what made this last period of a war so singularly bewildering, and to those Germans in whom a spark of national feeling survived, so humiliating, was the fact that after France had come to take a direct part in the conflict, it centred in a contention on German soil between alien ambitions and interests. Sweden was now wholly intent upon a settlement guaranteeing to her the safeguards which her position as a Baltic power demanded, together with some acknowledgment of her sacrifices and successes in the earlier part of the war. As, however, between France and Spain, whose government since the fall of Wallenstein had identified its interests with those of the House of Austria, there seemed no prospect of a solution being found for the resuscitated problems of their historic rivalry, which had to be fought out on German soil with the aid of German arms and at the cost of the very lifeblood of the German nation. No estate of the empire could find shelter within the four corners of a Peace of Prague, or protect itself by means of any newly devised league of armed neutrality against the fury of this war, which was essentially foreign and hardly even pretended any longer to be waged for religious ends. The soldiery of the House of Habsburg and its allies still alternated the old Catholic war cries with the imperialist Ferdinandus, and the remnant of their German adversaries still saw in the cause commune, for which they fought side by side with the troops of France, the gospel cause commended to heaven by the soldiers of Gustavus Adolphus on the morning of so many a battle. But all the world knew that France was Catholic, as well as Spain, that cardinals of the Roman Church directed the policy of France, and on occasion commanded her armies. Nor was it a secret that the policy of the House of Habsburg, whether in prosperity or in adversity, was entirely at odds with that of the Pope, who reigned during 2/3 of this period. In a later chapter of this volume it will be shown how and why Urban VIII, though he could not be induced to lend his active support to Richelieu's anti-Habsburg designs, would not lift a finger to impede their progress. The attitude consistently maintained by this pontiff materially contributed to divest the latter part of a 30 Years' War of the character of a religious struggle, and thus, on both sides, augmented its perplexities. And the personal impotence of his successor, Innocent X, left the political situation in Europe virtually unchanged. During the summer of 1635, the renewal at Compiègne of the Franco-Swedish alliance, of which Oxenstierna had taken care to delay the ratification, failed to counterbalance the Emperor's success in concluding the Peace of Prague. That peace had drawn, or was drawing, over to him nearly all the Protestant estates of the empire. Early in July, William of Weimar placed his troops under Saxon control, and by the end of that month Duke George of Lüneburg accepted the peace and threw up his command under the alliance of Heilbronn. Even Landgrave William of Hesse-Cassel declined to unite his troops with those of Bernard of Weimar, outside whose camp there remained no rallying point for militant German Protestantism. Much therefore had to be accomplished before the Franco-Swedish alliance could dominate the progress of the conflict, as it had in the days of Gustavus Adolphus's victorious advance. Unless the truce concluded in 1629 through French mediation between Sweden and Poland, and about to expire in the autumn of 1635, were renewed and converted into an enduring peace, Sweden could not command the resources necessary for carrying on the war in Germany. In vain, before concluding with France, Oxenstierna had sought to raise funds in England and Holland, and at Venice. The Swedish government was moreover suspicious of the intentions of Christian IV of Denmark. In the early part of 1635 he actually thought of entering into an alliance with Poland, but Oxenstierna opportunely facilitated the succession of the Danish Prince Frederick in the archiepiscopal province of Bremen, and Christian IV never acceded to the Peace of Prague. But if Sweden was to continue to take part in the German war, she must come to terms with Poland, and to this end Richelieu sent one of the most capable of French diplomatists, Claude de Mesme, Count d'Avaux, to Sturmsdorf, where the negotiations for the renewal of a Swedish truce with Poland were carried on. His efforts were supported by the Dutch and English ambassadors at the conference, and expedited by a lavish flow of money. The desire of George William of Brandenburg for a settlement giving him undisturbed possession of his Prussian duchy prevailed over the imperialist policy which, by Schwarzenberg's advice, he had followed in acceding to the Peace of Prague. The compact concluded between Sweden and Poland at Sturmsdorf in September 1635 for a period of 20 years left Brandenburg in full possession of East Prussia. But by liberating the Swedish troops under Torstenson, which had held Prussia and Livonia, placed both Mecklenburg and Pomerania in the power of Sweden, jeopardized the prospect of the acquisition of Pomerania by the Brandenburg dynasty on the death, then imminent, of Duke Bogislav XIV, and seriously threatened the security of the Mark. Oxenstierna could now once more pursue the German war with vigour, and relieve Marshal Banet, who had stood his ground himself in a very difficult situation with that tenacity which distinguished him even among Swedish commanders. During the earlier months of 1635, and after the conclusion of the Peace of Prague, his army, which to the indignation of the Elector of Saxony was quartered in the diocese of Magdeburg, diminished in numbers and was much disheartened. He feared that his neighbour, Duke George of Lüneburg, between whom and himself there had been constant friction, would entirely go over to the imperial side, as both he and Duke William of Weimar with their forces actually did before the close of the year. A dangerous conspiracy against Banet's authority had to be suppressed in his own headquarters, and Oxenstierna, against whom the malcontents were violently excited, was obliged to take his departure secretly by night from Magdeburg to the Baltic coast. From July 1635 onwards, a collision between Banet's army and the Saxon troops seemed imminent, and while they closed in upon the Elbe, Banet, who was losing all control over the mutinous German officers in his army, fell back upon Thuringia. On October 16th, John George issued his declaration of war against Sweden, in a document full of involutions worthy of a Saxon chancery, and while his army marched down the Elbe past Havelberg in order to cut off Banet from Pomerania and the sea, an imperial force attempted to prevent Torstenson, now approaching from the north, from effecting a junction with him. But Torstenson, though a constant sufferer from infirmities brought on by his imprisonment at Ingolstadt after he had fallen into the enemy's hands at Nürnberg, had learned rapidity of movement as well as strategic skill from his master Gustavus, and outmarched his opponents. Thus, when on November 1st Banet had, by a successful fight at Dömitz, opened the passage across the Elbe into Mecklenburg, Torstenson was quickly on the spot, and between them the two Swedish generals once more controlled all Mecklenburg and Pomerania. The attempt of the Saxons to advance into the former duchy was repelled by the Swedes at Goldberg, December 7th, and, driving them back into Brandenburg, Banet took Havelberg, the fortifications of Verben, and the dam at Ferbelin, December 12th to January 2nd. Meanwhile, Torstenson had defeated another division of the Saxons at Kairitz, further north, December 17th, At first, the Elector of Brandenburg had trembled both for the safety of his capital and for his own, but Berlin was covered by Saxon and Imperialist troops, and while Annise moved on to Thuringia and Saxony, George William on January 26, 1636, launched against him a uselessly provocative declaration of war. While thus in northeastern Germany Sweden recovered much of the ground formerly held by her, and of her military prestige, the operations of France proved by no means equally successful. War was actually declared by France against Spain by a herald who made his appearance at Brussels on May 26, 1635, and the war which Richelieu had for some months been assiduously preparing was opened all along the line of the French eastern frontier. The efforts of France in the Netherlands, in Italy, and in the Valteline have been noted elsewhere. A fourth army under old Marshal Laforce was to cooperate with Bernard of Weimar in the defence of the Rhine. But notwithstanding the diplomatic exertions of Feuquières, the relations between Bernard and the French crown were still unsettled, and Laforce was detained in Lorraine by the attempt of Duke Charles to recover his duchy. April. Bernard, eager to recross the Rhine from Speyer and to offer battle to Gallas, who at the head of 20,000 men was approaching the right bank, was unable to run the hazard without French support, and to make sure of this was obliged to move back, while the Imperialists secured all the places of transit on the upper and middle Rhine, taking Kaiserslautern, where the famous Swedish Yellow Regiment was cut to pieces, forcing Heidelberg to capitulate and laying siege to Mainz, June through July. It was not till July 27th that Bernard, whose force had dwindled to 7,000 men, effected his juncture with an army of 12,000 French under Cardinal La Valette, whom Richelieu had at last ordered to advance from Langres. La Valette, though not a general of first-rate capacity, co-operated loyally with Bernard of Weimar, and his indifference to the wrath of Pope Urban VIII made him a fitting agent of the present policy of his fellow cardinal. The siege of Mainz was now raised by the Imperialists, and on August 8th Bernard held his entry into the city, while La Valette took Kreuznach. But they were unable to prevent their adversaries from shortly afterwards occupying Frankfurt, which, though so long the headquarters of a Swedo-German alliance, always favoured the Emperor. Bernard of Weimar's position in the Gustavsburg on the right bank of the Rhine opposite Mainz speedily became untenable. No dependence was to be placed upon his officers, who had remained unpaid for about a year, unless he could satisfy their demands, and he informed Feuquières that if he was to carry on operations on the right bank for the king and the common cause, he must have a sufficient army, and a subsidy wherewith to pay it. But the French government having reduced his proposals as to men by 1/3, and as to money by 3/4, he returned to the left bank, after parting with several of his officers. His withdrawal was effected in conjunction with that of La Valette's army, in which Turenne, who had hoped to hold Mainz, distinguished himself by his exertions. The retreating troops had more than one brush with a vanguard of Gallas's army before, at the end of September, they reached Metz in safety. Their strength was not above 5,000 men, chiefly cavalry, but Richelieu was overjoyed that the army had been saved, and the good understanding between the two leaders had been most satisfactorily maintained. Gallas, who had reached Lorraine in November when King Louis XIII himself appeared on the scene to confront him and Duke Charles, was probably, in consequence of Bannet's victories in the Mark, ordered to fall back on Alsace. His retreat was carried out in wintry weather, and amidst extraordinary sufferings. Splendidissima miseria is the phrase of the Irish chaplain of Devereux's, formerly Walter Butler's, regiment. About half of Gallas's army of invasion reached Zavern, where in its winter quarters it dwindled still further. But though the attempt to drive the French and Bernard out of Alsace and Lorraine had failed, the Middle Rhine, the Lower Moselle, and the Saar, as well as the Main and the Neckar, remained in the hands of the Imperialists. And besides, Mannheim, Heidelberg, and Frankenthal-Mainz had capitulated to them, December. Bernard of Weimar was cut off from the right bank of the Rhine, Strasbourg being the only place of transit across the river not in hostile hands. The results of a French campaign on the Rhine had thus been hardly less disappointing than that of the other campaign designed by Richelieu for the year 1635, and it had become clear that if another imperialist eruption across the Rhine was to be prevented and the right bank to be attacked, terms must be made with Bernard of Weimar. There was no other body of German troops as to which negotiation remained possible, except that levied by Landgrave William of Hesse-Cassel, who was still hesitating as to his ultimate action. The difficulties of Bernard's position had increased by his retreat upon Lorraine after he had half committed himself to France. Had he been devoid, as he was not, both of national pride and of religious enthusiasm, he might still have become a freebooter like some Protestant princes in an earlier stage of a war, or followed the example which had now been so widely set and made his peace with the emperor. Even at a later date, a locus poenitentiae would have been found open for him if he had brought his troops over with him. But he preferred the readier way, and on October 27th an agreement was signed at Paris between his agent, Bonnecaut, and the French government, which remained the basis, though a somewhat shifting one, of the subsequent relations between Bernard and the French crown. He was to receive annually 4 millions of livres to be paid to him in quarterly instalments, but 1/2 of the first million was to be paid at once for the equipment of his troops. In return, he was to maintain an army of at least 6,000 horse and 12,000 foot, the payments to be reduced in proportion if a force fell short of this total, or if it was able to maintain itself in invaded hostile lands, while a share of the subsidy was to be made over by him to any German prince or city that should join him as a belligerent. King Louis undertook, in the event of a capture of Bernard or any of his generals or officers, to conclude no peace that should not provide for their release, and Bernard in return promised for himself and any allies of his to conclude no peace with the emperor except with the king's approval. A secret article assured to Bernard the title of Général des Forces de la Confédéralité, but though he was allowed the immediate direction of military operations, he bound himself not to employ the forces maintained by the King of France except under the royal authority. For himself, he was promised an annual grant of 200,000 livres, to be reduced to 150,000 on the conclusion of peace, while another secret article assured to him the possession of the Landgravate of Alsace, with all the rights, including those over the fortified places, that had belonged to the House of Austria. This compact, which had been speedily ratified by Louis XIII, was promptly signed by Bernard on November 19th. The only stipulation which he desired to add was that the quarterly payments of a subsidy on which the maintenance of his army would depend should be made in advance. It is not easy to decide whether the French or Bernard correctly interpreted the agreement between them. In other words, whether he had become a paid officer of a French crown, or whether he still stood towards it in the relation of an auxiliary. But for the ambiguity in the terms of the compact, it would probably never have been concluded. As a matter of fact, the payment of a subsidy was constantly delayed, the force for which it was to provide was always found insufficient, and so things went on in a vicious circle. The first 2 months of the year 1636 passed without Bernard's being able to augment his army, which had been ordered to occupy the line of the Sarre and face the Spaniards at Luxembourg, and without any money reaching him from Paris. Early in March he presented himself in person at the French capital, but his and Grotius's representations there only resulted, and this through the personal intervention of Richelieu, in obtaining for him an immediate payment of 600,000 livres, with which, worn in both health and temper, he returned in May to the scene of war. In the meantime, Richelieu's resolution to overthrow the ascendancy of the House of Habsburg was more firmly fixed than ever, and Oxenstierna, after long hesitating as to the ratification of the Treaty of Compiègne, had in consequence of the successes of the Swedish arms become less intent upon the scheme of a separate peace with the Emperor and more disinclined to accept Danish mediation. Thus, on March 20th, 1636, the Treaty of Wismar was concluded between France and Sweden, in which for the first time the two powers agreed to join in the conflict with the House of Habsburg, France prosecuting it on the left bank of the Rhine, while Sweden, annually subsidized by France with 1 million of livres, carried her arms into Silesia and Bohemia. But for the present, this treaty, like that of Compiègne, remained unratified by Queen Christina, and soon afterwards Oxenstierna returned home to Sweden, whence he did not again return to Germany. He had formed the wise resolution to restrict himself henceforth to general instructions concerning the conduct of war, upon which he perceived that the political settlement of German affairs entirely depended. The councillors of war, who from 1635 onwards assisted the chief Swedish commanders, seem ordinarily to have abstained from indiscreet interference. The campaign of 1636 on the Lower Rhine was left to the Dutch, with whom France in April concluded a subsidy treaty. In Italy, Marshal Créqui was with Italian assistance to drive the Spaniards out of Lombardy, and Condé was to occupy Franche-Comté. Thus, if La Valette and Bernard of Weimar succeeded in completing the expulsion of the Spaniards from Alsace and Lorraine, not only would the whole eastern frontier of France be rendered secure, but it would be advanced to the Rhine and the Jura, and the war might even be carried to the right bank of a river by Bernard's augmented army. The Imperialists were, however, on their side determined on a great offensive operation, the invasion of Picardy. In May, the Alsatian campaign began, La Valette, who had already gained some successes there early in the year, relieving Hagenau, and then, in conjunction with Bernard of Weimar, besieging Zabern, July. Turenne was wounded in the course of a siege which ended with a capitulation of the place, into which a French garrison was laid. Nearly the whole of Upper Alsace was now in the hands of the French and Bernard, and Gallus was practically precluded from entering Franche-Comté, to whose capital, Dole, Condé was laying siege. Bernard of Weimar would gladly have taken advantage of his successes by crossing the Rhine and coming to the rescue of Hanau. From the autumn of 1635 to June 1636, this fortress, where the Black Sir James Ramsay, an indomitable Scottish captain, celebrated in both history and fiction, had been placed in command by Gustavus Adolphus, held out in the midst of terrible hardships against a besieging imperialist army. Urged on by his consort, Amalia Elizabeth, a Countess of Hanau by birth, and beyond question one of the most remarkable women of her time, Landgrave William of Hesse-Cassel had come to an understanding with France, and on June 14th, with the aid of a Swedish force under Alexander Leslie, afterwards Earl of Leven, now commanding in Westphalia, relieved the gallant garrison. But though the anniversary of this spirited exploit was celebrated for at least 2 centuries as a day of thanksgiving and rejoicing, it was of no avail, for the Imperialists soon began a new siege of Hanau, which this time remained unrelieved. Bernard of Weimar was prevented from crossing the Rhine by the refusal of the Strasburgers, who feared the vengeance of Gallas, to allow him the use of their bridge or to supply materials for the construction of a substitute. Ramsay concluded an honourable capitulation, and was allowed to remain in Hanau as a private individual. In December 1637 he contrived to recover temporary command of the place, but soon lost it again and died in prison. Landgrave William, unable to prevent the awful devastation of his dominions by the Imperialists under Goetz, was in August placed under the ban of the Empire, and the administration of his Landgravate was granted to his enemy, George of Hesse-Darmstadt, who retained it till William's death in September 1637. His high-spirited and sagacious widow managed to conclude a truce with the Emperor, who could not leave out of account the Hesse-Cassel troops, now encamped at Leah in East Frisia. Thus, not only was the Landgravate preserved from political extinction, but after Amalia Elizabeth had at Dawson concluded a treaty with Sweden and France, August 1639, her government asserted itself as an all but independent power in the transactions of both war and peace. Meanwhile, in July 1636, the invasion of Picardy, heralded by a manifesto issued by the Cardinal Infante on behalf of both the Emperor and of Spain, had begun in earnest, and the whole country between Somme and Oise was flooded by an irruption of horsemen. The most redoubtable among their leaders, Johann von Werth, caused a panic among the Parisians, though no attempt was actually made to cross the Oise and to march upon Paris. On the southern frontier, Condé was ultimately obliged to raise the siege of Dole, which he had invested in May, and to retire from Franche-Comté, and in the same month, August, La Valette and Bernard of Weimar were unable to prevent the junction between Charles of Lorraine and Gallus, which seemed to prelude to a second invasion of France, with King Ferdinand of Hungary at its head. But this was prevented by La Valette, and more especially by Bernard of Weimar, who captured the camp of the renowned Croat cavalry general, Isolani, and, finally, the memorable relief of Saint-Jean-de-Lons, gratefully remembered by France down to the days of a revolution, obliged Gallas once more to evacuate the Burgundian frontier lands, November. Bernard had been unable to render to France or to the common cause any service beyond that of a strenuous defence. By the end of October 1636 a mere driblet of the promised subsidies had come into his hands, and his army numbered little more than 1/3 of the contemplated total of 18,000. On the other hand, fortune had once more favoured the Swedish arms in the east. In September Barnet issued forth from his camp at Verden on the Elbe, in the Mark, and on October 4th at Wittstock on the Brandenburg-Mecklenburg frontier gained, with Torstensson's assistance, a signal victory over the army commanded by the Elector of Saxony and the imperialist general Hatzfeld, which, though superior in numbers, lacked the requisite unity of control. The victory of Wittstock, besides in a great measure restoring to the Swedish arms the reputation forfeited at Nördlingen, had important immediate results. It opened the road for the Swedes not only into Brandenburg, which Marshal Wrangel at once invaded, but further up the Elbe towards Thuringia, whither by the middle of November Barnet advanced as far as Eisenach. A Swedish army was once more close to the centre of the empire, and Oxenstierna could invite Bernard of Weimar to supply a cooperation which he would only too willingly have rendered. After the warfare along the French frontier had come to an end with a recrossing of the Rhine at Breisach by Gallas in January 1637, Bernard spent several months in negotiations at Paris, where he agreed to give a receipt in full for all the payments hitherto made to him by the French government, though they fell short by at least 1/2 of the amount promised to him. But he arrived at no satisfactory settlement, even as to his own powers in the conduct of the war. Before, however, the campaign of 1637 opened, the political situation as a whole had been changed by some important events. The Emperor Ferdinand II, after a reign of almost unparalleled vicissitudes of peril and of success, had passed away, February 15, 1637. His tenacity of purpose, due in part to religious bigotry, which, at the beginning of his reign, had enabled him to breast a sea of troubles, had, together with the subsequent triumph of his arms, produced in him a self-confidence which seemed to raise him to the height of his opportunities. But he was not really capable of conceiving or carrying through any definite policy of his own, or even of consistently following the counsels of his advisers. After he had abandoned Wallenstein and thrown himself upon the support of the princes of the empire, his policy became less aggressive, though he was not to live to see the complete breakdown of a religious restoration on which he had set his heart. The changes which he sought to enforce in the religious condition of the empire had brought Sweden into the field and given France her opportunity of intervention. But the revival of the conflict between France and the House of Habsburg was inevitable, nor is he to be held accountable for it any more than for the renewed cooperation between the Austrian and Spanish dynasties. The expansion, during the last 3 years of his reign, of the Great War into a general European conflict cannot therefore justly be laid to his charge. The election on December 22nd, 1636, of his son and namesake as Roman king had been achieved by Ferdinand II in the face of many difficulties, of which the chief had been the intrigues carried on with the approval of Pope Urban VIII for the choice of Maximilian of Bavaria in his stead. Ferdinand III resembled his father in his religious earnestness and in the purity of his personal life. But though a pupil of the Jesuits and a rigorous Catholic in the affairs of his own dominions, he was in matters of religion more amenable to reason than his predecessor, and though he had the nominal credit of a victory of Nördlingen, his disposition was not warlike. Thus, however difficult it might prove to obtain his assent to the sacrifice of any right which he possessed or any hope that he cherished, his accession on the whole improved the prospects of peace. Pope Urban had proposed himself to France as mediator in peace negotiations, to be carried on at Cologne between the Catholic powers, but Richelieu had demanded that to these negotiations the United Provinces and Sweden should also be admitted. The States General, after being approached on the subject by the Seigneury of Venice, signified their willingness to be represented at the conferences, but from Sweden only a lukewarm assent was to be extracted, December 1636. Even now Sweden, desirous of still keeping open the possibility of a separate accommodation with the Emperor, had not ratified the Wismar Treaty, so that Davos, on being appointed French plenipotentiary in Germany in April 1637, proceeded not to Cologne but to Hamburg to discuss there the situation with Adler Salvius, to whom with Steno Bielke Oxenschirner, on leaving Germany, had entrusted the conduct of Swedish diplomatic affairs. The prospects of France and her allies in the spring of 1637 were sufficiently clouded to render Richelieu willing to listen to pacific overtures. In Italy, Duke Odoardo of Parma concluded a treaty of neutrality with Spain, and in the Valtelline, Rohan yielded to a general rising in the Grisons against France. Richelieu threw the strength of the French forces on the Netherlands frontier, while Bernard of Weimar, detained in Franche-Comté, could not attempt any movement to the right bank of the Rhine till late in the summer. Thus Barnet, who after falling back from Leipzig upon Torgau looked for aid from Bernard, was left unsupported to face the approach of Gallas from the Rhine and of the imperialist forces from Westphalia. He had, moreover, before the close of 1636, detached a division of his army under Marshal Wrangel into Brandenburg, with the object of compelling George William to treat with Sweden. But in December the arrival of the electorate of an imperialist force finally gave the upper hand to Schwarzenberg's counsels, and the elector resolved upon levying an army of his own in support of the emperor. The death of Bogislav XIV of Pomerania was imminent, and actually took place in March 1637, and George William at once set up his lawful claim to the coveted duchy, now for the most part in Swedish hands. The levy of what was, properly speaking, the earliest Brandenburg army must be allowed to have been a bold measure, but it broke down in the execution, for the force never reached anything like its intended numbers, and after inflicting more suffering on the country than had been caused by any invading army, was disbanded in the ensuing year. End of section 40.